Wait for it. Hello everybody and welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings. 36 of these now. Really are getting up in the numbers. Well, we're already into the questions. Chris asks, why did German battlecruisers have spaced apart rear superfiring turrets? If I presume you mean Hindenburg and Deflinger. Hindenburg, Deflinger, and Lutzow. Do you know? To tell you the truth, with those three ships, I don't know. Their predecessors in the Seydlitz and... Seydlitz was one of them, there was the other two. But yeah, I don't know why they have the spaced out rear superfiring pair when you've got the previous generations of German battle cruisers, which were the Seydlitz class, which had very close together superfiring pairs of turrets. Might have been for survivability, but to tell you the God's honest truth, I really don't know why those turrets were moved back. Anyone else got any more questions, seeing as it seems to be doing so well tonight, and I'm waiting for the inevitable Dr. Clark to show up, because he always bloody does. Thoughts on the Bogue class? CVE, the Bogue. The Bogue, the Boogie Woogie. The Boogie Woogie CVE. Yeah, I'm very funny. But yeah, the Bogue class escort carriers were... I think a very short, expedited solution. They were very much conversions. And they were built. They basically built upon the Long Island class escort carriers, of which only two were built, basically because the US felt they could do much better, and so they did. The difference, one of the key differences between the Long Island and the Bogue is an extended flight deck forward and an actual island, which is kind of useful for flight operations. And of course, you know, they swapped out the unreliable diesels for a good old-fashioned steam turbine plant. Fairly decently armed for ships of their size. 2 5-inch dual-purpose guns and a smattering of Oerlikons, although that was as designed. As built, you could have anything up to 8 twin 40 mils, 20 Oerlikons, and again the 2 5-inch guns. That's more than enough to see off any lone aircraft operating in the Atlantic, or if you're under escort in the Pacific, that's fine. The Attacker class carriers are just British versions of the Bogues. Overall, very, very handy assets. They served well as support vessels for amphibious operations, anti-submarine warfare, escorts as convoy flagships. Basically, they were just useful. They were cheap, useful, and acceptable. Montana versus Yamato. Montana wins that fight easily. Like, Yamato versus anything other than Montana, I'll usually give that to the Yamato, with the exception of an Iowa where I'll usually toss a coin. But Montana versus Yamato, that's the Montana. She's faster, she's better armed, and potentially slightly better armored, depending on how the steel composition works. Lion versus H-35. That's the Lions. Your typical gunnery officer asks a question regarding to the a follow-up question to his question on the Boogs, which is, do you think they're too small compared to the Casablanca or... No. I don't think they are. I think they were... I think they got the, They basically got the whole concept of the escort carrier off the ground. And it was then improved and iterated upon by purpose-built vessels like the Casablancas, because remember, the Casablancas were designed from the keel up as escort carriers, whereas everything that came before was conversions. And the Commencement Bay class were obviously the last and finest iteration of that design concept. And were the largest, so obviously they were going to be the best. But no, I don't think that their small size works against them. Again, just to go back to where we were, Lion versus H-35, that is 9 times out of 10 going to go for the Lion, I believe. One more main gun, better laid out secondary battery, presumably better fire control fit, possibly better trained crew, and of course the H-35 will suffer from the same problems Bismarck did, in terms of its armor layout. Possibly also in terms of it blowing its own radar out, that might be even more of a problem with the bigger guns. It doesn't matter which variant of Lion. Any of the Lions will beat a H-35. Even the original flavor Lions. What sank faster to the seafloor when they actually started sinking? Bismarck or Hood? I don't know, to tell you the honest truth. I genuinely do not know. I would... I don't know, actually. I genuinely don't know. Honestly, it doesn't matter which variant of Lion it is. Any of them will win. Again, it's not certain. There's still... The H-35 has the capability to kill the Lion, but the cards are stacked far more in the Lion's favour than they are in the H-35's. Hey, we're doing... I assume he means H-39. Yeah, Scoot, I've been operating on the assumption he meant H-39. So I've been going off that. I assume he meant H-39. So that's what I've been going off of. Oh, we're really going well today. I'm actually caught up with the questions still. Let's keep going. We're doing well. Ramblings without rambling. And to not have to debate every question. Oh dear. Never mind. There goes my peace and quiet.
Oh, really? And the Fox shall be around shortly.
Do you think the refitting of the Gearing, Sumner, and Fletcher classes in the 1960s is a stopgap solution owing to the lack of new destroyer hulls? No. It's just the US extending the lives of ships that still have service left to give.
Yeah, especially the later war-built ones.
It's also worth pointing
It's-
out.
why
It's also
wouldn't
worth.
they?
It's also worth pointing out that the 1960s is this really weird period where naval designations are you really start to see things fluxing. You're looking at some of the things coming out. The US is looking at some of the things coming out of the Soviet Union. They're looking at the ever-increasing size of their own new-build destroyers. You basically see those older vessels actually transition more into the role that the US would assign to its frigates going forwards. You basically see when the Gearing, Sumner, and Fletchers come out of their Framcan refits, yes, they're still technically destroyers. Yes, they're listed as destroyers on the US Navy's lists. But the roles they step into after they come out of their Framcan refits are very much more aligned to what the USN sees its frigates doing. And it gave the US a large stock of hulls to fulfill this role at a relatively cheap cost at a time when they doctrinally thought they needed them. And it also gave them experience and basically a chance to test and tinker with what a future frigate would look like in that role. If you look at the USN frigates that come out in the late 60s, early 70s, they look very similar to the Framcans, like a single 5-inch gun forward, helicopter hangar aft, usually an ASROC launcher amidships, some form of torpedo armament for ASW work. Like you look at US frigates that come out of the late 60s into the early 70s, you're looking at ships that owe a lot to the Framcam refits of the Gearing, Sumner, and Fletchers. So yes, while they were still destroyers and were listed as destroyers on US lists, they served more in that frigate-style role. And you see the ships that come after them are of similar size to them, but are classed as frigates, not destroyers.
You finally found it. Moy's actually had a question for you for about the past week or two. So I'll stick that in the list of questions.
Sheridan Shilka. Sheridan Shilka.
I'll be honest, it doesn't actually look that
It
bad. From
doesn't.
a pure
It
visual
really
perspective.
doesn't, does it? From long range, you would look at that and go, "That's a Shilka." Like close up, you can tell it's not. But from long range, you would look at that and go, "That's a Shilka." I mean, obviously, it's one of those vehicles the US comes up with for their exercises they do. You know, where they convert M113s to BMP2s, etc. Things like that. And they got quite good at it, and still are quite good at it.
What even is that shit?
Have we ever done a high seas fleet versus the Imperial Japanese Navy circa 1916? I think we have. I think it's actually on a recorded.
I don't know if we have.
I think
Yes,
we actually did do a recorded live. I think it was actually a recorded one, but I don't remember which one it was.
What I see with
but
that
basically,
ship is it just detonates.
Basically, the Imperial Japanese Navy.
Die.
Yeah, they have less battle cruisers. They have less battleships.
We were discussing and worked out it's something like you've got the 4 Congos,
but that's
versus
and then
7 German battle cruisers.
And then if the Japanese are willing to bring them, you've got the
pre-dreadnoughts.
the large armored cruisers. Well, the Japanese have to bring the pre-dreadnoughts. They've got no choice. You've also got the large armored cruisers, the ones with the 12-inch guns that they built.
I think we worked out something like 17-7 in the German favour.
Yeah, it's
for battleships, because by this point in time they've only, I think it's Fuso is the only one of the modern battleships that's finished in 1916.
Yep, you've not got any of the other ones.
But...
yeah, it's not even a contest.
The only thing they have is most of the Japanese ships are faster.
Yeah.
But it's not much of a contest beyond that.
Yeah, and the Russians and the Japanese were denied the chance to fight a few proper fleet actions because every time they tried to fight a proper fleet action in the Russo-Japanese War, other things were in their favour. So, for example, during the action that was developing in the Yellow Sea, Admiral Makarov's bridge got blown out from under him, and he died with it. So the chance for a proper naval action there, a proper naval action was developing at Yellow Sea, but when Admiral Makarov got his got himself and his bridge blown up by an incoming Japanese shell, the Russian fleet, stripped of its command, retreated. If he hadn't, that battle was developing into a fairly even, as in it was one of the more even battles of the Russo-Japanese War, slugging match between the 1st Pacific Squadron and the Japanese fleet. And who knows how that battle would have actually gone had Makarov not died. But it highlights and again at Tsushima. Tsushima was also not a fair fight, because the Russian 2nd Pacific Squadron was at the end of a long tail, and even then, it gave a fairly good account of itself, all things considered, but the outcome was never really in any real doubt. It would have taken a miracle for the 2nd Pacific Squadron to pull a victory out of it.
Just looking at even the ship distribution of Tsushima, you see that there's a big problem for the Russians have got.
Yeah, it's the lack of cruisers.
Right.
I mean, they've got they've got their
More than
equal.
just the lack of cruisers.
They've got a decent number of modern capital ships. They've got the 5 Borodinos, which are the equals of the Japanese battleships in terms of age and capability. I know, tumble home, but just putting that aside for a second, in terms of year of construction, rough technological development level, they're equivalent to the Japanese dreadnoughts.
I almost agree with you.
And they actually
they are definitely not bad, but I would argue the British built ones that the Japanese got were
Congos.
No, not Congos yet. This is talking Tsushima, though Congo is Congo's definitely a good one. Mikasa and her sisters, basically.
The Mikasa and the 2 classes of 2 that came before
those
her.
are very good ships, which I would
they're
slightly
average pre-dreadnoughts. I mean, they're not bad. They're good. But, I mean, I will say for this thing, the Russian secondary battery is laid out better with all of their 6-inch guns in turrets.
Is that necessarily better?
It is, in terms of rate of fire.
I get in terms of rate of fire.
And the workability of the guns in heavy seas.
I actually need to re-look up the Borodino class, I'll be honest, because it's not...
I believe the original question, though, which you guys have been straying away from, was the High Seas Fleet versus IJN in 1960.
It's a wipe. It's a wipe. If it's a fair fight with everything arranged, it's a wipe.
If they are actually going to commit to Kantai Kessen, they're fucked.
Yeah.
If they, however, instead of wearing Nelsonian hats, decide to very briefly exchange that for a Napoleonic hat and start doing je ne cole fast raiding and...
I mean, not even je ne cole. They actually need to put on a High Seas Fleet hat and need to do to the High Seas Fleet what the High Seas Fleet was trying to do to the British.
Yeah.
Like, use the 4 Congos, which are actually all superior to every German battlecruiser, to try and draw the German battlecruiser fleet into a position where it can be destroyed by the entire Japanese navy, and then repeat the cycle.
So, I think I worked it out that
That's about the only real way that they can win.
Yeah.
Japan has 3 to 5 battle ships, 6 pre-dreads, 4 battle cruisers.
Along with the 2 large armoured cruisers.
I'm not necessarily counting the old one.
You really need to, because
I know they're technically, but they are not the same as...
No, but the reason you need to count
them as battle cruisers like the Congos.
The reason you need to count them is not for the battle cruiser role. It's because of their 21 knot top speed, they can work with the Japanese dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I was primarily going with large capital assets here.
They are large capital assets. Don't. Have you seen the size of those?
I feel.
The Japanese are the last generation of Japanese armored cruisers, which were later reclassified.
Are you referring to the Yabukis?
I am. They displace more than most nations pre-dreadnoughts.
15,000 tons?
Yeah, that's not... That is, that's... Yeah, that's...
I mean, so the Fuji class, which were 1904s-ish, I think. No, never mind. They were commissioned in 1897. Those are 12,000 tons. The Shikishimas are nearly 15,000 tons.
Yeah.
Both of those classes, by the way, of which there are 2 of each, have 12-inch guns.
Yeah, this is what I mean. They need to be counted
Asahi. Asahi is 15,200 tons. She was, however, she survived the Second World War. Oh, she was a training ship. Never mind. She was a training ship.
Ones did.
Yeah, Mikasa, who I'm gonna be honest.
She's in service at this point, but I don't know if I would want to bring her.
Yeah, I would be hesitant to bring her. It would be like bringing victory to one of the battles of the sorry, not the battle,
Yeah.
to like
You've
fuck the Crimean War. Like
Yeah.
you just wouldn't.
you've got to
Like, she is
bring
technically a
you've
full
got to
asset,
bring
but-
everything that carries a 12-inch gun that's serviceable and decently crewed. You've got to bring all of it for any naval engagement.
Right.
You can't not.
So, I went with 6 Japanese pre-dreads, which when I was doing a quick calculation, mostly because, and this was including Mikasa, because
That-
honestly, if you go before
this is-
Mikasa, you are getting very old here.
This
Not
is
really.
this is incorrect. What the fuck?
Not really.
14 years old fleet is old.
We
Like,
the,
in
Brit-
fact,
the
40,
British
60, like a number of the Japanese want. Go on.
Pre-dreadnought battleships older than that were used in frontline service by all of the major powers
Ooh.
during the First World
Right.
War.
What do you class as frontline?
The French used their ships in the Mediterranean to square off against
Right.
the possibility of a naval
So
engagement
first of all,
with
you've just said the
Austria-Hungary.
French.
And what does that like? I
So,
don't.
Dragon,
Right.
it should be pointed out that most of the major powers used them in frontline combat roles throughout the war. The Royal Navy used a bunch of them for shore bombardment that were in range of enemy guns. We used them in the Battle of Jutland, mostly to pad out fleet numbers closer to
They
shore.
had gone.
and
They
then
had
send
gone
them in
from
during light actions.
the pre-dreadnoughts went from the Grand Fleet by 1915, but until 1915 there were at least 3 battle squadrons of pre-dreadnoughts with the High Seas Fleet. Sorry, with the Grand Fleet, I should say.
The High Seas Fleet used them in Jutland, though.
Yeah, but the Grand Fleet
They
did have
used them to pad out their
pre-dreadnoughts.
fleet numbers.
Yeah, the Grand Fleet. Fuck, I can't think today. Sorry. The Grand Fleet had pre-dreadnoughts in it up until basically until the entire Iron Dukes were worked up, and then they dropped them because at that point they had enough dreadnought numbers they felt to just ditch the pre-dreadnoughts entirely. But if we're looking at the Japanese, and you're looking at squaring off against the German fleet, you can't leave. And it's important to bear in mind that Fuji, despite her age, and this is the oldest of the Japanese pre-dreadnoughts, she was built fairly quick for a pre-dreadnought at 18 knots. So speed's not that much of an issue, especially when you consider the slower speed of some of the Japanese dreadnought battleships. I don't know if she got any fire control fits, but even if not, having an extra hull and an extra pair of 12-inch guns is no bad thing.
One
Actually,
question, what do you
hold
mean
on.
by slower speeds of one of the Japanese dreadnoughts?
Oh.
I will point out that on the page here listed, up until you get to Kawachi, no, sorry, Satsuma, Fuji is the fastest class of
Yes.
pre-dreadnoughts.
And Satsuma is basically they're semi-dreadnoughts, but they are definitely closer to actual dreadnoughts, and even then, so 21 knots. Because by
21
Kawachi,
It was-
Kawachi is
yeah,
a
that was-
dedicated
that
dreadnought.
was
It's
their-
still 21
That was their
knots.
trial speed. Their actual
this is what I'm
speed
just
was slower, was about 18 knots on a good day. And the
That's
Kawachi,
still
not-
the thing
could that-
the thing with the
Could that not
Kawachis,
also then be said about stuff like Fuji as well? Like how, like usually the bigger ship with better hydrodynamics usually do maintain a better speed profile.
oh, bear in mind, 18 knots is her
So-
trial speed was actually 19.5 knots. Fuji, so her
Hmm.
service speed was 18. Her trial speed was 19.5.
Hmm.
But yeah, you have to bring everything. You can't. You don't have the luxury to pick and choose. And honestly,
Even then, the Japanese are well, right. Even then, the Germans are doing the same thing, and they still outnumber them.
I no, I know. It's not that they.
We're not saying that it's
Yeah,
going to be a fair fight. It's the only way that the Japanese Navy has a chance of doing anything and possibly winning is luring elements of the fleet out piecemeal and smashing them to pieces, and then running off, and then doing it again and again and again.
You're looking at.
Which is
You're
probably
probably.
what the Fusos.
I would
probably what the
personally
Bongos are
not
doing.
use the pre-dreadnoughts for that. I would use the pre-dreadnoughts as like if they get through us, they're the last line of
Yeah.
defense.
Yep.
Because
What I would say, personally, is I think you've got a fleet structure. If we're doing this, if they're following this plan, the fleet structure would be as follows: you would have a fast wing, which is based around the Congos exclusively. That's your scouting force. That's your Then you've got a fast battle line of 21 knots. This includes the Ibuki class, the 2 Japanese large armored cruisers. It includes the 2 classes of Japanese 12-inch armored cruisers because they can do 21 knots. This includes the second ship of the Satsuma class that has turbines. It includes the Kawachi class if they're on a good day. It includes, and it's led by Fuso because she's the only 14-inch ship in commission by this point. Since it's 1916 we're talking about.
So,
and then you've got a slow force, which is led by the slower of the Satsumas, and includes all of the Japanese pre-dreadnoughts. So you've got a force that will do 18 knots, which is led by Satsuma, a force that will do 21 knots, which is led by Fuso, and a 28-knot force, which is the Kongos. And at that point, you've got a flexibility the High Seas Fleet might not have. If the High Seas Fleet is bringing everything in one force, like we saw this at Jutland, the slower, by dividing their force like this into this structure, which is one of the things the British did at Jutland by breaking down speed regiments and such, the Japanese have gained tactical flexibility. If the commander of any one of those forces ramps up, he's not concerned about leaving any of his ships behind. They can all keep up with that force's top speed. Whereas if the Germans, which the Germans will be following their doctrine, they'll have everything grouped into one force of a type.
Well,
so as they had at Jutland, all of the dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts were in one force. The High Seas Fleet. First scouting group was all the battle cruisers, and the High Seas Fleet had problems even with its dreadnoughts. The Nassaus were actually slowing them down a bit at Jutland. Even the Nassaus and Helgelands with the triple expansion engines were actually a bit of a lag on the High Seas Fleet.
That's what's called Japanese fleet replaces British Grand Fleet sort of thing, or basically Japanese fleet circa 1916 versus German High Seas Fleet in particular.
But yeah, so to wrap up on top of everything we've just said, the only way the Japanese win is if they use Germany's own tactics against them and commit to a slow whittling down of the German fleet over the course of many engagements and a long campaign season. And since we're allowing for that, they also buy time for the other Fuso, Yamashiro, and hopefully, if they're lucky, and the campaign lasts long enough without a major action, the Issei's as well to enter service.
Yeah, I'm just quickly doing some quick calculations here. Give me a moment.
But even then, it's still going to be a tough fight.
They already have the most important warships.
I think tough is an understatement.
Yeah, but there's no.
Just give me a sec.
In a straight fight, it's no contest. It's the Germans just going to win.
Right.
But the thing is, the Germans don't really have anything that can deal with a Congo.
No, they don't really.
Yeah.
Nothing that can keep up with a Congo.
The Congo's 27 knots, essentially a better version of Tiger. I think the German battle cruisers can't deal with her.
This is on paper, yes. In practice, that's not how naval engagements work. If you bang away at something with enough firepower, especially if you're fighting 4 ships against 6, something is eventually going to find a weak point, and then the damage will add up.
Yeah, but
it's
the Congos have at this point better guns, better armor.
Yes,
they're much faster than any of the German ships.
Yeah, but yes, but then they can't stand and fight against First Scouting Group. They're outnumbered. They cannot stand in a gun line and fight First Scouting Group. The British battle cruisers can because they've got a numbers advantage, or heck, even a numbers equivalence would be enough. The Japanese cannot, because any ships that are unengaged are going to have the ability to steadily dial in their gunnery solution and start hammering you. Even if they don't penetrate everywhere, the cumulative damage is going to add up.
Right.
You don't
So,
have to sink a
just
ship
did
to
some very
render it
quick
combat
calculations.
ineffective.
The Japanese have 10 pre-dreadnoughts going back to the Fuji. They don't really dare go back further, because then you get wrought iron clads.
No, you don't. Yeah, pre-dreadnoughts only.
You do. So, Japan has 10 of them versus Germany's 24. Admittedly, the Japanese ones do have bigger guns. The German ones do fire a lot faster. They have 3 modern battleships because I threw the what's it called Satsumas in with the pre-dreads because they're the weird semi-dreads. They've got 8 battle cruisers, including the old ones, as you were saying, versus the German equivalent of 24 pre-dreadnoughts, 18 battleships, and 6 battle cruisers. So technically speaking, if the Japanese do bring the older battle cruisers in as well, they could actually match the Germans' battle cruisers.
Yes, they
Problem
can.
is,
that brings the speed down.
it would slow down. Yeah.
The thing is, while the German ships may not be as armed as heavily as the Congos, they are more heavily armoured. So there is a reasonable chance they can resist the 14-inch guns from certain angles and at certain ranges.
Not really.
Von der Tann took a 15-inch shell to her main armour belt at Jutland and actually survived. It didn't penetrate.
Right, counterpoint, the British shells were... This is a very well-known thing, that at Jutland, British shells were quite bad and were bursting on impact.
Yeah. The Japanese
Hello,
frigates
guy.
14-inch have working shells.
It's... You can't... It's still
We do
4
know the
ships
British
to
shells
6.
were definitely not good.
It's still 4 ships to 6. I can't, in good conscience, with any reasonable metric of what we know about naval warfare...
No, the
give
Japanese
that to
don't have diving shells at this point.
give that to the
That's
Japanese.
right. The issue I can see is, if it's a battlecruiser versus battlecruiser engagement, it's either going to be the Germans allow the Congos to decide the range, and that's so that the Congos can very easily turn into a victory. It's the outrange the opponent's effective fire.
Well, if it's supposed to be a full fleet action, so this is the
Oh,
problem.
what's her name?
Yeah.
This is the problem.
What was
so
the one
if,
that's... What's the one that's the really large armored cruiser, effectively?
So if
The
the
big one that's arguably a battle cruiser.
no, it's not.
But it's a case of there's also like several hours of combat between say at Jutland between the dreadnoughts getting involved and just the battle cruisers.
What's her name? Can you remember? It's the one with like 8.6 inch or something guns.
No, yeah, you're thinking of
I can't remember
Blucher,
her
but
name.
she's long gone.
Blucher.
She's long gone
Is-
by
is she?
1916.
Well, yeah, but I'm just thinking in general.
There was only one of her,
Right.
and she was long gone. She
But yes, I
sunk-
know. I just couldn't remember her actual name.
But it doesn't matter if the... Because I find it doubtful that the Congos could destroy first scouting group, even even if I grant you your idea that they can win a 4-on-6 engagement, which I personally doubt.
I don't necessarily see them winning, but I do see them being able to survive it.
But this is
It's going to be a case of
this is
the
going to be
first
my
scouting
next
group to hold the engagement are either going to have to drop the slower battle cruisers.
Well, no, Foxer, they
Because
don't.
the Congos are 27 knots.
Well, no, Foxer, they're not going to hold the engagement. That's not the point. They don't
That does
have
let
to.
the Congos in, but
They-
it does allow the Congos to control
Well, yeah, but
battle range.
but they're not looking to fight the Congos on their own.
But the Congos are.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and it's a case of the Germans aren't stupid. You don't let a capital ship with bigger guns than you, better fire control than you, and that's faster than you, decide its range and just keep pounding you.
yeah, but no, Foxer, you're not
Because
you've not let me
because it can
finish.
turn-
I hadn't qualified my statement. They're going to withdraw onto the guns of the High Seas Fleet. That will be the plan. Get the Congos to chase them onto the guns of the High Seas Fleet. They're not just going to sit there and be pounded if the Japanese are dictating the range. They're going to attempt to withdraw onto the guns of the High Seas Fleet. This is
But
the
then
point.
nothing happens.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Yeah.
Then the Japanese will just go, nope.
Yeah, but remember, if we're swapping the IJN for the Royal Navy,
Well, yeah.
it not being a decisive engagement and losing battle cruisers is an idea in victory.
Well, yes, I know, but still, it's in effect. Well, but I still. But again, this is
Mowie's question
this
never
is,
said it had to be a Jutland style scenario. It's
yeah.
just
But this is
what would
this is my point. This is if this scenario only works if I give you your if I accept, which I don't accept, but I'm humouring your idea that the Congos can win 4 on 6. I don't believe
but
that.
that's not what Fox is saying. Fox is not saying they will.
I'm not
always
saying
win
they could win a 4 on 6.
What she's saying is
with the
what you need
engagement
to
range
run.
and the combat speed, it's not a 4v6. It's a 3 versus 4 or 4 versus 4.
Because admittedly, Von der Tann is not going to be able to keep up reasonably.
I mean, they're not. I mean, I don't think the Germans will. The Germans can't
And
afford to break
Moltke
up their
might have some
fleet.
issues as well.
The Germans can't afford to break up their fleet. They will.
Well,
They'd
if they realise
rather
they've got a numerical advantage, they might be a bit more willing. But
possibly, but
It's
it
a case
depends.
of, if we go with the Jutland style scenario, if they decide to not break up their battle cruisers, then the Congos win because they've driven the enemy off the field of battle.
Well, they've driven the enemy back to their battle fleet.
Yeah, which is, they've effectively protected and stopped the battle cruisers raiding up and down the coast.
That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to. The German fleet in this scenario is trying to find and sink the Japanese fleet, over against which it has a crushing advantage.
I was just pointing out, so the High Seas Fleet cannot afford to spill up against the Aegean, but they can afford to spill up against the Royal Navy, which did it historically.
No, RBG. I mean, I'm talking about splitting the battle cruisers when they're engaged by the Congos. They won't send the more modern 3 ships tearing off after the 4 Congos. That's just silly.
So it's a case of either
Yeah,
try
basically
and
went over.
press
They
the
would
advantage
rock
of 6 ships, in which case you get the issue of technically it's 6 ships, but 2 to 3 of them aren't combat capable in this encounter because the range is too long and it's too high speed. Which
It's not
4v3
that much of a-
functionally, I give that to the Congos.
Well, yeah, obviously. But I would point
even in
out
a
that
4v4,
the speed
I would
difference
probably
isn't.
still give it to the
It's
Congos.
2 to 3 knots. It's not 4 to
It's
6
right,
3
knots.
it's
knots is a
right.
lot.
It's 2 to 3 knots when the Germans are using English coal.
Yeah, and it's a case of 2 to 3
Which
knots
they will probably have access to
dictated
in
the
this
survival
scenario.
of Tiger and
Will
New
they?
Zealand.
Will they have access to British coal in this scenario?
2 to 3 knots is a lot when you're doing 24 to 27.
Honestly, it's something that might be worth asking Clark about if he.
Yeah,
turns
you'd have
up
to
at some
you'd have to
point, but
wargame it personally to see how it would go.
Either way, yeah, I don't see the Japanese doing very well here.
No, not overall,
Like,
not
they
long
just
term.
don't. They just don't have the numbers.
Like,
and the Germans would be able
the
to keep
Congos,
slowly
like
pressing them
it
in.
is, like it does come down to how the Congos are used. The 4 Congos are
Mhm.
the trump card here.
Honestly, also
They are
honestly,
the.
also Fuso herself would probably be quite useful if
Oh,
she
oh,
could
no,
get
she-
into range.
Oh
If
no!
she actually
Oh
gets
no!
into
She
play.
would be. But the thing is, the 4 Congos are a 4-ship unit of fast, powerful capital ships.
Fox-
Foxo, could you not, please? Could you not, please?
Ah.
Please. Like, this is Fleet's Random Ramblings.
Oh.
It's not. Please do not. Thank you. Yeah, it's the 4 Congos that are going to be the big difference. Right, we've spent a lot of time on that question, and we've come down to a mostly German victory, but with the Congos
Promise
perhaps
we don't
deciding
really
a certain
have-
Actually,
engagement.
here's the thing. Aside from the Bayerns, do you reckon the Congos could solo any German dreadnought?
What do you mean?
Probably.
Is it all 4 of them against 1?
As in,
No, well,
as
as
in
in,
squadron, as in a 4-unit squadron versus a 4-unit squadron.
No. The armored.
Aside
this
from the
is-
Bayerns.
No. From the Kaisers onwards, you're looking at belts of 12 to 14 inches thick across the entire German fleet.
which were penetrated by 13.5s when they did work.
Yeah, the Grand Fleet penetrated those, and the Vickers 14 inches a better gun.
But the reverse is also true. The Germans can hit back hard.
Yes.
They have more guns across their across any of their dreadnoughts that aren't the. So if it's the Helgolands or the Nassau's, yep, the Congos take it. Anything beyond that point, I can't call it. Apart from, if we're talking about the Koenigs will wipe the floor with the Congos.
I
Right.
don't think they do. I'm sorry, I don't see that being the like. Yes, they've got the 10, 12-inch guns, which is 2
They've
more
got
guns.
the best. They've got the
They're
best
also
armor
12.
layout and the thickest armor, and they're
But they're also now 6 knots slower.
yeah. But you asked if an engagement takes place. If an engagement is sought, which is what that was the question. Could they win?
But
I
even when
still-
engagement is sought, the ships, usually with a much greater speed advantage, do have an advantage in this scenario. It is something that you, Drac, Clark, almost everyone in the neighborhood has said, no matter the situation, if it is a 4v4 fight, or what is equivalent to one-on-one ship fight, having the faster speed is an invaluable resource, even in a sought-out fight.
And as Arby points out, the Congos have a significant range advantage. Because those 14s, even in World War One, are very good long-range guns. The 12-inch, it's a good gun
Oh,
if you're at
definitely
knife
not
fighting
bad, but-
ranges.
There's
Well-
a reason why they tried to get to the 15-inch relatively quickly, and when they
Yeah.
realized
Energy retention isn't a 12-inch gun strong suit. As the Americans learned the hard way with the Alaskas.
Yes, has there been any other? I know.
Oh,
or
no,
at least
no,
one
I'm-
or two.
Chris says, "How would super duper duper Agincourt have changed the outcome of the Battle of Jutland?"
Boom.
She explodes. Next, I've got the questions, Dragon. You just keep up with the thing to see if anyone says
There's There's very little being said is the problem.
Yeah, but if questions get asked and we do get into a long tangent, if anyone says anything regarding the tangent, I won't see it because I'll be back up with the questions.
And I'll be playing Pokemon.
Yes, Foxo, precious angel, playing Pokemon. It's adorable.
Yeah,
I was thinking of doing it Subway Surfer style. Just so people don't get bored.
I am not appealing to that generation. I don't want
You
them here.
actively are.
Well, according to Dr. Clark, you are. Because you're the young one of the history tubers.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm part of this whole community now.
Speaking of Clark,
He'll be here. He
you were
always
saying-
is. Oh, for
you
the
were
love
saying,
of Christ!
there's a reason why I actively just said, speaking of Clark.
Oh, for the love of Christ!
You know, please, you really need to get better with your timing.
Now look here, you
Now,
little...
I just heard my name mentioned several times about ship speed and firepower.
Oh no.
I was in the middle of packing stuff.
I am not
That's
to
fine.
blame
And
for
I
this.
hear my name mentioned multiple times, and I realise I am being summoned.
I didn't do this! It's not my fault!
I think
You
you
sure
summoned
believe-
it by being you summoned me by being wrong.
I wasn't wrong! Just a minute! 4 Congos versus 4 Koenigs is the Koenigs fight to lose. They can win that easily.
If they can actually have a fight, yes.
Oh, for the love of... No! Don't come down
What were
on
we just
their
saying about
side again.
speed?
I want to win, goddammit! I want to win one of these
Right,
debates.
I'll give you
Problem
this.
is, let's put it this way. You're kind of... Where are they fighting?
If we assume, say, the North Sea or somewhere,
Then the
Yeah, also-
Congos can run around them ad infinitum and wait till they want to get in range and then duck in and fire. The Congos can always dictate the range to best suit themselves. The Koenigs, yes, if they want to start, if the Congos decide to do the most stupid thing possible and have a slogging match with them, the Koenigs will win. But
Yeah.
but the Congos won't do that because that's presuming the Japanese commander is a moron. So unless Fleet, you are being very, very absurdly racist here,
No, I wouldn't
and
dare!
you are presuming Japanese commanders are morons.
Oh, come on, you're really stacking the
you
deck in
have
my
to give
favour at this
them-
point.
You have to give them the even standard of commander, so they have to have the same quality commander. So they're therefore not a moron, and no moron is going to go, I have battle cruiser. What I will do is stand and fight with 4 battleships in a fair fight.
Oh dear.
Like, I'll give you, the German battle cruisers versus the British battle cruiser. Sorry, not British, but the Japanese one, where it is only 2 or 3 knots difference. That's less important. A 6-knot difference, though.
Yeah, that's kind of dancing away speed. That's a case of, oh, hello, we're gone. Hello, we're gone.
It is just the ultimate form of kiting.
Oh god.
It would just constantly one constant ambush after another as they tried to go away. Now, if you said they were fighting in the Mediterranean, which, let's be honest, is a nice little hole where they can force up. As I was discussing with the French fleet versus the Italian fleet, theoretically, the ideal French fleet I could build yesterday in cruise ships.
I remember that.
If I have enough battleships, I can just push down the Mediterranean and just keep trapping the Italian fleet either against Italy, or if they decide to run away the other side of Italy, I can laugh at them. But that's my criteria. And by the way, that was in a scenario where someone managed to actually get control of France's production of ships fairly early on, and also had the option apparently of guillotining shipyards if they decided to build something different from the plans they were sent.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a bit of... Oh, I was actually about to defend French creativity there. I mean, I'm a Francophile. I'm not that much of a Francophile.
Yeah, I'm glad to know there's limits to the Francophilia you express.
I will stand and die on the hill, on the Hoche Hill, but I have my limits.
Don't worry, we've got the firing squad on standby.
No, it never ends.
Is it
But-
really a hill? Is it more of an ant? It's more of an ant mound, isn't it? Sort of,
Oh no,
maybe call it an ant hill of Hoche.
it's not a hill. It's a 5-star hotel.
Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew
But
that was
and-
coming.
Windover saying, isn't a British Francophile a contradiction of terms?
You'd think so, but no, here I am. ABC,
No,
I
think it's called them
oh,
traitors.
No. Oh no,
Yeah.
here
Oh,
come the
God, don't-
I
memes.
think it's called.
Here come the
I think it's called an
memes.
Agnavin.
Here come the memes. Great,
Oh,
fantastic.
Brackman actually has a question. Useful.
What would... Oh, wow, we actually missed that one. What would happen if
Yes,
the
yes, we
nations today get their respective navies from 1940 in addition to their actual navy? Currently. Also, same scenario, but all ships with large historical significance that don't exist anymore today, so no Mikasa or Constitution or Wasp. I don't get the second part of that section, so question, so you'll have to rewrite that because I don't quite understand.
Can you
what
repeat the
mean there.
question?
So the first part is fairly straightforward. What would happen
Right,
if
a
the
free steal?
nations today get their respective navies from 1940 in addition to their actual navy currently? That's the first part of that question, and that's
So the
fairly
ships from
easy to
1940
understand.
materialize today.
Yeah. Same,
Free
but
steal.
Well, the British government would have a panic attack at paying that bill.
Happy Indian shipbreaking noises?
probably.
Definitely.
Well, first
Um,
off, it would be a well, first off, there's one ship they can't scrap. Warspite's going to find a nice berth somewhere because
No.
scrapping her
With what
is,
money?
No.
With
The
what money?
nicest way, it doesn't take money. There'll be one Drakenafel standing on her with every weapon in his collection, going, "Touch her and I kill you!" Oh!
A lot of naval historians.
I would also point out that Shin's-
just on a case of right, rotate her main guns.
I would
anyone
also-
who comes near.
I would also point out that since they're arriving in their 1940 configuration, Warspite will be operable. So actually moving her to her location won't cost that much. It's literally, at the present moment, the only money is finding a berth for her. That's the
Yeah.
only upfront cost you've got to pay at that point. The only costs that come later are actually maintenance.
Maintenance.
Actually, as it stands,
My
this is
def-
the...
my entire desire is going to be my problems are going to be picking which tribal I defend and which carrier I defend.
I'm sorry, why would you defend a carrier when Hood's back?
Cossack or
The-
Eskimo, I'd have to argue over.
But
The sexy
I'm
ship
actually the guy
hasn't
who wrote the book on
Oh.
tribal class destroyers, so that's gonna definitely say.
there is one
And-
funny thing I've just realised.
As lovely as Hood is, I am also my PhD was on development of naval aviation in the 1920s and 30s. So there are certain aircraft carriers which I would really like, and I think in the end I'd probably go for Illustrious, and probably to make sure I got her, I would. Let's be honest. Let's just bring out the big guns. I'd stick my mother and my aunts aboard her because no one is going to survive what they will do to people.
I
mean,
actually...
seriously, if you want to see entire forces of people stripped of all emotional resilience, you just have that group of lovely ladies sitting there, give them tea and buns, and tell them they can critique people. There will not be anyone who can come within a mile of that ship without being torn to shreds and running away in tears, crying.
There's also
Renown
one other.
appearing again
There's,
would also be
there's
gorgeous.
also one other bonus. That,
Renown is otherwise known as my destroyer leader for the tribal class, so
Yeah.
I'm taking her and tribals.
oh,
I'm shepherding
there's
it all
also
away.
there's also something funny that I would like to draw everyone's attention to.
Mm.
It's the present day. A bunch of usable
Tomahawks.
15-inch, 5-inch, and other guns, along with a bunch of other guns, have arrived in the various navies of the world. The navies, if they are scrapping a large portion of these ships, although some will be preserved, have received a good stock of ammunition and barrels that can be used to blow things up a distance away that they're not going to use. And there happens to be a conflict going on right now that, that they're currently short of the ability to lob shells a certain distance. And I think, personally, that a large proportion
There
of...
is a small problem with that idea of supplying that level of stuff to Ukraine. Fleet. As much as it sounds very cool, you also have to remember the Soviets. Russia probably gets the Soviet fleet back.
Oh
Yes,
no,
they
the
would.
Ganguts are gonna be bombarding Ukrainian shore. Oh god, that... Oh,
And that's going to
1940.
happen a lot quicker than anything else will be dredged up and got back together.
Yeah, that's actually
Um,
bad, because the Russians will have a Gangut in the Black Sea. And that'll be a ship
Also,
they...
you have to deal with what would China's reaction be to the 1940 Japanese fleet suddenly appearing.
Oh my god! Japan has carriers.
No, not just Japan has carriers. Japan has super battleships.
No, it's 1940.
It was 1940. Is Yamato? It
No.
was Yamato still in
Late
construction?
41 she
Yes,
arrived.
still under construction. December 1941.
So I guess
So first things first, Japan being Japan, they are very likely going to remove the carriers from existence with all prejudice, because Japan will want to avoid
the helicopter carriers.
accusations.
Well,
Well,
it's
they,
the fleet.
they're actually built. No. Let's be honest. We're talking about current Japan, which has F-35B escort carriers.
Well, yeah. Think about
In
it.
a nice
Fleet.
way, Japan is getting back in the carrier business simply because they have got threats close by and they need that kind of capability.
Yeah, Fleet, think about it. Why would you have... Japan wouldn't have any carriers with this fleet. They would have large, very large super destroyers.
You just
No,
gave me the horrific- you just gave me the horrific
honestly,
idea
the,
of
the funniest thing about this...
The interesting thing, I'm just sort of looking at the Discord chat. Arnat has put the Chinese reaction to the Japanese battle fleet would probably be do they outrange anti-ship missiles? No, happy propaganda time it isn't. You have to remember just how strong the history of the Sino-Japanese War is still in the Chinese psychology of how they evaluate the world, of how they look at the world, of their lens of world view, and how
Yeah.
much of a trauma it was for them, and is still a big part of their psychological makeup. No, having that fleet back, China might try to propaganda time, but they'll also probably try to blowing it up time.
Or they might make stringent demands in the UN that fleet be scrapped immediately.
They probably would do, but the trouble is, then people would say, well, if the Japanese one is to be scrapped immediately, so must the Russian.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
And the Americans probably don't mind about theirs being scrapped immediately, but, the whole thing is, it would create a massive issue.
Yeah.
And
the
we haven't even got the funniest one yet.
What?
What's the funniest one in 1940 appearing?
The French getting the Dunkirks back?
No, that's not funny. I quite like the Dunkirks. They're quite cute.
Is it the pride of a nation?
Not the
A beast
Italians
made
getting the
escape.
Torrios back. It's not the Germans suddenly finding.
Yavuz is
themselves
back!
possessing battleships.
Yavuz is back in Turkey! Yes,
Yeah.
back!
That would be a meme.
Turkey's got a battlecruiser again, but there's also someone else who's got a whole load of ships they're not sure what to do with.
Oh, the Argentinians,
number one.
Brazilians, and the Chileans have got their battleships back.
Oh yes, but you're still missing the funniest one. The funniest government to actually get these ships delivered.
Poland?
No,
No.
Australia will suddenly have
Really?
county class cruisers again.
Bonza, mate.
Also, what's called
Look,
Leslie
think
and
about the Australian government and how they're going to deal with that. I mean, the British government will be laughable. The Australian government will be apoplectic.
Yeah. But yeah, that's basically.
Admittedly, though, they finally have some ships which are big enough to be able to take that mast they've built.
Leslie, but
the-
the treasurer will be seen going for a long walk off a short pier.
Yeah. The funny thing here is in terms of because some of these ships are arriving virtually intact, in terms of fresh out. Some of these ships are fresh out of the yards. So a lot of the Flower class corvettes and other hulls, so things of that nature, so the corvettes, the sloops, etc., especially some of the newer built ones, one or two will no doubt be preserved, but a lot of those hulls are actually, if you take them into a yard, rip off the armament, put a mod marine diesel in, you can use that as a small tramper, fishing vessel, etc. Like, there's a lot of reuse there, so there's a lot of resale potential.
Yes, because those vessels are in a huge demand at the moment in current climate, aren't they? That's why the yards which build them are doing so well and not going bankrupt.
But okay, fair enough. Those aren't particularly good examples, but I was just fishing vessels are
You
still
want to
needed.
try for some good examples?
I suppose I'd better go for the $1 million question, hadn't I? So in terms of larger combatants, Ark Royal. Ark Royal as a carrier, she's not the largest by present day standards, but she would make a fairly good stand-in for a helicopter carrier for the RN. If a little bit of rebuilding work was done. She can't take F-35s, her deck's not strengthened for it. But she could probably take Merlins and other helicopters.
Yes, it is.
I mean, couldn't
Her flight deck's a strength deck.
yeah, and also couldn't
Her
the
Ark Royal,
converted
the flight deck's the strength deck. It could be strengthened to take F-35s.
Fair enough.
and couldn't the converted merchant carriers in the from the Falklands also carry them? So they could carry.
They can carry
Harriers as well?
Harriers. Not F-35s. F-35s burn hotter and are slightly different stresses, but basically you need to reinforce her flight deck, but her flight deck is a strength deck, so it can be done. Whereas if you're talking about ships like a lot of the American carriers, where their flight decks are not their strength deck, they are basically, their flight decks are superstructure. Their hangars and flight decks are superstructure rather than part of the hull.
Well, the Americans aren't looking to keep any of their
That's far more
carriers.
difficult.
Yeah, the Americans won't keep any of their carriers anyway, apart from perhaps Enterprise, which will be preserved.
Yes.
Maybe you might get the original trio, so you might get Enterprise, Wasp, and Ranger preserved as three unique examples of carriers that had long service lives. Those three are the only ones I can
And
see
you're
being
suggesting
preserved.
Lexington and Saratoga won't deserve preserving?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm forgetting the big two. You're quite right. Lexington and
But
Sarah will be
wouldn't
preserved.
Saratoga be big enough that they could be realistically be rebuilt to
Why
be a
bother?
good small carrier?
The US doesn't need small carriers. The US doesn't operate small carriers. They operate LHDs for that role if they need them, and if they need
And
a carrier.
LHDs aren't small carriers either, because A, they're LHDs, but B, have you seen the size of the American ones?
Yes, I
Yeah.
know. Just roll with me here, Dr. Clark. I'm just saying
In
why.
the nicest way, it's when someone tells me the Americans operate small carriers, I go, it's 50,000 tons. Small carriers is 20,000 tons. Not 50,000 tons.
The real,
sorry.
It might be small for you, for everyone else, that's a standard carrier.
Sorry, because you
The
just
real-
mentioned that, Clark, you just remind me, this means Burns back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Burn can plague the French Navy again.
oh yeah, Bairn's back. I mean, I love Bern, bless her, but I've had my estimation of her kind of annihilated by Dr. Clark.
Oh,
and then,
I love
and then,
Bern.
and
He's
then,
useless now.
and then, my estimation of her was already somewhat sinking, and then Drax showed up with Warspite and delivered the coup de grace last Saturday with his video on Bern. So Bern is.
I still think he held his punches.
No, he did, but it still was enough to put it down.
Hello, Bistron.
Bern may actually be preserved. Bern may be preserved as a unique example of French carrier
We always
aviation.
need examples of what not to do.
The
That's
Dun-
what, but it's France. They don't have a habit of keeping around their mistakes.
I think the Italians will grab one of the Littorios and will replace all its secondaries with Ottomolera 76s.
honestly,
what was
honestly,
the French cruiser that they had until recently.
honestly,
Can't
the
remember
French,
her
the French and Italians may actually. The funny thing is that if they're offered a pair, especially for the French, if they're offered a pair of extremely fast capital units to do presence missions and support French operations overseas, which the French do like to do in the form of Dunkirk and Strasbourg, the French may
Oh,
operate.
they'll take them. They'll use them.
Yeah, the French will operate Dunkirk and Strasbourg until they are run down, and then they'll cannibalize one to keep the other going.
Honestly, they won't need to. Just think about the size. This is the trouble when you look at the size of those ships with the automation technology and systems we have today, and how much we could automate those ships and how much we could.
They're also laid out
Modify
really
their
well for
crew
modern
requirements.
upgrades. They're also laid out
We
really well
could-
for modern upgrades.
Yes, they're really upgrade. In a nicest way, it's like the Royal Navy could take King George V, and they could put that would be available roughly then, and they could put what's that around 1940 it was, and they could definitely fit that with gas turbines. They could change that around very quickly.
I mean, the real sad thing, of course, is we know what's going to happen to every single ship that returns to Germany in 1940, because the German government does not like any symbols of Nazism appearing. So Scharnhorst and Gneisenau will be off to the breakers with immediate effect. Sadly, because that's the way the German government works.
For good riddance, though.
Maybe not though.
Oh?
They could always sell them, and there are people who would be willing to buy them.
I could see some rich American wanting to buy one of them for a museum.
Potentially, but also there are places like India,
Yeah, that's possibly.
which would be interested in that kind of firepower and that kind of status asset. And there's China itself.
Have we just restarted battleship construction across the world by
No.
bringing these ships back?
No.
I don't know.
You wouldn't be building any new
Battleships
battle.
firmly obsolete. They're just good status
Well, the
symbols.
thing is, they're obsolete, but are they obsolete?
The large surface combatant isn't, and these are large surface combatants. That they are
Someone
just
say
here now.
missiles?
No,
But
Yeah.
missiles.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, as you've been talking about in the Red Fleet program, etc., you can take off guns and replace them with a lot of missiles. And if
Yeah.
you consider the shaping and size of spaces allocated to battleship guns, especially if you're talking about traditional battleships, and you consider the kind of space you needed for a hypersonic missile to be properly installed, well, if you were taking off, let's say, the rear turret of I don't know, an Iowa class, or something like, or a South Carolina, North
Eh,
Carolina. I mean.
Okay,
you
this
could come make quite a lot of missiles.
it really depends on the timeline, especially because the problem with, like, let's say the what you might or like the Albany class, for example, based off the Baltimore's, you really need to have a massive reconfiguration because while there's the barbettes and sort of depth space, which you might call, or the term would be deck penetration. It's not right for this case, but turrets, especially for let's say, like a 15-inch gun on Vanguard or whatever. The difference between that and Talos, for example, is that you need a lot of verticality because of the factory production line that you need to do for Talos. So it might
Yeah, but
be
we're
a thing.
talking about ships from 1940 appearing today.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
Today's missiles going into that space.
that would
So
basically
under
require.
that scenario, that's a lot easier for us because we don't have those production lines like they did with that conversion. You're quite right. And I presume you've been around Albany. I think it's Albany, the preserved one, where you can see the production line and literally the sheer amount of space it's taken up in the ship.
Yeah, there is no.
And it's
I
just-
think it's Little Rock. It's not in Albany,
Look,
but
yeah.
but yes. The
Brain,
thing.
brain mildly dying. I've been packing boxes all day, so please excuse the brain. Okay, I'm packing up a moving house, so my brain is terrible.
Understandable, but like this is particularly something I've actually been kind of interested in, mainly because hi, I'm a Raytheon shill. But
More than that.
the problem with that, or at least for the modern period, is it's a lot easier than like doing a Baltimore to Albany or even Boston really, but I think the biggest problem would be the amount of random electricity or like random voltage you can consider.
Yeah.
You are going to have to do, as I already mentioned with the King George V, you're going to have to do a complete power plant refit. That's
Yep.
the first thing. That's the thing you're going to have to do. But in return, you can get a King George V.
The
if
only
you've
nations
got
I
that,
could
that's a lot of capabilities which are useful.
the only nations I can see really considering this, especially since they're arriving today, right now, the only nations I can see really considering this are, well, A, the Italians, because, well, they're the Italians, they're probably going to take one of the Littorios and do funny things to it anyway. The French,
fun.
the French with the Dunkirks, because, well, they're the French, and you've just handed them a pair of basically brand spanking new capital ships with fresh
Actually,
machinery.
You've got more than that fleet. You've got Richelieu. Richelieu's finished in 40.
Oh, yes, so she is.
They've
Yeah,
got three.
Really, the biggest problem would be just the sheer amount of missiles you'll need in them.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
nations do not have the capabilities to just, in theory you can pack the missiles, but
You
the
might
inventory
box,
is for something
box
like-
Exocet.
John Bart's launched, but she's not finished.
Sierra, what about removing a
Yep.
what about box Exocet? Because that would, or box Harpoon, or just something cheap and
It's-
simple.
Yeah, I guess, but like that's the equivalent of like Hilux or like Hilux having an HMG. And it's like this is a critical mission capable system. It's not.
No, you're not.
particular-
In nicest way, you're gonna do it properly. If you're gonna keep them, you're gonna do it properly. And let's be honest, most of the destroyers, most of the ships are going completely off to the breakers' yards. Some
Yeah.
are going to museums. If you want, there are ones you're going to keep. You're going to keep in service. You're keeping in service for a reason. For Britain, yes, theoretically, an armored carrier or Ark Royal could be used as a carrier, but you've got the Queen Elizabeth's.
Yeah, this is the thing. I'm
To justify it's gonna-
struggling.
For the British, having another capital ship, though, could be useful, and King George V is around. And is brand new at this point, and you could do things with her.
You're not going to use Hood,
And you
because
can
Hood's
do-
off to being preserved. You're not going to use Warspite, because
if you're
Warspite's
lucky.
off to be preserved. Because no,
Yes.
Hood-
Do we have
Hood-
someone that can birth Hood anymore?
actually, we do have.
Again, just leave that to Drakenafel. He will
I'm-
get it built.
I'm
Or
pretty sure
build it
Newcastle.
himself in 10
If-
hours.
This might be slight personal bias, but I'm pretty sure Newcastle still has a large number of the old dockyards that are still functional.
It wouldn't
They just
surprise
haven't
me if
been used
Newcastle.
in like 20 years.
It wouldn't surprise me if Newcastle would be the place selected to birth, to have a northern branch of the Fleet Museum, based around Warspite and Hood.
Hold on.
We could definitely. I'm pretty sure we could definitely fit Warspite.
There is
Hood
no
on
way
this
they're
one.
getting both Warspite and Hood.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Hold
no
on, I
place
gotta
in
get the
Portsmouth
actual
for either of them.
specifications on What the fuck? Wait a minute.
They can
Imagine
have a
trying to-
carrier, but they're not getting Warspite and Hood, because Warspite is going to sit with Victory and Warrior.
Fair enough.
Almost certainly.
Right.
They will
Imagine
make
trying
it.
to
They will
get.
make something for that.
Imagine trying to get
In
Hood down the
nicest
River
way,
Thames.
we will move the Queen Elizabeth class carriers for Warspite to sit there.
She's earned
I mean
it.
Hood.
No,
Put Hood in the
Warspite.
River Thames.
You-
Well, just opposite Belfast.
No,
Okay,
no, she'll
here's-
take Belfast Place.
No,
Nah,
opposite Belfast.
You can't take Belfast
Because-
from a place of honour.
Yeah, the area
You can
Belfast
swap
is too
Belfast
short.
out for the newer Belfast, so you don't have the problem with the hull.
Yeah, because we now have two Belfasts. We now have two Belfasts. There's two of them. Oh no, wait, no, we don't, because Belfast is in 1940 is currently in dry dock with her hull shattered.
Yes, but you said you get the fleet from 1940.
Yes, that's true. but she's in.
If you really want to, you can swap with HMS Edinburgh and just call her Belfast.
Oh, that'd be fun. I mean, that's kind of honestly that is.
Why did you do the fusion dance?
Are there any cruisers we'd keep and convert into destroyers or quasi-destroyers, given they have the same displacement as modern destroyers nowadays?
Not really. Think about the conversion you have to go through to turn a cruiser into a modern destroyer. I'm told that there are the Australians. They might do that with some of their counties, but that's actually because they finally have something which can take them their sodding great big mast.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Can the Australians? I mean, the Australians might keep one as a prestige
New Zealand
ship.
gets HMS Achilles.
Oh, that's funny. That's very, very
New Zealand
funny.
suddenly, let's be honest, the New Zealand Navy will
Oh,
suddenly
that's
exist
good.
again in actual full force, whereas now they're down to just a couple of frigates
That's
and some
very
very good
funny.
sport ships and very interesting little ships. They suddenly have a sort of squadron of cruisers.
That's very, very funny. That's what that is.
New Zealand government will not know what to do with them.
Oh.
Here's a very random and computer engineering. My brain is cooking right now.
Oh no.
So hold on. What's the do you know how much voltage or like electricity does the Iowa class turrets take?
I'm not aware. Sounds like a fair amount.
I should point out we have a Newcastle, a Leslie in the chat who's explaining that there are a few dry docks without gates on the Tyne ready and happy to help.
Are
Oh.
you saying that we should coup
Yeah.
them or like perhaps do a partial military
Yeah,
takeover?
I'm sorry, Eze. That would require us to give Hood to the Scots.
No,
And the
right,
chances the
A,
Scots
I-
run off if they have to go independent.
I don't
Like,
think
can't
Hood would
have
fit.
that.
No. Hood wouldn't fit, I don't think, on the Tyne. But some of the older stuff might.
You're
correct me if I'm
underestimating
wrong,
the sheer size of the Tyne and the stuff that has
Right,
fitted on
no,
there.
I'm
in
not
the
underestimating. I'm more.
past.
No, what I'm. Fleet, as someone who lives there and has actively walked around it, I'm not. I also just know Hood is long. Real long. And I'm not sure if many
Hood
of those
gets
still left.
Glasgow. Hood gets Glasgow.
They're not a bad idea,
Just
actually.
moor her off Merseyside near Wirral.
Well, you can't moor her. You have to actually. You can't moor her off somewhere. She has to be up against a.
And why are you
Dockside.
calling it Wirral? Wirral?
I don't know.
Yeah. Hood
RPG
is
makes a
saying
good
Hood-
point.
I've got a
Hood-
family member with
Hood
a
is saying
speech
Hood goes
impediment
to
who lives
Clyde.
there.
RPG has made an excellent point.
Also, my
Um,
family used to come. My dad's family lived in Liverpool, and I used to date a girl who was a plastic scouser who was from the Wirral. So it's sort of a case of I've always been taught Wirral, and any other pronunciation got me in trouble. So I was very interested to hear someone with a different pronunciation.
I see. RPG has made an excellent point. There will be a massive glut of pre-atomic steel on the market now.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's going to make Geiger counters cheaper.
Honestly, something that would be interesting is the Germans were
going to have
free
an interesting
dreadnoughts,
effect on
especially
cat
Holstein.
scans as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Cat scanners.
That's good. That's very good, actually. That'll make those cheaper, which is fantastic. That's always good.
I feel like I think the main role of this would be finally getting our, at least for battleships. Here's kind of my crackhead idea.
Oh boy,
What if
Sierra's
we-
got a crackhead idea.
What if we introduce gun launched missiles
Oh no.
back again? So if you are unaware, there's a thing called Zeus, which was a saber-bladed guided missile for 8-inch guns. If you ever seen what was that one? The USS Kentucky and World of Warships. It's like
Mhm.
quad
Oh,
8-inch guns, I think.
Yeah.
Anyways, the thing with that was that it was supposed to be for anti-air duties. I have no idea what a World of Warships does with it because I don't. It's Illinois. Yeah, it's Illinois. I don't
USS
play World
Illinois.
of Warships. So I don't know.
She literally just has quad Des Moines turrets with the autoloaders.
They're incredibly inefficient. So is a battleship. So I don't. I'm here salvaging what would probably be the best idea in terms of actually trying to get
I
the
think
electricity.
I think what you're doing, I think you are trying to think about using the systems. And I think literally what you would have done, and I know you can do this in the King George V design because of the way they're designed. And I'm fairly sure you can do this as the American ships. I'm not so sure with some of the French designs, but they sound impossible. You definitely can't do it with the German ships as well, because the German ships had all sorts of designed by committee decisions which were very weird in their construction, which made things. They were the thing is, if you want a really good ship on paper, the Germans do produce a really good ship on paper, and then you actually try and operate the thing, and you realise it's had about a bajillion different committees, all with their own version of a ladle, and each committee's fighting over which way the ladle will go, and all the various committees are in the pot, and it's gone completely weird. That's the fun thing of the German design system. But the British and the American ships are able to be upgraded. And they are designed with some perspective on upgrading. So first thing you want to do is upgrade the power plants. And you're going to change over to an electric system. So probably you end up putting a Queen Elizabeth style power system into the King George V. That's the first thing you probably do. And once you've done that, and you're putting in the power system, putting through new power cables, etc., you're going to put in a new CIC. You're going to put in new command and control systems, all those things. You're probably going to be able to mount a very decent radar. Let's be honest. If you put a Type 45 radar suite on top of a King George V, it would have a pretty good field of view.
Could it survive the shock of the main guns going off?
It probably could if you put enough distance from the front guns. You could design it to take that, and you're going to be able to alter stack things and all sorts of stacks and all sorts of things. But your main thing is going to be, what are you going to replace the 5.25-inch guns with?
Single 4.5?
What are you going? Probably something, or maybe 5-inch. Maybe just go replace them with some 5-inch and some close-in weapon systems and those sort of things. But basically, what you'll do is you'll turn the aft into a missile farm, and probably, or maybe even some part of the center as well into the missile farm, because it depends what you do with the hangar.
Basically,
scenario. You might want to move your helicopter operations, actually try and operate from the center of the ship, or which you can do. It wouldn't be the first time the British have worked out the idea of operating helicopters from the center of a ship. Or you could try and move it aft, and then rejig the aft more heavily.
I mean,
It would be a good 18 months' work in a yard.
But what I can see is that if they do this one ship could give Britain the surface anti-ship missile punch as a fleet we currently lack.
It could also give Britain that third capital ship unit that when one of the carriers isn't available because one's damaged and one's elsewhere, one was in refit, one's damaged, and you need to deploy something heavy, the invisible, you go, well, yes, we're deploying to King George V.
Would we rename it King Charles III, since it's, the first
No, we'd leave it as King George V. We usually name it after the monarchs, the previous monarchs anyway.
If anything, you might.
And
I would say you have Queen Elizabeth II, but we've already got a Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth, so we're not going to have a Queen.
Yeah, but
Queen Elizabeth. There's a
to
King
point out,
coming in as a submarine, which is the complication. As a
we
submarine, but she hasn't yet entered service, so you could probably modify. You could probably play around with that.
Go on,
You about to say something there, Hood?
I was going to add on before people pulled but she was already named Elizabeth. She's named for Elizabeth I, not the second.
But
the other complications.
Queen Elizabeth II would just be too complicated having a fleet.
The other complications. It was that there's the QE2, which again, not a military ship. However, also not named for the second monarch, named as the second ship bearing the name Elizabeth.
Yeah, which is just
Cunard,
yes.
Whilst the first ship was still technically in service for them.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
And they specifically went with the Arabic numerals instead of the Roman numerals, purely to differentiate between this is the second ship of the ship line, not named for the monarch.
To two amusing ones that would appear is HMS Centurion and HMS Iron Duke make a reappearance.
That
Mhm.
Iron Duke's going to be preserved.
Like-
Absolutely, Iron Duke is going to definitely. I mean, first of all, she's going to be preserved
She's
in her.
not exactly in her World War One Jutland configuration, so
No,
she's
she-
gonna need
no.
some work.
No, but honestly, I'd say preserve her in that configuration for the basic reason that what better way to show off a lot of the different weapon systems used by the Royal Navy during the Second World War, and given the issues with retention we're currently having, and the lack of general public knowledge about the need to train up crew and how important that role is, what better example as a museum ship of how important this role is and how we shouldn't neglect it than a battleship-sized training vessel that can not only serve as an example of as a historical example of how important the Royal Navy used to take this role, but also of a lot of the different varied weapon systems used by the Royal Navy during the period from 1914 through to the end of the Second World War.
Now try and put that in an argument which the purist who is trying to sell their image of a museum creator is going, likely going to accept. Because don't take this the wrong way, and I love working with museums. But whenever I come across a museum, and every sim curator comes in, and they always have a vision of what period they want this ship to show, and they want it to be pure to that period. And let's be honest, if she's there, she's going to be, well, whilst Warspite's also a survivor of World War One Jutland, she's in her World War Two form, and no one's going to change her back from that. Whereas, let's be honest, Iron Duke's probably the easiest to change back to her Battle of Jutland form. So the curator in charge of her is probably going to be a World War One focused, and that's going to be their obsession.
Yeah, well, it was a nice hope.
Add a point. The Dreadnought class is going to be King George VI. So if King George V is in service, maybe we change it to King George VI, but probably leave it as King George V. And probably King George VI doesn't come into service.
Possibly.
Because again, the same reason you don't want two ships called Queen Elizabeth, you don't want two ships called King George.
Yep.
Especially
they can always follow the naming convention of the Edward VII.
Not a bad idea, yeah.
I think they probably go with.
I mean, like rename them for the Edward VII. Edward VI. Like pre-dreadnoughts, the last ones that we commissioned.
I could do. But I think probably they. I wouldn't be surprised if HMS Centurion gets her name transferred. Because that's sort of the right sort of ballywhack of names for what they're considering what they're calling the SBNs, Dreadnought, Valiant, Warspite. Let's be honest, Centurion fits with that theme.
So just to wrap up,
I'm very curious where all these museums are getting the money for all these potential ships, admittedly. But
thing is,
we have billionaires in the world called Gates and Musk and all these things.
And I would also point out,
like naval history.
Dragon, that a lot of given a lot of the state that these ships will be arriving in, aka capable of moving under their own power, possibly fueled, the cost to actually move them to their berths, you're looking at very small upfront
Your major
costs.
expense is going to be finding people who are steam turbine qualified.
Yeah,
Who can run the turbines.
but in terms of actual short-term expense, you're not looking at that much.
I'm more thinking long-term.
Oh no, long-term, yeah, but in terms of actually getting, the thing is, the biggest hurdle is getting them preserved, getting them a berth, getting them preserved. It's very hard to argue for the scrapping of a historical icon, even as costs rise. But
Right,
it's
I would
very.
say there's a counterpoint there of that fact that has happened multiple times throughout history, unfortunately.
Well, yes, but as history advances, our desire to preserve it has also increased.
Right. our desire, yes.
No, generally, humanity's
The
desire.
government's
Well, I don't think
maybe
anyone's.
not so much.
I don't think anyone's arguing that the government is going to stump up for any of these ships because they're not. Don't think anyone's.
But then you're
making
gonna have to
that
find
argument.
a lot of private groups to do so.
Yeah,
Well,
but
yes.
the issue is a lot of people don't give a shit.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I do
it's-
think you are slightly overestimating how many people do care fleet, as much as that saddens me. I would love to see all these different ships preserved. That would be wondrous, but the sheer fact that what's called India offered Hermes back, and offered it at a reasonable rate, and the government said, "Yeah, no, we're not going to do that."
Yeah.
And considering how well they're also saying about HMS Bristol currently, well, it doesn't have
But that-
quite the same historical value. It's still something that people are trying to get preserved, and the government are trying to inch slowly more towards, can we please just get rid of it already?
Look, I do agree. Governments seem to know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. I think that's been a perennial problem with governments for a long, long time. But I think also, in the terms of these ships, especially appearing right now with World War II history being what it is, and I would say the question again was phased right now. So, with Rishi Sunak having just recently managed to make the big boo-boo of not staying around for the entire D-Day celebrations, like everyone sensible was telling him to do, and British governments never reacting, always overreacting, like most democratic governments seem to do these days. Let's put that in that context. What do you think happens?
They might try and use it as a bit of a what's called popularity.
Yeah,
booster, but
and suddenly it's going to become an election thing of we're preserving these ships, and then Labour's going to back it up, and basically, whilst the rest are going to be scrapped, those will be preserved, and once they're preserved and in the hands of the museums,
they're not going
then
to
as
want to
long
let
as
it go.
the museums aren't going to want them to go, they're going to hopefully get tourism revenue, have people coming to visit them, etc. And it will be about 20 odd years till the expense really starts to bear in, at which point it's going to be a issue for anyone to try and do nasty things to them.
Then they've been
Just-
there for a long time. Now you actually have the expense of getting it out of there.
Yes. And you have the expense of explaining to the public and everything why this lovely shit that was preserved is now going.
Especially one that missed its chance to be preserved the first time through short-sightedness. Yeah.
yeah, but
And
but
let's
you
be
have to
honest, the Cornish would probably fight tooth and nail to have Warspite, because they liked Warspite being in Prussia Cove. And they would love Warspite to be back in Cornwall, because they decided that's where she obviously wanted to stay.
The spirit of Warspite said, "This is where I'm staying. I'm
Yes.
not leaving here."
hmm
You can't make me. And they couldn't, they had to disassemble her on site.
Yep. And of course, if she comes back and 20 years down the line, someone tries to scrap her, I know a certain naval historian who'll be sat on the bridge with a cutlass, a full suit of armor, and possibly some black powder weaponry going, try and take her.
From your cold, dead body.
Well, not me, but Drac.
How many people do you think
that's
it- like-
that's what Drac will be saying. Try and take her from your cold, dead body. If we
How many
know if
people do
it
you
is
think it
cold,
takes
dead
to
body,
man a
it'll be
15-inch
yours
gun?
for trying to take it off him.
Just before, I would like to wrap up this question quickly and move on, but we did touch upon something kind of funny previously, which was the whole impact on
Non-nuclear steel.
Oh, actually, well, no. Before we get to the Ukrainian war, Prime Narwhal makes an excellent point. USS Arizona can be moored behind herself. What a poignant tribute!
That's true.
What a poignant
That would be a
tribute!
point tribute. I have a scary tribute for you. There'll be 2 USS Texases. It'll be Texas squared.
Oh dear. I mean, of course, I
And one will be in fully working condition.
Well, the Texas Coast Guard is going to probably get hold of that operational ship because, well, they'll probably want to. Especially given everything that's currently going on in Texas, they'll probably want.
Sorry, just the idea of now. So can we have that? The U.S. Coast Guard to them. So can we have our coastal defense battleship, please?
Well,
Again, all the Norwegians would have all their ships back.
oh yeah,
Mhm.
the Norgs and the.
Assholes. So
Yeah.
the Swedish.
Oh,
And the
okay.
Finns,
The
they
Swede.
have all
Okay,
their ships back.
the Swedes will definitely be preserving Asferia. That's not up for debate. The Swedes will find the money to preserve the
You
ship
say
that
they'll
bears.
be preserving it. I say they'll be using it.
But okay, well, I mean, one of the most poignant things I can think of in this timeline would probably be, given how close we are to, I think it's 85 years since Pearl Harbor, or something like that. If those
Yeah.
ships arrive now, it would be very poignant, to actually have all of the standards and the Japanese carriers in Pearl Harbor for the anniversary of Pearl Harbor.
It's 83 years.
Yeah, but still,
Look, please,
to-
I don't think anyone wants a reenactment of Pearl
no,
Harbor.
not reenactment, but to have the the Japanese Self-Defense Force carriers of the Pearl Harbor Force and the standards and the other ships that were in Pearl
that
Harbor.
sounds like a lovely idea for a historian. I think for any veterans involved, that sounds like a nightmare.
Well,
A minor one is the Dutch get De Ruyter and such back, which could be neat just to see them.
no, they get one of their funny coast defense ships back as well, which is kind of funny.
Well, yeah, they get the whole thing back, but like De Ruyter's actually a quite cute little ship, honestly.
Dry dock bingo chart.
Japanese.
Hang on, don't the Greeks get their battleships back as well?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they would.
They get there
Unfortunately,
too.
Spain doesn't get any Espanias back.
Yes, they do.
Because they're all
oh no,
dead
yeah,
by
they're all.
no, they don't.
Oh yeah,
they're
they're all
dead by
gone.
this point.
Oh.
They're all sunk.
Good.
Good. The last one was sunk on a mine in 37.
The Russians get the Soviet fleet back, and not many show up in Ukrainian ports. For example, there's currently a fully armed and fueled Gangut sitting in Sevastopol, which is a problem.
Oh no, because wasn't one of the big Russian base where they thought them all when they're not at wartime was Mykolaiv?
No, the Ganguts were
It was
the
Crimea.
the Black Sea Gangut was always in Sevastopol. She was always there.
Okay, 'cause I thought their big shipyard was Mykolaiv, where they did all the maintenance.
Oh, the
Shipyard,
shipyard
yes.
was, but the
Port, dockyard, not, no, it was Sevastopol.
Okay.
So the ships would be built there, but then they'd be based out. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the problem
It's kind
is
of the
that
difference between Chatham and Rosyth.
the funny.
Whereas you have Devonport and Portsmouth. Devonport and Portsmouth are pretty much the same. They build and they will operate ships as well. But by the point of 1940, Chatham basically is a maintenance base. They build and they maintain ships, mainly destroyers, submarines, and occasionally some of the smaller cruisers. But
hell, we've got a lot of
Rosyth is an
people here
operation
tonight.
base.
Got a
Hello,
lot of
everyone.
a lot of people here tonight,
Yeah,
which is
21
nice.
people.
It's nice. But the funniest thing about this whole thing is the Russians are probably going to have an easier time operating these older vessels than they are the modern ships in their fleet.
Would
Ammunition might be in somewhat short supply, but
also
Russian-
No, it wouldn't be. The Russians are kind of like the Royal Navy. You do not want to know what's in their warehouses.
they've still got. I'm pretty sure they've still got most of the ammo that's left over.
well, and also they can probably spin up a production line for the 12-inch for the Ganguts. Although, luckily for Ukraine, they can't get all 3 Ganguts into the Black Sea. They can only have the one
Yeah,
that's
they can.
already there. No, they can't.
Again?
Turkey's closed the
They'd have
straits
to try and
to no, Turkey's closed the straits to all
No, the
warships.
Vish. Is it the Vish? It's the Volga to
Not big enough.
not Vistula.
Corvettes and
It
frigates,
is.
so nope, not for the Ganguts. It's
No,
not.
it's big enough for the Ganguts.
It isn't. I can tell you that. It's not.
It is, because remember, it was expanded into 2010s
Yes.
for larger ships. And they can get them through.
Yeah, but the Ganguts are not what you'd call. They're still too large.
Are
The
they?
issue's the
What-
length, not width.
Why? What? Why
That's
are
still
they too
that still
large?
means large. That still
Yeah.
means too
No, please.
large.
No, like, Fleet. I'm. The general question, why is it too? Why is the Gengar too large for it?
It's just
What
general
aspect is too big? Yeah, but which
length. I
aspect in
believe.
particular
Length. I
makes it-
believe they're not too wide, but they're a bit too long for the locks on the canals, and just and just generally for
Also, yes, Collingwood brought up a point. Honestly, the Deutschlands being back could actually be interesting. 'Cause I do think Deutschland herself, Germany might actually keep as a museum ship
because Deutschland is
she
a
was
Weimar
pre-
Republic
she's pre-
ship.
Yeah, pre.
She might be
personally-
preservable as a
I
Weimar
personally
Republic
prefer
ship.
to see Admiral Graf Spee be preserved, but that does still have the stigma of Nazism of it. But then again, Langsdorff might have the history of Langsdorff might have some positive relation to it.
I think if
But
any
Deutschland herself might at least.
if
be.
any German
Well, if-
capital ships are going to be preserved, it's going to be one of three. It's either going to be
Also,
Deutsch,
Emden.
it's either going to be Deutschland, or it's going to be one of the pre-dreadnoughts.
Mm.
It's
I can actually
definitely
see Emden
it's definitely
possibly,
not
but-
going to be Schleswig-Holstein. She has a bloody mark against her name for starting the Second World War, so it's not going to be
Oh,
Schleswig-Holstein.
it looks like Clark seems to be thinking about something here.
Just think about it. When you got men like Musket around that are that rich, one of the big Nazi ships is going to get preserved. When you've got Musket around.
Possibly.
Because
But
if there's anyone seen
okay,
what
if we
Muskets
okay,
running
if
out.
we assume, and I'm seeing a lot of people saying that they actually can fit in the Russian lock, so I will acquiesce. If all three Ganguts can get into the Black Sea,
No, they can't.
oh, can't
They
they,
cannot.
Dr. Clark? Oh, I was right. Vindication.
Right, Fleet? Yeah,
Oh,
but
no, they can't. They could do in theory, but the trouble is the unified deep water system of European Russian authorities guarantees only a maximum of 4 meters of depth in their waterways, which they're responsible for. And whilst they are in parts deeper than that, in many parts they're actually less, especially on certain parts of the route.
So-
However, the thing is, if it goes back to when it could be properly dredged and maintained, that can be made deeper, but the sheer effort it would take would require the Russian government actually operating on a very organized level. The locks are theoretically can accommodate vessels of up to 170 meters long, and the Ganguts are 180 meters long, but the locks which are on the main section of the waterway can deal with ships up to 280 meters long. There is one lock which they might have to use, which might be 170. But the thing is, it's a depth, it's the draft, which is going to be the problem.
So you're
so
looking
they
at
could potentially dredge it, but
yeah,
as you
but
said,
the effort involved.
requires Russians being
The
organized.
real
Essentially, if the
It
Russians had
requires the
maintained their
fact that
infrastructure,
the dredging fleet and the fleet which is supposed to maintain the maintain the water system has shrunk from about 120 vessels at its peak to looks like about a dozen.
We know that
So,
we know that
it's-
transits into the Black Sea are still happening, so we know the locks still work. But it's just that dredging hasn't
The
taken
locks
place.
work.
So it's
Yeah.
so we're.
so it's essentially if the
we're-
Russians had maintained the infrastructure
No, there's still one
on
lock.
the canal,
that-
on the waterworks, they could have done
Potentially,
it.
right. So
Since they
in the-
haven't,
right.
they can't.
the argument is, so the thing is, the argument is that they could potentially be done. The question is then, would the Russians currently decide to do so? Would Putin in particular decide to do so to get a couple of battleships to do bombardment?
Well, he's
I
already
kinda think he'd
he's
at least
already,
try and organise
he's already
it.
got one in theatre. One of the Ganguts is already there, and
Yes,
that's
but now
honestly
imagine with
more than
3.
enough. That's honestly more than enough.
I personally at least see Putin trying to do the order of, I want to get these other ships here, do it.
I mean,
Yeah, and
actually,
don't underestimate an absolute
I would also point
dictator
out
when he
that
wants to get
there is
shit done.
another reason why he would, because a lot of the other ships he's also received, things like the Svetlana class cruisers, other things like that, are of a draft that would require the canals to be dredged for them to access just the Black Sea generally, without having to kowtow to Turkey all
Right.
the time.
The fact that you went with the Svetlanas, honestly, fleet, is...
I went with what I
He's
thought would be
undermining
the...
his argument, but don't worry, he does
Yeah.
this quite regularly.
Yeah. I'm like, if the Russians at best have probably got the Kirovs at least, because the Kirovs are
No,
around. At least a
Oh
couple of
no,
them are
the
around.
reason I went for the Svetlanas is because I wanted the ships that I hoped would have the shallowest draft.
Russia. Gee.
Alright, I was trying to find the
130s
ships
will
that...
be useless unless they sail up to the unless they literally start sailing up to the point where they can practically wave at the Ukrainians to shoot the 130s. Which, admittedly, I could see it being done.
I mean, it's a free
But-
ship that the Russians don't have to really worry about replacing or the loss of it impacting their fleet in any way.
Yeah, but
So...
no, it is the impact though, because if it does go down for whatever reason, it means you've now just lost a whole bunch of Russian sailors, which you don't have the most of.
I do really think they care about losses in men.
Dragon, if you think about it,
No, this
sailors
is
is the
Svetlana,
one thing Russia
Dracula.
has a lot of, because they're forming sailor battalions, which is
Oh,
sailors
potentially-
fighting in land combat.
Yeah, like losing the Ganga is unacceptable.
The other big problem I'd say is that there are 19 locks which they would have to pass through to get to the Black Sea. And for me, that means there are 19 places where the Ukrainians will be going, we will blast to to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, that
Yes.
entirely makes sense. Yeah,
But range of
I-
Ukraine.
Storm Shadows they probably are.
Yeah, Storm Shadows you
Because
can
the
do it
Storm
with.
Shadows don't have the range to hit Moscow,
And
and a lot
all-
of the canals behind Moscow.
They
Also,
don't need
a
to
number
use
of
that.
number of the long range
Drones.
missiles have been said they're allowed to now be fired.
Yeah, the drones
and
can
also
do
even,
it.
even just a large drone could blowing up a lock could potentially be enough.
But I mean, the
Actually,
real useful
battleship
vessel.
be relatively well protected against sea drones.
Not really. Well, it depends. Depends on if. It depends on what drones they use against. If they use these drones that are based on the Cessnas, aka relatively slow flying, the mix 45 37mm battery on the Ganga would be able to engage that before
I'm
it
talking about those. I'm
before
talking
it
about the
hit ship.
suicide drones. The suicide speedboats.
The suicide speedboats, if they're detected, the secondary battery of the Ganga will be able to engage them with shellfire, and so will the anti-aircraft battery. Just put enough lead
I have to
into
agree
the
with
sea.
the person with the fire thing. It would be interesting to know actually how much these suicide sea drones would do against
I don't know what torpedo defense. I don't know what torpedo defense the Gangats actually have, because that's what's going to take the impact.
Oh, that's an interesting question, Gunnery Officer.
I don't know what. I know they were rebuilt in the 30s, but I don't know to what extent. Most of their reconstruction was replacing their boilers with oil firing, which would be good for the Russians. Guns and turrets improved.
Honestly,
2 rounds per minute.
just a quick answer to Tip and Gunnery Officer's question. Do you think that if the US, instead of the RR Navy, fight the Bismarck, do you think the work of the two Lexington air groups would be enough without the US fleet being able to spot the Bismarck visually? Probably, because let's be honest, Bismarck managed to end up coming a cropper from half a dozen-ish swordfish.
Leslie, we
So,
use the.
They can probably do that.
We use theatre at sea text chat rather than the actual chat built into the stage, because when we started doing this, there were no chats for voice chats, so we had to create one, and it's just stuck. So
At a certain point, you're just going to have to invite him in here because he's just putting too many points in the chat for us to keep up.
yeah, just don't forget. Just I'll link.
Which
this
point
up.
you have to deal with this, one of the scariest people from my Discord server being in the chat with you.
Oh yeah, and I think he wants a word with Dragon as well about the whole about the whole like I think Drake's. You made Leslie very upset, Dragon, when he was shown Drake's drum. He was very upset. He was not a happy cookie
Sounds fun.
in any way, and I told him you were to blame, Dragon. I let him know exactly
So,
who we should
I
vent
get
his
it. So
anger
what?
at.
People can be angry at me all they want. I welcome it.
I wasn't angry. I just couldn't see the timeline falling through the way you did it, because I don't think you
It makes
took
no
on
sense.
The idea of the spy networks So the Russians would have been creating things based on information they got from the spy networks. We know they did that for ICBMs. We know they did that for torpedoes, especially the nuclear ones. We know they tried to create an F-111.
That was an interesting
but-
experience for them.
They did a slight problem. The nice people in America sent them the plans over in metric.
If I remember correctly, it didn't help that they also managed to invert the aerodynamics of the wing.
Yeah, that's. If you look at the. So when they were doing the conversion, some things they converted and other things they didn't. So, because it was made up of lots of individual images, some had the conversion and others didn't. And it just became too difficult for them to work it through. I know that was found in the Moscow archives in the early 90s.
Let me see. What questions do we have to work through? We had an entire tangent on one question, but then again, that's ramblings in a nutshell, people.
That's not
what
uncommon.
That's what you show up for.
I know at least one question. Yeah. As I said, honestly, whenever you, Clark, and Drac sit down and tear apart Drake's drum, it will be amusing.
Oh no, it's not just
What?
me, Clark, and Drac
Oh,
anymore.
I know. There's also the.
It's,
I know there's
it's
the-
been
those are the
pushed
primary
back
three
to
at least.
December. It's been pushed back to December because we're trying to get everyone,
Right.
including
I
Andrew
see.
Lambert and Norman Friedman.
Yeah, I do seem to remember some discussion like that along the way.
Oh yeah,
Few weeks
no, I've
after.
been forced.
As long
I
as
have
I
been
cannot remember
forced-
all the names.
Forced
Clearly,
to
Fleet,
push-
in that period of time, you actually get them and read them.
Look, Dragon.
Yes,
I have
I'm sure.
Dragon.
Right.
Dragon. I have 2 marbles left. They rattle
Right.
around inside my skull. Occasionally they bang
And you've
together,
got
and I
6
get.
months.
Occasionally I bang together. Occasionally they bang together, and I have thoughts. Now, those varbles are vulnerable to erosion. If I read Drake's drum, they might be eroded away, and if I'm left with half or 1 marble, they no longer bang together, and I no longer get thoughts.
What if they crack in half, though? Then they'll bang together again.
Yes, but then the thoughts will just be brain dead.
They'll be fine.
No, thank you. So we answered your typical gunnery officer's question.
Which gunner?
Oh boy. This is a question from Prime Narwhal for the rest of the panel who aren't me. Question
Hello.
Question for the rest of the panel that is not me.
Here it is.
Prime Narwhal asks, what is the current consensus of the panel about the Oceanic Francophiles' obsession with the tumble home hotels?
I'll let the rest of you start before I deliver the
here
coup de grace.
exactly. As in, do we like them? What are our thoughts on what Fleet does? Sort of like.
Do we
Come on.
think Fleet likes to dream about taking Hosh to bed with him? You know, that's the question we have to
Don't
ask.
worry, Clark. We're well on the way for that.
Well, no, we're not. We don't have a finalized design, Dragon. Let's be real.
No, yes, but that's more than it not existing at all. Because then
have
forget
you
it on
seen the
Jack.
pictures that I've sent, and sort of some which were sent by my now VTuber watching mother, who has had ideas. Because she looked up Admiral Hosh, and apparently he really liked badgers, so she decided badger fur. Oh, General Hosh didn't like badgers, and so badger fur offset the shaping of the ship very nicely when it was incorporated into design. So turning the Hosh avatar not just into a ship girl, but actually a full-on badger ship girl. So
I never asked for
furry.
this. I never asked for this.
Because we've had one sort of design sketch which ended up somehow going full furry.
And that sort of does fit with you as well, because you're Foxo. So if we consider, it's naturally enough on the group be a badger. I know dragons decided to be a dragon, so we haven't got the full. What was that cartoon about the forest animals which banded together to wander along, move homes? I forget that cartoon, but
Is it the one with the rabbits with rabies?
No, that's Watership Down.
Yes, thought that when I was 8. Biggest mistake of my life.
Personally, in my opinion,
you're not thinking about Redwall or something like that, is it?
Not Redwall, no. I use Redwall. I've used Redwall to actually teach the British Civil War.
I was suggesting Over the Garden
thing.
Wall and Open Season. Those are two different films. I know that had something like that.
So I feel like we've gotten a bit because I feel like
I don't like French hotels of this period.
Animals of Farthing Wood. That was the cartoon I was thinking of. If you haven't
it's
seen
not-
it, it's a good one.
Is that
haven't
was a
found
really
that
depressing
my-
ending?
Yes.
No, Watership Down has a depressing ending. Farthing Wood didn't have a depressing ending.
The last time I went to the big market, I went past a butcher's there, and it had a really good. Was it? You've read the book, you've seen the film, now eat the cast.
Well, that's definitely that's one
Yes.
of
That's
the
a point of
ways
sales.
to do it.
Also, Lazy Author actually had a question earlier, Fleet, that you kind of skipped over.
Dragon,
Yeah.
best dry dock. Oh, sorry, the best dock we could use for putting in a battleship on the Tyne would be the one by the Wall's End bathhouse.
Hmm.
Because I believe that one would take. I think that one was used for the SO Northumbria, so that would take quite a large ship.
Hmm.
Wait, Esso
But
Northumbria?
most of the docks on the Tyne have actually been locked up and filled in.
Yeah, I do know there's at least a couple of them still around, which
Well,
just looks
there's
depressing.
three small ones at North Shields, which would be perfect for a tribal daring in a battle. The yard at South Shields has got a housing development in there. They could just buy all the houses off and turn that into a residential college and have people pulling over the thing. But that one's quite a small. I think that could only take about around a 2,000-ton vessel. But they put a permanent bridge there, so you'd have to knock the bridge down to get the vessel in and then rebuild the bridge. I spent a lot of time looking up and down the Tyne
Hmm.
recently.
Honestly, it genuinely is a nice place just to actually look up and down on. Honestly, for all the jokes about how terrible the North is, the actual Tyne is actually relatively nice.
Okay,
Well,
quick
I was doing it because I was trying to find out where my dad served his time.
Fair enough.
Isn't
Yeah.
the Esso
And it's actually
Northumbria
quite-
the one that has the song about it? Because she's the oil tanker, right?
Yeah, she's
Right, the-
one of the oil
No, it had a
tankers.
song.
But it's the Royal
Uh,
Northumbria Row.
Yes, that is what's it called. It's an alternative version of her lifespan, but yes.
Yeah, because she was put at the old Warzy Garter.
I saw her being launched by Princess Anne in 1969.
Yeah, at the old
As you can
Warzy
probably
Garter.
guess, that's a fair bit before my time.
And I remember because we were on the Heaven side, and when they launched it, it literally flooded the south of the river.
Good God.
Wasn't she the first proper super tanker?
Good God. Excuse me. I'll be back in a
Well,
second.
I don't think she's technically
it
classed as a
depends what
super
you-
tanker.
Well, she was because she was 1 million tons. Her full displacement was 1 million. That's what was the designation of supertanker. But the word supertanker
It's a super
has,
tanker, not an ultra large crude carrier, which is what we have today. The ultra large.
yeah. But the thing is, the definition of a supertanker gradually got bigger and bigger as time went on. So in the 50s, a supertanker might be 200,000 tons.
Okay, yeah, apparently, yes, she does fall into a supertanker classification by 4,000 tons. But fair enough, yeah. SO Northumberland.
That's
If you look up
3,999.99 tons more than she needs.
Yeah, fair enough.
But if I remember correctly,
The only thing I can say is when she was, there's a film of her being launched, and even now it's quite spectacular when you see the braking chains. And she did also hit the side of the dock, of the slipway dock, as she came down, because there wasn't enough room to launch her straight in. So basically, they put more braking on one side, and they also used tugs to push her, to try and push her around a bit quicker. The stern wave made it all the way up to the Ellswick Works.
Good lord.
Which is quite a distance.
That's a fair old way,
Well,
ain't
the
it?
Tyne used to be an incredibly impressive hub of shipbuilding, and also of international trade.
Well, yeah, Dragon.
Not so much anymore.
That was a time when the UK was actually relevant.
More than just the UK, it was a time when the North was relevant.
The UK.
The mic's probably just acted up.
But
You unplugged your headset, I
The
think.
most interesting place to consider putting one of these suddenly discovered ships would be Blythe, because Blythe was often used as a refueling point, and they still have the battleship dock up there. And that's one of the places I want to take Dr. Clark,
Huh.
because this is one of the possible places the French may have tried to land. Look, a lovely beach, and just over
Wait.
there's a huge marsh. Yay!
Almost like having Nelson somewhere along the Tyne could also be interesting, because she was built on the Tyne, as I recall.
Actually,
Oh, yeah, Idris, Ronnie, and Nelson, they could have fun.
Because as I said, the Tyne built a fair few different impressive naval vessels. One of the illustrious, I want to say, or it might be Implacable. Might be.
Yeah. Implacable and Indefatigable were both built in on the Clyde. Because I did remember
Yeah,
someone
Victorious.
Oh, yeah. Someone was commenting
built
the
in
other
Wall's
day
End.
about. Yeah. Someone was commenting the other day that's the Implacable and Indefatigable built there. That was the only two yards which could build an aircraft carrier. And I basically went through all the list of yards which could have built aircraft carriers. Because there seems to be
because
a lot of
Armstrong
people
would
who
like to
have
work with you.
a lot of people seem to have the assumption that Britain didn't build a lot of aircraft carriers in World War II because they couldn't. And it's not because they didn't have the yards, the infrastructure, or a desire to do so. It's because someone decided to pause carrier construction, and by the time we restarted it and got everything going properly, we were a step behind.
This seems to be relatively.
There's a-
you know,
There's a ship that called the Aquila.
Yes.
Oh, no,
yeah.
Aquila. No, the Aquila. HMS Aquila. Now, I can't find it in any shipbook. But I know
I've
it
never
existed
heard
because
of
I
it,
saw
but
its
mate.
bell. So is this a ship that was started and never actually got made, but the bell was cast and ended
Interesting
up in a
that.
pub in
Interesting
Jarrow? I don't know how to find out if it was, because
I think she was a cutter, because she's
this
Aquila has
was a
been a small
carrier.
ship for the Royal Navy.
this was for the Royal Navy.
It wouldn't have been called Aquila.
Aquila, as in the scout.
Aquila.
Also,
No, as in the scout rank.
Excellent. All is well.
also, that's it. I'm just trying to figure out which ships actually built on the Tyne, and Anson was another one of them. So one of the KGVs.
Um,
Yeah, one of the Invincibles
A
built there
couple
as
of
well.
the R's.
right. Where? What are we currently on?
Res-
Sorry, I had to.
resolution.
Just mostly talking about
Sorry.
the Tyne and a few other bits.
Ah, I
Trying to
see.
figure out where Bell
Fine.
came from.
Oh, strange. Well,
I know
I'm
it's
going,
really
but-
niche. Go on.
It's just literally I saw the bell the other day, and that's
Ah.
what reminded us.
well.
Because it used to be in a pub.
Where-
Now it's not in a pub anymore.
Are there any?
So I'm wondering if it's a case of one of these, a ship that was started, never finished, but the bell was cast because it was. They were probably casting lots of ship's bells at that time.
It's possible.
Yes, you had one question earlier from Lazy Author that you sort of bypassed, Fleet.
Which one was that?
In a situation that Japan doesn't become aggressive in the 30s, or challenge the Allies in the World War II after a short time after the war begins, it's long for European Asian troops be sent to Europe. What presence would Indian, Southeastern, and Anzac forces in France be?
This
Would it
is
be enough
literally
to help
zeros
Japan
over the
fall,
med. This is literally
or would it
zeros
be able
over
to
the med.
Would it merely delay it?
This is literally zeros over the med. Dr. Clark is an extent. I will I'm not answering this question. What I'm going to say is Dr. Clark has done a fairly extensive video on basically this, called Zeros in the Med, which I'm sure he will be happy to link.
Well, I think
To
it's perhaps
you.
a bit more of the army perspective, though.
I mean, even so,
Because Indian, South Asian, and Anzac forces actually being able to be present in
France
France.
France doesn't fall.
39-ish.
France doesn't fall. It's basically impossible. If you are specifically telling me that the Indians, Southeast Asians, and Anzac forces are in France when Germany smashes into the French lines, it's likely the case that the Commonwealth forces now are covering a large sector of the front. There will be no gaps. There will be no exploitable areas. The German force will march into the Ardennes, and they will encounter possibly Indian, French. There'll be something in their way. And
you
if
have
they...
to remember at this time that the British fought along with the Russians, the Soviets, were the only two nations in the world which had British Empire and the Soviets were the only two nations in the world which operated entire divisions of artillery. And
Great artillery park
those are
over
the
there.
Indian Army. I don't know if the British Army had. I don't think the British Army had an entire division of artillery, but the British Indian Army did have a. It wasn't called, but it was de facto an entire artillery division because of what it was armed with and what it had. It had about 3 infantry battalions, and the rest of the units were entirely artillery regiments. And it was a case of, why do you have the infantry battalions? Well, they're the security guards for the artillery regiments. But it's a lot of. There's a lot of capability there. I think the thing is, though, the scenario for me was it started after the fall of France. So basically, Japan decides after the fall of France that we're going to help out the British. And we're going to do this in a way that annoys the Americans, and they can't do anything about it.
Death Corps
Unfortunately, I can't see that. Unfortunately, I can't see that happening after my recent reading. But
I have to say I agree with that, but I said I said when I did the video that there was a very, very thin, narrow path to be walked, and everything would have to go perfectly for it to happen. And if that happens, then these are the circumstances and the context of it.
If we're having Japan not do any of its aggressive actions in the 30s, just hand-wavium for a second. If we're not having Japanese forces in Europe, just to simplify the scenario, make it easier to hammer out. If we're just having Japan sit there quietly and trade with people, just roll with me here. I know it's not what would happen. If that means we can send the Indians, the Canadians, the Australians,
The Anzacs.
If most of those forces can arrive in France and be concentrated in France, obviously some will probably go to North Africa just as a just-in-case clause, but the majority will likely go to France. The Germans can no longer roll natural 20s. The exploitable areas of the front do not exist. They can no longer rely on... Lady Luck can no longer sail into their rescue when they try to pull off the Ardennes offensive. They will run into a wall, be halted for long enough for forces to be put in place to stop them, there is no way Germany wins the Battle of France. There is no way France falls.
Okay, quick thing. I do think you're overestimating just how much forces the Second Indian Army has.
No,
In 1940?
I'm saying what. Well, no, they're fairly well trained. I think what you're overestimating is the ability of the French government to muck that up. You're underestimating the ability of the French government to muck that up completely, because you're talking about a government which has spent most of the, which, whilst it has kept changing non-stop throughout the 20s and 30s, the one thing that's been consistent is it distrusts its army, and it hasn't given them any sort of equipment. So the army still has those issues, but I think that the thing is, Foxo, and I think this is where the Food's coming in here, is that you don't need many more forces which are quite well trained to turn the front and the gaps into very nasty areas. I think what you possibly have, especially as you don't need to cover the whole of the front with those forces. The mobile forces don't need to cover everything, because the line of forts does a pretty good job. That's the whole thing. Everyone makes fun of the forts and the various defensive lines, the Maginot Lines, etc. The thing is, what the Germans did was they went round it.
Yeah.
They didn't go through it, they went round it.
What this gives is it gives the British... So what the British can do is, when the swing into the Benelux comes by the German army, the British respond, as they have agreed with the French. They commit the BEF to try and halt what they think is a mobile swing through the Benelux, which it technically is. However, if they have additional forces in place, what the British can do is they can commit some of the BEF to that, but the other half that was made up by the rest of the BEF can be made up by the Indians, the Canadians, the Anzacs, which means there's still some BEF in reserve ready to move where needed. And when, let's say, just as a hypothetical of course, a certain armoured division punches through the Ardennes and the French cry out for something to stand in its way, that mobile, motorised, mechanised half of the BEF can go and stand in its way, which will buy enough time for the lumbering behemoth that is the French High Command to react to the rest of the problems they're facing. It's all about buying time for the French to react, which has been bought by the availability of forces to buy that time, which did not exist beforehand. That's all it needs to stop the Battle of France turning into what it actually did historically.
And also, let's be honest, the German logistics is enough of an eggshell that if you only need one thing to go wrong in their plan, it starts to crack.
Yep. Basically.
That's the real problem. That's the other thing, is if you can make it... If you can cause enough stresses, the British almost cut the German logistics as it is. There was a tank battle where the British came very close to cutting the German logistics. I think they were using the Matilda 1s.
And Matilda 2s, Arras, yes, Arras.
Arras. And they almost cut it, because, again, people forget Matilda was actually a very good tank in 1940. Its 40mm was scary.
Matilda 2, not what 1.
But still, the one's got that 50 caliber water-cooled machine gun that just chews through soft targets.
There were Matilda 1s being used for things, weren't they?
Yeah, Matilda 1s and Matilda 2s were at Arras. Yeah, both of them were there.
Yeah.
But
the Matilda 1s were basically being used as mobile pillboxes.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be them,
And
though.
scout vehicles, weren't they? Also, they were used as scouts.
Matilda 1s are too slow for that.
They're 13 miles an hour top speed.
Reliable, though.
13 miles an hour tops.
Yeah, they're reliable, though.
13 miles an hour top speed.
Oh, yeah.
It was a sprint top speed. It couldn't sustain its top speed.
Yeah.
It would keep going for hours at the low speed, but high speed, it was overheated.
Yeah, Foxo's correct. The main British cruiser tank in the Battle of France is the A-13, and despite its thin protection, it will knock out any German tank it encounters if it gets the first round off, because it too is armed with the 2-pounder.
It's the best tank of the early
only thing it
war.
would worry about would be this. The only thing that would cause it trouble would be the Panzer IVs, but it's only got the short barrel 75.
No, the Panzer IVs are the earlier models. You haven't got any Panzer IV.
Short barrel 75.
Oh no, it's not
like
the
howitzer gun.
No, it's not the gun that's the thing that matters here. It's the fact that no German tank present has more than 50mm of frontal armor, and no Panzer IV present has more than 30mm of frontal armor. in the
Yeah,
Battle of France.
The problem, I mean, everyone goes on, oh, yeah, this round will hit and take out that. If you actually look at real-world experience, the boys' rifle, in theory, will go through a Panzer IV tank
Hmm.
front armor. The likelihood is it won't,
Well, yeah, obviously, absolutely.
because you have to hit at the right angle.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
that's too much of a
it's not going to be
a
the.
random fact. And
Is it the PT-40 or PTS-41? The Russian anti-tank rifle could theoretically go through the side of a Panther, and Panthers were destroyed by them. But didn't
Yes.
mean it was easy to do.
I don't know.
Oh god, that's annoying me.
Well,
Is it the
the thing is-
PT-41?
it's one of the.
Yes,
There was a couple of the
PDRD.
Russian rifles.
Back in a second. I'm just gonna go do something.
Yeah, no.
I know from
PTRD, that's it.
watching high-powered rounds hit armor that in theory they're guaranteed to go through and fail to go through, because they did it wasn't technically armored, it was surface hardened 40 mil thick steel, was hit by a 120 millimeter APF SDS round, and the APF SDS round ended up only partially going through, and that was because of they'd cooled the armor down to simulate it being in Norway.
Hmm.
And they reckon because it was cold, the round did not the heat was sucked out of the APFS round, and because it didn't hit exactly at 90 degrees, it sort of like started sliding along. Because what was the really cold heart of it was so much harder, so
Oh,
it
yeah.
took the path of least resistance.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, that's a very good example of how. In fact, it's an extremely good example of how temperature, climate, positioning, angle of attack can affect penetration values. But I think we can speak in general terms about the ability of the 2-pounder to pretty reliably
Yeah, the 2-pounder would probably do it more than 50-50.
deal
And
with any
since
German
most
tank.
of the crews were very good.
Yeah.
And since most of the crews were pretty good and they'd probably get 3 rounds off,
Hmm.
with a 50-50 chance on 3 rounds, you've probably got at least 1 kill.
Yeah.
Or at least 1 penetration.
The
Not
real
necessarily a
the
kill.
real challenge for the A13 crews in this campaign is going to be if they run into the very, very small numbers of Panzer IIIs, which have 50mm of armor, and the short 50. Those are going to be the tanks that are going to have the best chance of surviving that first round hit from the A13 and then replying with a 50mm round.
I don't
Which would-
think. I'm not sure if there is any of those in France.
There's a few. There is a very limited
What the,
number
the
of...
Panzer III jet? What? Panzer
No, F.
III F.
Yeah, the Panzer IIIF. There are very limited amounts of them in France.
I think the number could be less than 1 hand's worth.
But
If I
they're...
remember right.
So-
Yeah, most are 37mm Panzers, but there are enough Panzer IIIFs in France that it's an outside of zero chance to encounter them, and we know that encounters did occur.
You know what they say, 1 in a million chance is a certainty.
Yeah,
The chance of anything coming from Mars is 1,000,000 to 1.
yeah.
Still they came.
Yeah. But I mean, the real thing,
didn't have
the real thing here isn't the individual capabilities of the tanks or other guns involved. It's the ability of the British forces to put themselves in the path of the advancing Germans. That's the thing that matters here.
Yeah, the German tanks were, in theory, inferior to the British and French tanks.
Not in terms of crew ergonomics. I assume that's what you were going to go for. Crew ergonomically
No,
and
I'm
the
talking
ability to...
about the Matilda 2 has the best armor there. It has a very good gun. It's likely to take out almost all of the opponents it's going to take on.
There are very few of them, however, in France.
However, they would put them in small groups and not concentrate them. And that's the difference. It's the doctrine. Difference.
Well, the problem...
I don't know if you played like World War II war games. If you get an early war British army and you play with the army list and you take a tank unit and you put it against a German tank unit, the German tank unit loses almost every time. And then you discover that number of tanks, I'm only talking about 40 tanks, never were close enough to be coordinated during the early
Battle of
part
Arras.
the war.
There is
It's
a grand
literally one of the
total
two examples.
there's
Yeah,
a grand total of 23 Matilda 2s were present during the fall of France.
It's also worth pointing
But
out
they
that
managed to make their numbers well known.
the British
Sort of
never
thing.
actually managed to use their armour in France according to doctrine, because of the way the Battle of France developed. The British they wanted to use their tanks en masse, in force. The problem is they wanted to use their tanks alone, without support, because the whole idea of the British doctrine was the tanks go off on a wide flanking manoeuvre, punch a hole, then motorized infantry follow up behind them, but behind them, not right behind them as the Germans do. It's one of the many variations of mobile warfare that we see developed in the interwar period. We see the Russian variation, which is deep battle. We see the German variation, which is blitzkrieg, and we see the British variation, which is
Krieg, not Blitzkrieg.
Look, I'm using the yes. All right, fine. Yeah, but all right, Miss Pedantic.
No, it's as if Blitzkrieg is like the doctrine of Blitzkrieg came after the fall of France, and is it really a correct thing?
All right,
But
fair
the
enough.
idea of the Valenzkrieg, the war of maneuver, very
Okay.
much it.
The Valenzkrieg then. But yeah, so yeah, maneuver warfare. So you've got the British way of doing it, which is everything's motorized. The tanks are your punching force. They will go out. Ideally, you don't want to hit the enemy head on. You want to hit them on the flanks with your mobile forces, which is the tanks and the motorized / mechanized infantry. If you're going
that's
to
the
hit the
cruiser
enemy,
tanks.
yeah, if you're going to hit the
Matilda
enemy,
is an infantry tank.
yes, I was going to get to that. If you're hitting a prepared position, you rely on infantry tanks supporting dismounted infantry to break through a prepared defensive position. But if you're going on a flanking attack or you're hitting a weaker position that you're expecting a quick breakthrough, you would use the cruisers with mounted infantry in either, usually two cadres. You'd have the mechanized forces with Lloyd carriers for towing the guns and Bren carriers for the infantry, and then behind them you'd have towed artillery and infantry mounted in Bedfords. Usually ahead of them you'd have your A-13s or later on Crusaders in front. If you're doing an infantry attack against prepared positions, as we see demonstrated aptly at Arras, you boil up an attack of dismounted infantry supported by Matilda 1s and Matilda 2s. The unfortunate thing is the British never got to use the other half of their doctrine, which was the concentration of the BEF's striking power in the mobile wing, which was the A-13s and the Bren carriers, because of the way the Battle of France developed. In this scenario, it's fairly likely that if we are repositioning half of the BEF that's in reserve and rested, it's likely that the plan will be you put the infantry tanks and the dismounted infantry in front of the Germans, and then you come slamming into the side of this advancing German column with the A-13s, the Bren mounted infantry, and ideally very quickly dismounted 25-pounders towed by Lloyd carriers. And you come slamming into the side while the Germans are being held up by the infantry tanks and the infantry ahead, and you break up this spear tip, and you basically just destroy the whole German concept of what was the term you used, Foxo?
Wählungskrieg.
Wählungskrieg, yeah.
War of maneuver.
You basically deny the Germans the war of maneuver by inflicting your own mobile warfare doctrine on them.
I know I'm butchering that word, but I don't speak German. I can't say it.
Yeah. That's
Wählungskrieg.
likely
I'm
what
just-
we'd see in this scenario, but I can see Dr. Clark's been waiting to say something as I've been talking, so go on, Dr. Clark, I can see you
No.
want to...
I've been just sitting here thinking. I'm having fun. I'm
do you have
ruminating on
anything
two things.
to-
One,
Anything to add to that,
Uh,
Leslie? Anything you want to say? Because you do seem to know a lot more about this than I actually do. So I'm really interested.
Oh, well, it's the Battle of Arras I know reasonably well because of the DLI.
Hmm.
Column 1 was made up of 35 Mark 1s
Hmm.
and 7 Mark 2s. Column 2 was 23 Mark 1s and 9 Mark 2s. However, at least 3 of the Mark 2s in that column were the close support variants, which had 3-inch howitzers instead of the normal 2-pounder gun.
The only
The
problem
Those
Mark
with
things
1
also-
only had only a 303 round, right? But a jacket, not a 50 cal.
Yeah. The sad thing about the Matilda close supports is that I think for most of their career they were issued with smoke and not HE. which is
Look into it.
Some of them
I
were.
seem to
some
remember
of them
reading
were
account of Arras that they actually did use the high explosive there.
Yes, they did, because they were the canal defense tanks. Because they had the. If you go to
The
Abington, you'll
lighthouse.
see the canal defense. Yes.
Yeah. Literally weaponized
I
epilepsy.
don't think they were at Arras. I think they were Pope.
No,
I think
the
they were...
H-
No, but they this what was that? The ones they got back were turned in, or because of that, they turned into the lighthouse tank. But I think they were. I think some of them were sent to there.
I'm sure the
It's
canal.
hard to read here.
Let me see. But I'm fairly. I don't.
It may have been they were in the area, not necessarily those ones. This
The
is the
canal
problem.
defense light.
The 11th Royal Tank Regiment was raised in 1941 and designated the Canal Defence Light as its primary tank.
Yeah, I'm fairly
But
certain the
that's
canal
earliest
defense.
I really see them being brought into their own.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain the first Matildas were.
The trials did not
Pro-
begin until 1940,
Yeah, I don't.
when the War Office ordered 300 Matildas for fitting into these tanks.
Yeah,
A prototype was constructed using the Matilda 2 tank in late 1940.
but I don't doubt that Matilda close supports would have been at Arras.
It's a big issue.
At least 3.
It's just
Because
interesting to
three-
hear what the
three-
Germans were saying during this time.
Yeah,
Basically
it
saying,
should.
all our anti-tank guns are useless at this point.
Yeah.
Even with them saying the
There's a
70
reason why you see
there's-
the
There's
big
a
push.
excellent report in 1940, 4th of June 1940, of from the General Army Office, basically stating the 37 is completely unsuitable as an armor-piercing weapon. That the 5 centimeter needs to be put into mass production by all means possible, as the current valid date for the start of deliveries in autumn 1940 is definitely too late. Also,
Yeah.
must be expected the rearmament of them will not be possible, since these vehicles will not then be available for combat for several months.
Yeah.
And also, they just couldn't, even in an engagement against a couple of S-35s, 37s, 75s, they took an entire German tank column, shooting all of their ammunition to take it out,
Yeah.
including getting 3 tanks behind it.
Yep. There is actually on that subject. There is a actual one small instance of, you know how they say a broken clock on meth that's not quite with it is right twice a day, in terms of the mustache man in the bunker.
Bunker Boy.
Yes, he actually issued a notice in the immediate aftermath of the Battle of France that all Panzer III's built in future and all currently extant were to be rearmed with the Long 50. And that was to happen immediately. However, he was overruled. The German War Department decided to ignore it.
I find that hard to believe.
And
Part of it's one
decided
thing.
to go with the Short 50 instead.
The sheer fact that the High Command's already saying, no, please give us the best 50 you can.
Let me just
I think it's not a case of. I think it's not a case of. He probably ordered that, but there was no way they could produce that number of long 50, so they had.
Like, even as the thing I just said, where they're trying to get even the short 50 into service, they're already going, we don't have the production line needed to do this.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
We are desperately
I mean,
trying to replace them, but even if we take all of the tanks we've currently got and take all the guns we've got, it would take the entire tank corps out for a month. And that's mid-40. So even by late 40, I find it hard that they would just overrule him in quite that way. It's probably more, I do agree with Liz, it's probably more a case of, we would love to have the long 50, but production spin-up time, then conversion process will take too long. Even new builds, trying to get them into the factories in time, it'll just take us too long to do so, unfortunately.
I used to have a book which I can't find anymore.
Here we go. So,
Which was
from...
a really good book on
Go on, you first. I'll shut up.
on the economics of World War II, and it was most frightening the amount of, I'll call them luxury goods, that were still being produced in Germany up to 1944. You're talking about production. You know, they were producing pewter candlesticks
You're joking.
in the millions in 1943.
You're joking. Good God. No
I
wonder
wish
they
I could
lost.
find that book. It was just like they showed like armor manufacturer and pewter candlesticks, and it was almost at the same level.
Bloody hell. No wonder they lost
And
the
you're
war.
thinking, these are people who can cast complex metals.
And they're not casting
And they're
complex
making-
metals for the war effort.
Yeah,
Yes, welcome to the German system.
Hmm.
There are many problems.
Where did it say
Someone
this?
described it as that their economy was a blitzkrieg economy. It
Yes.
could be good for for small runs, but that's all it was good for.
Here we
The
go.
entire book about it called the
I actu-
Vampire Economy.
Yeah. Fleet actually has a source for one of his things, which I know is shocking. But from German Tanks of World War II by David Porter, when he gets to the Panzer III Haust H and J, the Haust J was the first Panzer III to be built with the 50mm frontal armour. As early as August 1940, Hitler had ordered that future Panzer III should receive the high-velocity 50mm KWK-39, but the Ordnance Department chose to fit the KWK-38, which was believed to be capable of dealing with all Allied tanks. Hitler was unaware of the decision until he attended a tank demonstration in April 1940 and saw that none of the latest Panzer IIIs had been rearmed as he instructed. He furiously demanded the immediate installation of the KWK-39, but there was only time to rearm 44 of the 2,068 Panzer IIIs deployed for the opening stage of Barbarossa.
That's interesting, because the KWK-39 first comes into its own in the Panzer III L, which certain variants of the Panzer III J eventually get renamed into, which is the ones that do get renamed. Problem is, though, the 39 is a modification of the actual field gun, and they were primarily put on tanks from December 41, because it took a while to get from this is a carriage-based mount to fitting it in a tank. As much as people like to say, just whack it in a tank, you've got the same problem the 17-pounder does. Well, how do you fit this in a tank? The actual logistics of fitting a carriage-based gun into a tank is far more complicated than cut hole in it, stick new gun in. The ergonomics is essentially horrific. Looks at 17-pounder and Sherman. The poor gunner who's sort of got one arm down at the bottom, one arm up at the top, and trying to put his head off to the far left to get into the actual, what's called, gunnery sights. And even then they had to cut a hole in the back of the turret.
I wish it
Mm.
would actually.
happened
I
with
wish
the
it would actually
recall?
give a detail. I'm trying to look around for an easily. It doesn't give a detailed description of
I
when
I can believe
of
that something
when
like
the
that. I just,
first.
it seems to me like it would be a case of the War Department going, yes, we would like to do this, but we just don't currently have the capability, more than outright saying no. So I do suspect if you just told Hitler to his face no, you've probably got your own problems.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna
Well-
actually. I'm gonna see if he
I think
lists.
that's why he didn't find out till 41.
Yeah, until he
Yeah.
actually went to it goes, what do you mean this isn't the case?
I'm trying to
I
look
mean,
for. I'm trying to look for a source
If giving
here.
Goring can give you bad news can send you to a concentration camp, what do you think pissing off Hitler would do?
Bad things.
I mean, it was in the immediate aftermath of the Battle of France, so Der Fuhrer
Yeah.
was riding quite high. So I reckon they felt they could afford to use their better judgment over the Führers at that point.
At that same time, the actual German commanders from France are saying, give us the 50.
Yeah,
The 37 is useless, give us the 50.
the long 50, but it seems as
no,
though
they're not asking for the long 50, though. They're just asking for a 50.
yeah. Well, this is probably why the
Yeah, but the
Ordnance
problem
Department
is-
made that decision.
The problem is they were asking for the 50, but they were talking about the Pack 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the actual carriage mounted one, which does become the KWK 39.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Is
Which- I mean,
they're
which
asking for
is
that.
straight- But the War Department, it might also be, yeah. It's the problem with trying to get stuff up and down the chain. Basically, people from the bottom of the chain are asking up, the top of the chain's asking down.
Yeah.
People in the
that's-
middle are sort of going, well,
that's what happens.
We'll do what we want. Well, we'll do what we
People
can
wonder
do.
why middle management is shite.
Yes.
They've got the bosses. trying to get
Very,
them.
very. So I think. So has anyone else
What are you
got any?
looking
Has
for,
anyone else got any final comments on that? Because we do have more questions to work through.
No.
Yes, Dragon, what level does Bonaria fall at?
I'll DM you that.
Funny.
No, I said seriously, I've just caught one. I need to
Yeah,
go-
as in, I'll
Like
DM
you
you it in a
could
moment.
visit
While,
that.
while doing
Saying on a mission asks if the US had finished off the North Carolinas with their 14-inch guns, what would this change up? What would this change for both for their combat effectiveness? What does the US design evolution? What does this do for US design evolution thereafter? And what lessons would they take away from it? Could we see a different Alaska class with 14-inch guns instead? Does the US Navy make a super heavy 14-inch AP round to compensate for the smaller guns? Well, to be perfectly honest with you, not much changes. The North Carolinas are going to be just as effective with 12-14s as they are with 9-16s. Kirishama's still going to get the stuffing beat out of her by Washington, even if Washington's armed with 12-14s. The US
Maybe a
does...
bit quicker.
Yeah, the US already has heavy 14-inch rounds and modern 14-inch rounds for its other 14-inch guns. And it's unlikely that they would see the need to produce such a super heavy round, as the performance of this modern 14-inch will likely be superior to the older 14-inch guns anyway, and producing such a small production run of super heavy rounds for, well, a pair of ships with... for the only pair of ships with these modern 14-inch guns in the US fleet would not make much sense. And there's also no need to, because the guns are effective enough anyway. Design evolution hereafter doesn't change. The South Dakotas will still be armed with 916s. There will still be 4 of them. It doesn't change the secondary battery arrangements of those ships, nor does it change the decisions that lead to the Iowas and the Montanas. The only thing that changes if the US gets North Carolinas with 14-inch guns is that the US gets North Carolinas with 14-inch guns. In regards to your thing about the Alaskas with 14-inch guns, it's unlikely. The US had already committed to the idea of the Alaskas having a new 12-inch gun. That was already locked in as the idea of what they wanted for the Alaskas. They didn't want to go for something with 914s, because at that point, if you're making a ship that large, you're not building a super cruiser or a large cruiser at that point. You're very much into, by the size of ship, battle cruiser territory. 2 words, as Dr. Clark would say.
I don't get why they didn't do that then.
Basically because they wanted to keep the costs down as best they could. Of course, no one knew at the time that the running costs would be equivalent to normal capital ships anyway, because feature creep and size creep was a thing that that seemed to affect all supercruisers apart from the Deutschlands, funnily enough. And even then, the Deutschlands aren't
Mainly because the
supercruisers,
Deutschlands are just
yeah, I know. Like
the Deutschlands are just weird.
yeah, but yeah,
They're pretty much heavy cruisers.
yeah. This is a question that seems complicated on the face of it, but the answer, as I've just relayed, is relatively simple and straightforward. I don't think anyone has any comments or critiques on that. I think I've pretty much covered everything.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark, anything you'd like to add? But I think I've pretty much covered it all.
You're pretty much there. Yeah, there's nothing really to add to that one.
Where are we?
I know earlier, Raccoon Reaper, just before that one, was trying to relay a question from the ship's talk chat. Basically, after watching Clark's recent video on why Germany should have made a fast battleship, how would you actually get a true battleship up to 25, 26 knots without sacrificing firepower or armor in World War One period?
You put small tube boilers in a Queen Elizabeth. That's your umbrage.
You make them longer. You expect to have you make them longer. You increase the length of beam ratio, and you use the extra space for more power. For more power. The Germans tended to go with a 3-shaft, etc. arrangement. If you'd gone with a 4-shaft, a slightly longer hull, 4-shaft arrangement, you're probably in a better position to put more power down.
Yeah.
But you know, these things are. It's not. The point I was making was for the Germans, the battle cruiser wasn't a good deal. Because their problem, battlecruiser gives you global reach, but their problem isn't global reach; it's getting out of the North Sea.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And that's the problem for them. And so there's no point having the capability to do this amazing thing if you can't do the first thing.
Basically, yeah.
And fast battleships would give you a good portion of the global reach capability and that capability, whilst also actually giving you the power to potentially fight your way out of the North Sea, or at least make the trouble for the British a lot more difficult. Because going for a fast battleship would have been an easy way to challenge the British without challenging the British, and would have actually made it far more difficult. Because the thing is about fast battleships, and pushing the design speed of them.
Yeah.
That's the way the Germans could push the tech envelope without adding stress to their wider economy. Because if you think about it, the army isn't competing with them for ships' engines.
Yep.
But the main problem for the Germans with that as a policy is who do they buy most of their turbines from off in the early years?
The British.
Parsons.
Yes. So if they are starting to cause real trouble with that one, what might happen?
Oh, they might get a delay on their engines.
Exactly. They wouldn't be not delivered. There'd just be a delay. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's been a bit of delay. You do realise we all have very high standards. We have very, very high standards.
This won't be solved until the Germans get their own turbines.
The Germans do have their own turbine producer, and they also buy Swiss as well. But the thing is, the German turbines they're slowly getting them into getting the scale of production.
No, this is what I mean.
Producing turbines is a very finicky and very specialist skill set.
This is what I mean. Might they not then use the turbines production they've got for these highest value of their ships, rather than having them be delayed, and their slower dreadnoughts can be the ones delayed instead? Since they're seen as the less valuable.
The thing is, I was saying for going for fast battleships without don't build dreadnoughts or battle cruisers.
Oh, I see.
As a group, just build fast battleships.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah.
Just basically push your dreadnoughts as fast as you can push them. So don't worry about having a battle cruiser. Great, we've got a 28-knot ship that can go fast around the world. That's lovely, and can go off at these places. You can't get it out, so there's no point. Go
Makes
for
sense.
an actual. Instead of trying to concentrate speed and armor and trying to basically build a Royal Navy, which is what they're doing. They're building a Royal Navy in miniature in some ways.
That's not what you need to fight. You don't fight the Royal Navy by building the Royal Navy.
No, you don't, and that's the trouble. That's what the Germans were doing. The British had to build battle cruisers.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you'd have made their life tremendously more difficult if you made the British have to build battle cruisers and fast battleships.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be the easiest way for the Germans to exact a problem for the British.
Wouldn't you just get
Because
the
it's the one bottleneck the British have in their construction program is their turbine production systems.
Wouldn't you
one
just get
tech
some
of
like
that.
the Admiral class earlier, where you get
No, it would
try and get battle cruisers one word,
Hmm.
where you get sort of the British
Well,
advantage.
no.
in how to manage.
Okay, for starters, the the Admiral class were started off as battle cruiser 2 words. They were started off as economics. The battle cruiser, only battle cruiser 1 word the British build and design from the beginning as a battle cruiser 1 word is HMS Tiger. That's the only one. The Lions have a slight claim to that, but basically it's Tiger. That's why she's heavier than Renown Repulse and she's denser than Hood. Because she is a battle cruiser 1 word rather than a battle cruiser 2 words and built as such.
Hmm.
But no, what the British would have to build fast battleships. That's what they do. They would have to get into the speed race as well, because obviously you have to remember they're in the tech race with the Americans, etc. There's a qualitative race going on which involves the Italians, the Americans, the Japanese, and the British. And what's really funny is all 4 of those are getting turbines from the same people.
Yep.
And then there's a quantitative race, as in numbers, going on with the Germans. The Germans aren't part of the tech race. This is the thing that's often causes so much trouble when people try and understand the Anglo-German naval race. Because they look at it going, they keep coming up with all these fancy ideas for where the pressure for the British jumping up guns is coming from. And they keep going, it's because of their worries and numbers of the German ships and this and that. And
No.
It's not. It's entirely because the Americans are going for bigger guns, the Japanese are going for bigger guns, the Italians are going for bigger guns.
It's only the Germans
and the
that
poor
are sat
Germans
there.
get dragged into the bigger guns
Yeah,
because they have to.
The Germans are sat there twiddling their thumbs, going, "Please, please, please, nobody
America-
increase the
Britain
size
goes
of
to
your
30
guns."
Britain goes to 13.5s. America, well, fine. I guess we'll use 14-inch guns. Britain, well, 15-inch will
15.
suffice.
Yeah, the Germans are sat there going, "For the love of God, will you all stick with a 12-inch?"
And it's the problem with teaching history in the UK and teaching history in a lot of places.
It's been-
below university level.
It's been
is
corrupted.
That the Anglo-German naval race is just treated as the Anglo-German naval race, and
It's-
people don't get taught about all the other stuff going on.
Yeah.
I recently watched your old Queen Elizabeth video on it, and that was actually quite an interesting thing of. Because I personally have always liked the Queen Elizabeth because I've always thought them as a very powerful, strong battleship at the time. And when you compare it to the other sort of cases, no, I can understand for why others might see them as an innovation, but not as much as they could be. And then seeing the potential Queen Elizabeth Maximus was just amusing.
Yeah, instead of going, this is what the British could have built, but they choose not to build it because of the other issues that would have created from it.
Yep, basically. It's all about
'Cause if they-
measuring your steps of escalation.
Because it's like when you said if the British jumped up to 16.5s instead, just going straight up to 3-inch caliber, what would the US do if they say,
18s. The US
with
would go
leaps
to
and
18s.
bounds jumped across us?
The US would go for 18s. Or, well, no, it's
Which-
sorry,
yeah, which
sorry,
has-
correction. It's more likely the US would build a class of 16-inch capital ship immediately, but then their plan would be to immediately work up to an 18-inch capital ship, because they would likely be able to work up a 16-inch gun quickly enough to respond, but an 18-inch would have to be the next generation of US capital ships beyond that. But that would be
Yes.
the plan.
Yeah,
Again,
and the
Germans
thing is-
sitting in a corner crying.
Yeah, the Germans are sitting in a
Yes.
corner crying. That's
Please,
exactly what they're
just
doing.
stop, it's already dead. Just stop.
And that's the thing. The real point of that video is that, yeah, basically the Queen Elizabeth just crushed won the Anglo-German naval race whilst also taking part in the qualitative race because they just raised the cost of the capital ships to the point at which the here were just going, excuse me, you want to take money from our budget now?
Nah,
That ain't happening.
just a minute.
And then the British then delivered the next year with the great example of the Germans tried to keep in it, and the British went, well, the Navy was going, we want 6. The Treasury wanted 4, so they settled on 8.
Yeah,
and at
this...
which point the Heer were pointing guns at the Kaiserlich Marine, going, yeah, you want to spend how much money?
No, and honestly,
We give up.
honestly, the Deutsches Heer was entirely correct at that point. They made, in terms of strategic sense, the Deutsches Heer getting its money in 1912 was entirely the right call by the Imperial German government.
So,
Mhm.
this all implies that Germany was pretty much forced into war in 1914 then. Otherwise, the navy they had built would have been relatively
well,
quickly made
No,
obsolete.
There's
actually,
a
it's
whole-
worse than that, because actually the Kaiser Wilhelm believed in 1914,
How
because
long-
the Royal Navy hadn't been as dangerously mobilised as he felt they could be, that the British were only posturing and wouldn't actually go to war, so it's safe to go to war.
And I would also point out there was a large-scale belief, whether true or untrue, among the general staff, because bear in mind, externally, as far as everyone's concerned, bear in mind, this is externally to the rest of the world, this is not the true state of affairs, everyone's looking at Russia in the 11 years since the Russo-Japanese War by 1914, and they're seeing a rapidly modernizing army, they're seeing a navy that is building dreadnought battleships and has rebuilt its strength after being basically crushed in the space of near half a decade. They're seeing a rapidly industrializing Russia. As far as the German general staff and the Kaiser are concerned, there is this belief that 1914 is the final chance. If they don't go to war and knock Russia down a peg now, they'll never be able to defeat them again. Now, this isn't true, as we know Russia is racked by internal instability, and this industrialization is built on shaky foundations, but the Germans don't know that. There's a lot of reasons why war breaks out in 1914, and it's very complex, but basically war was always
It's really
going to
strange
break
the
out.
Germans don't know that, considering they're building several of the ships for the Russians, including the cruisers. They are as heavily embedded in the Germanic aristocracy of Russia as anyone is, and honestly, they're also providing many of the companies which are doing a lot of
Oh,
the work
I
and
know.
exploiting some of the work going on in Russia.
I know,
So
and this
theoretically-
makes it
so
even more
realistically, they
laughable.
should have had a better
Yeah,
understanding
this
than
makes
they
it
did.
even more laughable. They fully believed this notion. Like, it wasn't even a hunch then. They were like, we have to fight now, otherwise we're going to lose. They should have known better. They didn't.
And I'm kind of curious to know
and I'm
where-
just gonna
So, what's it called? I'm sorry, go on.
I'm just gonna leave that question there and move
I was
on.
gonna say, I would be kind of curious to know where actual Russian Empire ship development would have went from.
We have a rough
hadn't actually
indication.
collapsed then.
We have a rough indication. I'm
We've
gonna very,
Ismail
very,
and
I'm gonna
such.
very, very quickly touch on this. We have a rough indication. We've got the Ismails. We've got the Black Sea battleship proposal, which was a class of with 9 16-inch guns in 3 triples, all on the deck, but a range 2 forward, 1 aft. We have the Svetlanas showing which way Russian cruisers are going. We basically have good indications of them moving towards larger, more capable, but fewer ships. In line with what...
No, I have seen one, which is... it's from Warships and Military, but it is
Yeah.
actually based off a proper proposal, which
Yeah.
is a 3x4 16-inch design, all
Yeah.
deck mounted, 1 fore, 1 aft, 1 amid.
Yeah, but yes, I have seen that as well. But I'm going to park that there for now, and I do actually we have a lot of questions to get through, and also a lot of
And none
very
them General
good
Officer.
and a lot of very good
Just,
questions.
just because I like doing this to Leslie and I like torturing him just a little bit, and he's here.
Good to know I'm not the
I
only
have
one
a
who gets
name
it.
for him.
Uh-oh.
Leslie,
Yeah.
Terajima.
Mm.
Well, there goes that idea.
He was, and this is where Fleet might like him as well. He was, as well as being a naval officer, he was a minister of communications, minister of railways, all in the Tojo cabinet, and he seems to be another one of the very Tojo Hayakiro's little promotions
Hmm.
and support on people he was pushing along.
Hmm. Oh my.
And he was interesting. When Hirohito made a visit to Europe while he was crown prince, Tajima was selected as the senior staff officer of the Third Fleet, which consisted of Katuri and Kashima.
Oh my. Good God.
I'm just going to pretend I know what you're talking about and nod my head and go, very
Yeah.
interesting.
You know, you're not the only one doing that. I'll be honest, Foxo.
dear. God damn it.
It's a fun thing.
Nodding your head to things you don't understand
Yes.
is very fun.
Like, Foxo, it's important to bear in mind that when Shipshape comes along, and I think I am going to be dragged into this whole thing when they're going northwards to Narvik, apparently, which may or may not still be going on. I'm
literally going to Narvik this week. I literally leave on Friday for Oslo.
Yeah, so I am going to have to sit there, and I'm going to have to sit there as they're going north discussing things, nodding my head, going, yes, Drac, yes, Clark, yes, other members of the Shipshape
Oh
crew.
no! We're planning on we're not doing the train journey anymore. So we're planning on just sitting in a nice bar, chatting away, and having you there virtually.
Oh, God, it's never going to end. It's never going to end.
That honestly sounds like something that would be glorious just to listen into, but...
I get to be there.
That's what it will be. It will be live.
I get to be there.
Brilliant.
I get to be there in quasi
something I like.
person.
I
So
don't
that's
entirely
the
know
thing.
what you're referring to there.
Basically, we want. Basically, we needed Fleet there for two reasons. One, he's fun to have, and we'll chat
Yeah,
away.
I'm comic amusement.
And two, I think honestly, Drac is worried about facing live questions coming through a chat without Fleet there to help him.
Makes sense. You're like a buffer state, Fleet.
You do
I'm
realize
sorry. I'm
realize
sorry.
that person is related to the Gojo no Otami, who was a
Mm.
Japanese warrior monk
Yeah,
during the Meiji Restoration period.
yeah. I'm starting to put together a list of names, and they're getting interesting
I'm just.
because
Oh.
I also have Ayasuke Yamamoto.
Yamamoto's adopted father.
I just.
No, wasn't that Gonbei Yamamoto? That was his adopted uncle, I think. Ayasuke Yamamoto.
Okay.
I just realised what I am.
And the reason he's interesting, and everyone listening might enjoy this. Okay. So the reason Ayasuke Yamamoto is interesting is because he writes the paper in 1909 that proposes setting up the naval air arm.
Good God.
In 1909, he's proposing that for the Japanese Navy.
Crikey.
And basically, the point I'm making in the video, which is going to be coming out, I think, next Tuesday, on Japanese naval aircraft squadron system, and I'm re-recording, and I'm just rewriting a couple of slides of it now as we speak, is that the reason the Japanese have the squadron system they do, and the reason they have the structure they have for the aircraft, is because of when it's formed. It's not formed based on World War I experience, it's formed based on their pre-war experience, and their experience during World War I, because of the level of operations they actually conducted, didn't disprove it. So they've got a model which is very similar to the model which the Royal Naval Air Service and the Royal Flying Corps did actually pursue a very similar focus on this elite, the very best of the best. But that got broken down by World War I by the true volume they had to produce. Whereas the Japanese system doesn't get broken down by World War I because they don't have to produce that true volume. All they do is see that working very, very well and providing this great striking arm at Tsingtao or Qingdao, as it's
Oh dear.
depending on time period.
Oh God.
And so the idea that's often perpetuated that, you know, they're going their own way because of they are being just Japanese culture, etc., actually doesn't quite hold water once you start looking through this detail, and suddenly that makes a lot of sense because of their experience of World War I. And one of the things I keep trying to return to my channel about World War I is that not every nation involved in World War I has the same cultural memory and cultural experience of World War I as we do. And that's one of the problems going into the 20s and 30s, because a lot of the European powers are obsessed with the destruction of World War One and see war as a horror they've got to avoid completely, and this guides them to be very, very weird in some of the things they do in deterrence operations. And yet, the Japanese, for them, World War One was a glorious victory.
Oh dear.
It's a completely different perception of the war.
It's yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Oh dear. Right. Well, first things first. I have a comedic comment to make before I move on to the next question. I've just realised I'm Drax livestream comfort blanket. That's literally my role. Fleet is Drax
Honestly, Fleet, you're more like a Belgium.
What?
Created to be. To
I'm
try
no
and stop,
speed bump.
Of course you are. No, you're a Belgium as it was initially designed to stop France and such getting in the way of our trade.
Well, not
anyway.
that. He's Belgian in the way that he's the youngest of the historians.
Ah, yeah.
He's from two completely different disciplines that don't get along very well on YouTube.
What do you mean?
And he's a lot of the European Union. He gets a lot of people together that can't fucking agree on anything.
No, they agree with stuff reasonably often, just different aspects of it.
Right. Before I get
Question.
complimented in weird and wonderful ways that I'm not quite sure I like, but they are still compliments. What if the Queen Elizabeth had a subclass with 9 15-inch guns in an ABY layout? How much displacement could be saved, and could that saved displacement be added back into the ship in terms of capability?
Well, if the Queen Elizabeth
It
was
would be-
short, you boilers, surely, but gone.
Yeah, you'd just be more boilers. You'd basically be creating a fast battleship version of the Queen Elizabeth. You'd actually making something that would do 28 knots.
Whoopee!
But also, you have to remember that if you have a triple turret, you're going to have to broaden the beam slightly, so you
Yeah.
have to make them longer to get the length to beam ratio, which means you're going to get. And I can't believe I'm saying this, and please let the person who keeps putting these videos forward not be listening, because it will just give them even more ammunition. You'd be getting a Tiger class Tiger class proportioned Queen Elizabeth class.
Oh no.
I'll be honest, that actually sounds kind of interesting, though.
I'm gonna
I know,
buy a
but
parking...
unless this way, if you want the video about that, you have to go on my Patreon and vote for it, because it's been suggested in 2 different topics. This way, and they need votes. So if you have to become a patron and have to vote for it if you want the video, because that's how I do my videos. I'm not like Drac takes everyone's questions and tries to answer them all literally, and I really appreciate that methodology. But I would never finish with the way I ramble.
I'm somewhere...
So what I have to do is I do a system where people suggest their topics, and then I let all the patrons can suggest topics, and then all the patrons can vote.
I've
all
also...
the ones they like, and the ones which get the most votes, we get done.
I've enabled Drac to keep doing that because I've basically used myself as a massive absorption blanket to absorb a lot of the questions that might cause long, rambling adult history timelines by creating Fleet's random ramblings, so Drac can keep answering these lovely, neat questions that can be pinned down in about 10 to 20 minutes, whereas Fleet gets stuck with the ones that spin off into massive tangents. Looking at you, Red Fleet Timeline!
Don't
In
even.
answer to Faya has just put a question to me in the chat, and I'm just going to answer that. Faya, again, I'm going to keep the powder dry because that might encourage people. But if you want that to discuss, there will be I will do an entire video on it. But short answer is probably yes. But I'm not going to answer your question or anything like that because that might encourage the person who I'm not naming, because it involves also naming the aircraft which has become my channel's both mascot and bogeyman.
Oh, it's Blackburn
One thing.
Salesman, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Well,
Blackburn.
it's
Blackburn,
Spiteful
Blackburn
said
Maximus.
Check Knight is not listening, but...
Yeah,
Either way.
that's what we... Yeah, one of the things I'm very glad of is that Knight 6831 isn't here, and I don't have to deal with him. That's one of the things I am very glad of.
Yes,
No, I
but
think he should be here. I think you'd
No,
love it.
Dr. Clark,
Oh, no,
don't you
oh.
dare! Don't you
That's
dare!
some very interesting questions.
That is your
Hearing
special
all
brand
the
of
time
hell.
that-
I'm
Hearing all
not
those
dealing with
the
that.
times I hear that name pop up off Robert Clark stuff is fascinating.
The man
Like,
is literally a
it's the most common
question-asking
name.
machine. The man is a question-asking machine. Dr. Clark
Maybe
tries
I
to
should
work...
try and divert him towards Fleet.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
You want more people listening to your
I
rambling?
do, but that man's questions are things I can't answer. Anyway,
course you
moving
can.
swiftly.
I think it would be interesting to have Knight provide questions for ramblings because I think I think they could keep you going all night long.
You certainly won't run out.
He's only got 200 that Dr. Clark hasn't answered so far. So you know.
And they keep
Yeah,
going
so
up.
You can share some of them.
You could start
They
working
keep
his way
going
through
up.
Clark's questions for him.
The
your
highest they ever got is 300 as a backlog.
Your typical gunnery officer asks,
That literally took 3 weeks of brew ships to work down to 50.
yeah. Your typical
Gunnery officer
gunnery
asks.
officer asks, in 1943-44, the US and... Oh, sorry, nope, I've missed one from your typical gunnery officer. What if the USN and RN trained together in night fighting pre-war? Since King wasn't in charge of the USN yet, do you think this will help the Guadalcanal naval battles? Well, first of all, you can say what you like about Admiral King, but if he thinks he doesn't know something, aka night fighting and night doctrine, because he was never an expert in it, he will, and someone's offering to teach him what he knows at a fleet operational and tactical level, King will absorb that until he thinks he's an expert, and knowing the way Admiral King absorbs things, if he's absorbing what the RN's teaching him, and he probably will be, because as far as he's concerned, they know what they're talking about and he doesn't, the fact that it's the RN doesn't enter into it, because it's someone who knows something that King will think to be of use, pumping it into him in terms of the knowledge. It doesn't matter what the source is. Well, the thing is, King had experience with convoys, and he thought he knew best. King has no experience with night fighting. There's a difference. In order for King to absorb something, he has to have very little to no experience of it. Night fighting is one of those things.
Yeah, but it was still, he refused to take on the lessons the British had learned about convoys in the early part of the Second World War.
Yes, Foxo, but as I said, it's because he thought he knew. Because he'd had experience with convoys. Because he thought he knew best.
Yeah.
It's one of the weaknesses of Admiral King. He doesn't know anything about night fighting.
The US had a bit about night fighting at least.
Yeah, the US does, but King has often been quoted as saying that what he knows and what the USN knows are two separate things, and he considers that two separate knowledge bases. Because King personally commanded convoy operations and dealt with convoys during the interwar and World War I period, he thinks he knows best about convoys. He has not personally commanded night fighting operations.
Yeah.
So I think that it's likely that even if King is in the picture, which he may not be depending on when this joint training takes place, the absorption of this information into the US and its distribution among US service personnel will likely go off without a hitch. And with that in case, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Clark for the second part of the question. Do you think this will help in the Guadalcanal naval battles?
Would it help?
Assuming the US is
It
absorbed...
can't hinder.
Yeah.
It can't hinder. But the trouble is, there's a difference between absorbing something and operationalizing it. There's a difference between knowing something in theory and... The point I make is the fact that the Royal Navy's doctrine for carrier damage control is you start counter-flooding the moment you're hit by a torpedo. You basically, that's the first thing you do once you've got water coming in, is you start counter-flooding. And that was the doctrine established in the late 1920s. That was firmly established in Royal Navy doctrine for damage control and taught to damage control officers, etc. But the trouble is, by World War II, and especially once you lose Courageous and Glorious, which have basically been universities training the damage control officers to specialize in carriers, you have a lot of personnel in coming into carriers in 1940, etc., who are coming from the surface fleet, where the golden rule is, thou shalt, that the enemy is trying to let water in, you do not let water in, it's the last thing you do. And that's what leads to some of the issues of Ark Royal and a few other ships. And why Ark Royal is arguably lost is because of the delay to counter-flooding and because of the things that went on. And so the thing is, you can have the doctrine knowledge put in, in that period. You can listen to it in 1940-41, but at what level is it going to get to in the Navy that they're doing things like zigzagging instinctually, automatically? And the rest of the night fighting doctrine that the Royal Navy does. At what point are they going to... Because again, the US Navy's battle doctrine is to engage from range and keep bombarding from range. That's their fleet battle. The British battle doctrine is to engage from range and then hammer in close till you get to the point which is best for your guns and smash them. That's a different doctrine, and that doctrine then feeds into the British night fighting doctrine, which is different. Therefore, you have to sort of... The Americans have a different basic doctrine to adapt their night fighting doctrine, so it's not going to happen quickly. So, would it have happened in time for Guadalcanal? The answer is...
Depends when the training takes place.
It might not at the beginning of Guadalcanal, but if the early battles go as they did historically, then by the later battles it will probably be part of it.
Yeah. Your typical gunnery officer asks, Leslie, you are hot micing a little bit there, my friend. Would you mind? I'm just gonna very, very quickly just server mute him just quickly, just while he sorts that out.
Yeah.
In 1943-44, the US and British Army, how did their mechanized motorized differ from one another? I think he means in terms of actual equipment, not doctrine, which makes this question easier to answer. The US used M2, M3 half-tracks and 2.5-ton trucks, and the UK used Bren carriers plus their own trucks. The US also used light and medium tanks, while the UK uses the term infantry and cruiser tanks for supporting infantry or exploiting a breakthrough in enemy lines. By 1943 and 1944, the Western Allies as a whole have crystallized on a very, very similar joint doctrine. Gone are the days of cruiser and infantry tanks in the way that you think of them pre-42. You're looking at the British. The British still have the terms, but their cruiser tanks that are in service by that period are the Cromwell, which is very close to being what the British call the Sherman, which is a universal tank. The Cromwell is basically only called a cruiser tank because of its higher top speed and the fact that it is the last of that lineage. In reality, the Comet and the Cruise Centurion are sometimes called cruiser tanks, but are more commonly fit into the universal tank role. The Churchill is very much leaning towards a heavy tank. Now, it's still called an infantry tank, but it's used like a traditional heavy tank. You're seeing both sides making extensive use of M2 and M3 half-tracks. The US uses them exclusively, but you will see British forces also making great use of the M2 and M3. You do see Bren carriers as well, but Bren carriers are normally used when... Well, it depends. It basically depends on what the British division has. The UK had a preference for the Bren, because it was obviously home-built, they were familiar with it, but they were not opposed to using the M2, or M3. It was basically what the division got, basically. In terms of US light and mediums, the US light tank role, the British also used basically the same vehicles for the same role, although the British used their light tanks and armoured cars interchangeably for very similar roles, that being reconnaissance / light fire support for advancing columns.
Which tanks would you class for the British as light by this point?
Oh, those are all the Stuarts. Just Stuarts.
Right,
That's
so,
it. That's it. That's all they get. The only light tank in Allied service, so the only light tanks in Allied service by 43-44 are the various marks of Stuarts.
I was going to say, because
I mean, frontline.
Light tanks per se.
Yeah, I mean frontline service. We've got the Tetrarch, but that's not in British mechanized and motorized formations by 43-44. You're looking at the lineup for both forces and how they operate in the Italian and European theaters are so similar by 43-44 that it basically how they doctrinally... There are some doctrinal differences in how they use fires, that is very true. So how the British will use their artillery and their air support is different to how the US will call upon their artillery and their air support, along with how they chain access to those fires. But in terms of actual using the equipment they've got on hand and the formations available to conduct an offensive or defensive operation, you're looking at a very similar use case and tactical deployments for both the British Mechanized Motorized Division and an American Mechanized Motorized Division when it comes to advancing on a position or defending held ground. It was also, this helped massively in the ability for both forces to coordinate and cooperate, and it's one of the main reasons why we see great success in the war, because we're actually working together with unified command structures and very, very near unified doctrines. Does anyone else have any comments to add?
Yes, a couple of them. First things first, when it comes to light tanks, if you go by what the Royal Armoured Division's like 7th Armoured is doing, you're seeing the Cromwell being pressed into the light armour role and the scout role.
Oh, that's very true, but it's still not...
Especially in divisions
Yes, Fox.
that are considered full armour divisions that are mixed with being...
Yeah, that is true, but it's not a light tank. It may be used in that role, but it's not a light tank. I was going specifically off equipment.
If the shoe fits...
No,
but,
Fox, no, you can't.
Yeah, no, right.
You can't
Right, well,
just...
Yeah,
Fleet, Fleet, don't say that,
Fleet-
because it's the
Fleet-
same argument people have about the M18.
yeah, let me explain.
What?
It's being used by stuff like... In the case of the 7th Armoured...
But the M18's a tank destroyer, not a light tank.
But
So yeah, so the
US
Cromwells are being used as by
Yeah, I'm
the
aware.
third
They are
company?
they are
Yes.
very good at fulfilling that mobile light fire support reconnaissance role. They have the mobility and the additional armor and firepower compared to light tanks like the M5 and the M3 Stuart is probably appreciated by the crews using them for that role. I'm not denying their effectiveness. It's very true and very apparent they were effective in that role, and they were useful in that role. That doesn't make them light tanks. It makes them good at fulfilling the light fire support and scouting role, but it doesn't make them light tanks. But I do agree, Fox. So thank you for filling in that gap, because I had in fact missed the fact that the Cromwells were used in that role
as well. It looks like the British armored divisions, well, the heavy versions, not the light version, also utilize a brigade of line artillery, mechanized line artillery. That's fully equipped with what's it?
I mean, I'm not really...
what's the word
That's
you're
brain
looking for?
carriers. Where the brain carriers are being pushed into service as artillery tractors.
I find that unsurprising.
And the M3 is being used for actual infantry support roles.
I find that unsurprising, given the increased size of infantry sections and squads generally as the war goes on.
Yeah.
That's honestly unsurprising. And the Bren does have a good powertrain, good tractive effort, it's relatively light, and it's good for towing the increasing, especially as we get towards the later stages of the war, and you've got the increasing size of the towed guns. You're looking at the widespread adoption of the 4.5 into British service in Europe. You're looking. You've still got the towed 25s knocking around, but you are seeing the 4.5 appear in much larger numbers. Leslie, you are still. There is still a lot of background coming in through
There's
your
some
mic.
interference coming across on your mic, Leslie. I'm not
Yeah,
sure what
would
it
you
is.
mind going to push to talk while we're going on, just so that we are avoiding the background, if at all possible? Or turn on noise suppression powered by Crisp. That could actually fix it. That would probably reduce the background noise being picked up. Where are we?
Also, this is the sort of question which would be good to have someone like Sierra or some of the people there, because I know they're far more.
Yeah, they would be.
knowledgeable
Sierra,
of
Cyclic, those two would know the answer to this question far better than we can. But I made a pretty good go of it, I think. Dr. Clark, in response to your link to
I'll show you a
zeros
quick
over the Mediterranean... Go on, Foxo.
Briefly. According to this, the British didn't designate the Sherman as a universal tank. They designated it as a cruiser tank.
I'm fairly certain. I've
And
seen it.
integrated it into the cruiser tank role.
Makes sense
Because
the
it's not
universal
infantry
tank only really
tank.
starts coming around near late
Yeah.
Centurion.
Because
Yeah, it's basically the Sherman transitions. By the end, it's called a universal. By the end, it's classified as a universal tank. But when it first comes in, it's fitted in a cruiser tank. Because let's be honest, when it first comes into service, what's its most like? Cruiser tanks.
Yeah.
So that's basically it's a typical fudge transition.
Yeah.
Because it's referenced that they replace the Crusader Mark IIIs in the 7th Heavy Armored in 1943 before the invasion of Sicily, and they replace the Crusader Mark IIIs in the Crusader section in the cruiser tank sections, and are expected to perform the same role.
Yeah. Lazy
Charlotte
author.
Doctrine was cruiser.
Sorry, go on, Leslie.
British tank doctrine was that you were either cruiser tank or an infantry tank. And since it could go more than 10 miles an hour, it was a cruiser tank. Cruiser tank did the role of the fast scout tank role of what the Americans called a light tank. So, in theory, the British don't have a light tank. That's because they don't have a doctrine to use a light tank. They use the cruiser in that role.
But arguably they do, because you have the Valentine, which is designated a light tank specifically.
But
No.
Valentine's an
Valentine
infantry.
Is definitely an
Is it?
Is definitely an infantry.
Valentine's an infantry. A lot-
Or is that because in the British divisions in India, in Burma, they're designated light tanks.
The Valentine.
No.
Valentine's definitely classed as an infantry because it is incredibly solid and it's designed primarily to support the infantry.
The Valentine is in this weird place where it wears many, many, many hats throughout its career, depending on who it's serving and where it's serving. It's an infantry tank in the Western Desert. It's a light tank in the Far East. It's a medium tank for the Russian army on the Eastern Front. The Valentine is many things to many people, and it varies depending on what market
Well, who made it though? It is an infantry tank.
No, I'm aware. It is as designed and built an infantry tank.
I don't think it actually varies on what mark you're using because all of them go basically the same speed. It just
True.
depends on what guns in. Basically,
The British made
or a 2-pounder.
The British made a masterful decision to reuse the running gear from the A9 and A10 early cruiser tanks and rework it into the Valentine. It was a fantastic idea that made great use of an already existing production line, and it bore dividends.
Was definitely an infantry tank, and that's the thing. The British don't. The British light tank are the carriers. Anyway,
Lazy Author has a question about the 0-0 of the Mediterranean that you linked. Just in regards to that, he says, would the Anglo-Iraq War and the Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran still happen? If not, would anything change in the Middle East during this Cold War? Would it go the same as OTL?
Well, I don't think necessarily the Anglo-Iraq War or the Anglo-Soviet invasion sort of division of Iran still happens because, let's be honest, the British now have they don't have to have the forces in the Far East doing Far East stuff versus the Japanese and watching them or deterring them, let alone fighting them. And B, they have access to the Japanese forces to support them elsewhere. So honestly, the British can still do these things, but they will have a lot more force available from the wider empire. So likely you will see maybe the Anglo-Iraq War still happens. But let's be honest, quite a lot of these things were about securing if Iraq was about securing it from Turkey, which they're worried the Germans, that the Turks would go over to the Germans and then would invade, and that would disrupt oil supplies. For Britain's Far Eastern forces, you have to remember, there is often a misunderstanding of where the oil is coming from. The oil from the Far East, from the Middle East, is supporting well, doesn't really support the Royal Navy, does support the North Africa campaign from the army. The Royal Navy's got huge fuel supplies in Alexandria. Massive fuel supplies in Alexandria. Any point they're running low of fuel in Alexandria, there has been something really weird going on for them to run low on fuel there. But it's about supporting the Indian, the forces in India, etc. It's mainly the ground forces, because one of the things the British found was that whilst the Royal Navy had been building up massive fuel supplies in the 1920s and 30s and stockpiling fuel around the world, in a plan which they'd first conceived in 1910, and had been planning on stockpiling fuel, because they basically, the moment they started saying we might shift from coal to fuel oil, right then, what do we have around the world? All these coal stores. Well, now what we need to replace them with around the world? All these fuel stores. That's what they're just changing over the methodology. Well,
Basically.
so basically, it might happen, it might not happen. It also, the question is, do the Soviets switch sides? Because you have to remember, for that operation to happen, a division of Persia, basically in the spheres of influence, and the Soviets sort of being allowed in without the British really responding in massive military overwhelming force, which the British could do, because for the Soviets that's at the end of their logistic strain. They can barely support the operations. If the British had resisted or anything, they have far more. The British can't go far out of Persia. They can't go north from there because they can't support that logistically.
No.
But again, look at what the Soviets would be trying to support it over. Some people go, it's far closer to the Soviet Union. They could easily support it, and go, look at that territory. If you can find flat land anywhere, you are a lucky person. You are trying to support something the other side of a mountain range. That is the definition of a logistics nightmare.
The rail net the rail net in Iran is actually not in this period. There is actually a limited north to south rail net, and if as in Zeroes over the Mediterranean they are fighting the Russians, the construction of something like the Trans-Iranian Railway could be done by the British in reasonable time. The Russian rail net on the other side, however, the terrain is far more inhospitable. You're talking about the Great Steppe and some of the most desertification-ified, I know that's not a word, but roll with me here, parts of the Great Steppe in this period. There are limited Russian railway networks through that region, but if the Russians aren't receiving Lend-Lease from the Allies to build up that area, sparing the equipment required to do so when the Germans are battering down your door and you need every locomotive available.
If the Germans end up battering the door, because in this scenario, you've got the Japanese have joined the war long before the Germans have turned on the Soviets. So that's the whole thing. Did the Germans still turn on the Soviets? Do they not?
They kind of have to, though.
Do they have to? Or are they going to be too busy dealing with fighting the British? And also, especially, if you got the Japanese fleet and the British forces turning up in Alexandria and coming from that direction, the Japanese resupplying, as I sort of put on mission, sort of turning up all over the place, the Mediterranean campaign is going to get very different very quickly, and very painful very quickly. Which means the North African campaign could be won quite quickly. Because if the Italians can't supply the forces in North Africa, then that's over. And then you've got issues for Italy and other things, because if they lose their army in North Africa, and then you don't probably have you can have a far larger commitment if they are invading Greece. If they aren't invading Greece, what's going on? Do they still get Crete? If the Italian Navy's been structurally defeated? Because again, the scenario I put was quite simple: a Japanese carrier turning up and doing a dawn attack after the British had done Taranto. Just one Japanese carrier there, and what happens?
The Italian fleet is having a real bad morning.
I mean, we discussed this during the whole.
Yeah.
I mean, we discussed this during the whole. We discussed the whole additional carrier scenario during the disastrous Kaiserliche Marine coming to 1939 scenario, and how disastrous even just an extra British carrier would be to that engagement.
Oh.
It's the same thing again.
The Fat Boy have joined in.
It's the same thing again but this time,
Well, that's the scenario was it was just after Mussolini had actually joined the war, but it would be basically so Mussolini announces he's joining the war on the German side, and then Japan announces they're joining the war on the British side, and it's kind of a case of, oh, so you've got him, we've got them.
Would you mind a white peace?
no, it's too late for that now. But the thing is, bear in mind how badly the
And
Taranto
the British
went.
would quite happily promise Japan Italian Africa.
Yeah, like Japanese.
The
And the thing is, the funny thing is, the Japanese would happily accept a client or friendly regime in Ethiopia because funny thing is, there were actually ties between the independent Ethiopian regime and the Japanese government prior to its annexation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they need to hire a samurai.
Yes. You already have one. So,
Right. I suppose, but it doesn't get. None of this gets rid of the main reason Germany invaded the Soviet Union,
Mm-hmm.
which is the issue.
So they likely would still do so, I suspect.
Well, they might want to.
but they
The
might not.
thing
have the
is, again, can they? Do they have the? Are they able to? Because if he does end up doing it, then he's going to find himself fighting the British Empire, Japan, and the Soviet Union. And Italy may or may not have been knocked out of that fight.
I mean, we did
And you think
go
about the whole-
into.
We talked about the Arctic convoy scenario. We talked about the Persian convoys to supply, etc.
Oh yeah, we've
If
been.
Japan is not part of the war effort, and you are able to supply the Soviet Union without worrying about it, you think about it. You've basically turned the entire war now becomes the Mediterranean, where possibly the Italian Navy has ceased to functionally exist by the end of 1941. In terms of certain large surface combatants at the very least, and you've got then the Battle of the Atlantic, and oh yes, Bismarck wants to come out. Well, that's lovely, but there are now 4 Congos reinforcing, and maybe even Yamato and Musashi turn up.
And and also it gets funnier.
It's not a good scenario.
It gets
And
funnier.
yes, they can only do 27 knots. They're not fast battleships, but they're fast enough to be friggin' scary. I don't think I'd want to be Bismarck taking on one of them.
Well, to be fair,
Yeah.
Nelson and Rodney were not fast enough to chase them, but they still managed to. But what's it called? They were still trying to give it a crack, and Rodney actually did give it a good crack.
And she caught Bismarck.
Yes,
Imagine instead of-
Rodney
imagine
busted
instead of-
some boilers and proved that she could go very fast if you didn't take
Like-
any notice of your boilers screaming.
Like, if they just, if in this situation just swap Rodney for Yamato, that's a bad day to be a German sailor. As 18.1 inch shells start flying.
I suppose, would the Japanese captain be willing to stick cotton in his ears and ignore the chief engineer crying out in pain as the engines are pushed too far?
Probably. Knowing them, yes.
For the victory of having a battle against another battleship and winning?
To prove the pride of the Japanese fleet, our technological supremacy shown in the form of a battleship. Yeah, like,
you'd actually have a problem stopping him.
you're
Sure,
just giving him
sure,
exactly what he
sure,
wants
I
as a
can
way
get
to
You
it
would have the
prove.
I
chief
can get it
engineer
up to
crying, the
110%.
chief engineer would be shouting him on.
Yeah, it's a case of the chief engineer telling the crew, "I don't care that they're beyond the red line. Push it harder. Give me 120%."
And can you imagine Roosevelt's face on hearing that news? Or even better, Admiral King's?
Yes. Yes,
What,
indeed.
Japanese battleship assists sinking pride of German fleet?
Yes.
Plus, then also just King knowing, there's a Japanese super battleship basing in British ports. Ah,
The Germans.
I can't
the-
ignore these intelligence reports anymore.
Yeah, the Americans are not going to side with the Axis, nor
never.
are they likely to
No.
go to war with the British and the Japanese. If anything, as long as
They-
as
in nicest way, in this scenario, they possibly join the war to join because their worry would be that the British would be in sown debt to the Japanese. That if they ended up fighting war against the Japanese, they'd for the British Empire be neutral and might even join the war on their side. So they might actually end up joining in terms of naval commitment, which is one of the
And
things I
there
did
is-
feature in the video. I said, look, basically they could end up being a limited naval commitment. No ground forces, but they're sending the navy.
Well, they might
And
try
I
and
would-
join partly out of pride.
And
because
I would
of,
point
yes,
out.
we can't let the British just do this, and the Japanese getting the glory of they assist to defeat the German Reich. They'll be going, we can't let this sort of this is
Especially
I
the
would-
way I had it structured was the Japanese basically announced it to do once again, like in the First World War when we came to join our allies, the British, the moment they needed us. We will join them out of history, out of honor. We will join them again first because we join out of honor, not out of greed.
US looking
Which is a kind of a
side-eyed.
kick at the US who
Yeah.
joined in 1917.
Out of greed.
And, yeah,
And have
yeah, that
not
was-
joined this war as well because there's no reason for us to
Yeah.
do so yet. Britain,
Uh,
we'll just give Britain what we can give them. They'll pay us for it.
The funniest
If
thing,
Japan says
the
it this
funniest
way-
thing is, the British may not come to the US for material aid.
No, they kind of have to.
No, they can go to the Japanese instead. They're already fighting a
No,
war with them. Japan's for
Yeah, no,
Japan's.
the
No.
amount of
No.
shit
No,
the UK is buying.
They will buy still from the Americans. Okay, they'll still be buying from the Americans. But one of the things you have to think about is that the British will no longer need to worry about convoying, and pretty much the Indian Ocean will be secure. So the British economy in the Indian Ocean is going to be running. So therefore, things like the Malaya Free Trade Area, that'll keep running. So that'll support the pound, the sterling zone, all those things. So the British economy will be completely different by this. Access to all that rubber will continue flowing happily.
Hmm.
The convoy route from Freetown, Sierra Leone, to the UK is going to become even more critically important. Because
Yeah.
you're probably going to have them organising the convoys from the Far East coming up. They're probably going to reach the Indian Ocean, reach Cape Town, be reformed up there, then convoy up to Freetown with a cruiser as escort, and then take on their anti-ASW escort, their destroyers and submarines. There's also the scenario that if North African campaign goes very well, you get French North Africa as well, liberated by Charles de Gaulle, but also you get air bases along the entire south of the Mediterranean, and you can now run convoys through the Mediterranean.
It's a real bad day to be a German or an Italian. But simply.
Oh yeah, the Italian surface fleet is basically going to get hammered because anything which survives Taranto. And again, what can the British afford to risk if the Japanese have joined the force quickly and joined it as soon as they could? That's a third carrier, so in operation, so they might well take that out with Illustrious and get Eagle maintained earlier. So it could end up with Eagle and Illustrious launching the Night Strike together at Taranto. And then Shikaku is the carrier which I picked, launching the Dawn Strike.
Does she have the 1,600 kilogram APs at this point? Basically repurposed Nagato shells. So that would put a bad day for a battleship.
I would like to put a pin in this because we are now on the verge of basically just redoing the video Zeros Over the Med in Ramblings, and that video already exists. But, I'm sorry, gentlemen,
It's
but
a very fun video.
we unfortunately have a curse to look upon.
Which is?
I'm sorry,
What?
gentlemen.
Sorry, and the Fox, of course.
Wow. What's this curse?
What would the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom and Empire of Great Britain, Ireland, and Japan look like? From Admiral Wellesley T. Collingwood, and he's provided an image for this abomination. My first question, of many, is to the Dutchman who has been sitting there quietly in the channel, considering that this union apparently happens in 1900. Guy, are the Dutch celebrating this union or absolutely terrified of it? Considering what it means for the Dutch East Indies.
Why would the Dutch be terrified?
This will pretty much just completely neutralize any and all threats to the East Indies.
So the Dutch are literally sat there with their arms like celebrations in the.
Yeah, like, isn't it? Because the British and the Dutch have quite good relations at this point, surely. So
Yes,
It
they
wouldn't
do,
really be a
but
threat.
also just remember, if the French or anyone looks like they're going to take over the Netherlands, then the British are going to invade the Dutch East Indies to protect them.
What you've basically created here is Imperial Federation Light, in essence.
light.
Yeah.
But what I will say is it does appear as though the Dominions are still independent, from what I can see. This does appear. It appears as
Although
though.
I think America might be having small panic attacks.
Yeah, America is doing.
Oh.
America is doing Two Ocean Navy Act now. But that won't really matter
They're doing
much.
Two Ocean Navy Act yesterday.
Well, first of all,
And also, there is the real problem also for the Spanish-American War.
this happens in 1900. That's already been
Yeah.
gone.
Yes, it's happened, but the trouble is they're in the consolidation phase, and suddenly around them, the world has consolidated differently.
I will say that it does appear as
So
though
think
this
about
is...
how their approach to the Philippines, what their approach to the Philippines was historically. Think about what their approach to the Philippines is going to be now.
Yeah,
Also,
this
under
map-
this scenario, Britain
this-
might well accede to Malta and Gibraltar becoming parts of the territorial UK.
Yeah. From what I can see, this map must be dated in the mid-30s. As far as I'm concerned. Because there is the United Kingdom of Iraq and Jordan. There's some incredibly cursed concept of a federation of Indo-Pakistan. There's a Korean Free State, which is probably Britain nudging Japan to go, do dominions, do dominions, do dominions, do dominions now, for God's sake, we don't annex people, do dominions! And, again, same thing with the state of Manchuria. The thing that I find questionable, though, is the transfer of what they call the Federation of Malaya and Burma to nominal Japanese administration, under their umbrella, which I find a bit odd.
Why would the British give up Malaya? It makes so much money.
Even if this is all technically under one vast umbrella of a single federative state with various independent dependencies, aka there is some form of weird federal parliament, probably in Alexandria, basically because it's the exact middle point between Tokyo and London. And it
Obviously you
sits
put
on
it
the
in
Suez
British
Canal.
Guyana.
But no, because Alexandria is more prestigious. And makes more sense.
You not want to put the politicians in the middle of the rainforest, they all die of herpes.
Yeah, but if this is the empire in the mid-30s, this presumes the fact that there's a United Kingdom of Jordan and Iraq presumes that there was a First World War that happened mostly as we understand it. There must have been some basically move towards independence and a Commonwealth style arrangement, given the way this empire seems to be arranged.
Yeah.
But if it is technically
I wonder if
all...
it's a twin monarchy scenario.
Yeah, if it is some form of twin monarchy under an umbrella state, with some form of joint defense budget, which is what I think he's implying, aka aka as far as the administration is concerned, they're all running their own independent states, but they have a joint defense budget that all of these nations, running all the way from Burma through to Japan and Britain, all pay into a joint defense budget with a joint armed forces that covers all of them. Which I know is a bit weird, but just that's the only way I can see this proposal working in terms of us actually creating some form of fleet here. What this means is, if we're designing a fleet, I'm gonna pin it to say the end of the naval treaties, and I'm gonna assume that this vast empire decided
No,
for
the
what...
naval treaties wouldn't have happened in this scenario.
Well, okay, let's let's assume
Because there's no way the British Empire, this scenario, the United Kingdom, this organization can accept in any way parity with the Americans.
Yeah, you're right.
If they accept parity,
And the Americans won't set up any treaty where they've not got not got parity in name.
And this isn't
And there's
about
no way this empire can.
yeah. And there's also no way they can break up the Anglo-Japanese alliance because this isn't an alliance. It's one country, technically.
It's a unification. It's a confederation scenario.
So, assuming that we've talked about non-treaty capital ships for a while, but I'd like to look at what the building programs would be for this hypothetical state, just as the treaties are. Well, the time period in which the treaties would be formed up if this nation didn't exist, because that is when we have data for both nations involved in this construction program, and we can figure out what some hybrid design bureau...
Well, you're going to have a very different scenario, because if the Japanese... if this has happened from 1900 onwards, right?
Yep.
A, Japan's politically going to be massively different. B, their infrastructure is going to develop different, because instead of actually having to buy into British infrastructure, they're going to, in many ways, get British infrastructure buying into them and building with them. And so you're going to have a twin industrial hub scenario with Britain and Japan, where they're going to both be able to have the full capabilities to produce battleships. So maybe you build 2/3 in the UK because of the sheer quantity of infrastructure in the UK, but 1/3 will be built in Japan. And the thing is, with the rest of these being
unified
confederated
designs?
into it, you're going to be building crews. Yes, it'll be unified designs. It'll be a standardized design because that's the way the British will work. And that's the way Japanese work. Because there's no point having a ship which is great in the Atlantic and is not good in the Pacific, because then you can't use your fleet in those different places.
Hmm.
There is no point in having battleships which can only work in one area.
And we've also had this come in at a time where there is no Japanese ship design culture. So British design culture will just dominate.
Yeah. But the difference is you'll have... The difference is the defining distance will not be Britain to the Falklands, it'll be Britain to Japan as the defining distance for ships being able to reach that distance in terms of on a cruising speed.
Yeah.
So that's going to drive the size of ships is going to be getting from Britain to Japan at probably 16 knots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sun would never set on this British dominions.
Judging by the Manchurian state, it appears as though there was some form of Russo-Japanese war, presumably still kicked off by the Japanese. But the difference is this time the Russians just get absolutely annihilated in the space of a year or two.
Or the Russians kicked it off, because I guess the Russians made a move towards India. Or in this scenario, the Russians felt surrounded, so they tried to push down.
True.
Maybe in this way, this might have started this whole scenario. They might have started because they were talking about joining, and then the Russians might have gone, right then, we need to kick them out of here before they're on our doorstep.
Hmm.
In which case, the interesting thing I'm surprised is the British the British and Japanese didn't take more of Russian territory.
I think it's probably down to the fact that other great powers, because if they'd have taken more, that would have probably led to some form of grand continental coalition of France, Germany, Italy, etc. That would have
What are they going to do?
No, it would have been defeatable, but it would have meant isolation from some of the crucial trading
But
links
what?
that Britain does like to use.
What trading links?
Britain does trade with the continent.
Yes, but now
see
they've got this. What trade links are at threat here?
Well, it's their trade with continental Europe that
They've
does
still got
drive
the Dutch
parts
for that.
of their
They've got the
economy.
Belgians.
Yes, but you also remember thinking about 1900. Germany hates Russia,
Alright.
so they probably joined the alliance in that scenario to fight the Russians.
They're-
So the only problems you have there are the French, who will be
this-
looking at it. And let's be honest, you keep talking about it. Hoche is still one of their best battleships in that period. Let's be honest, that's not a good starting point for them.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but aren't the Germans in the middle of their real phase?
Yes, they
Yes.
are.
And letting the Anglo-Japanese thing become too hegemonic, it would be bad for Germany.
Yes, this is the thing.
Not particularly. Yeah, yes and no. Because
Yeah,
they're in
that's
their
a big
real
it
politic
depends.
phase. They're in their real politic phase, but they're in their real politics phase where they're forming Germany. Having a strong Britain and Germany means that a British alliance means that Britain's going to keep France and Russia occupied.
I mean,
so
by
they can do what they
1900,
want.
Germany's been a state for 30 years at that point.
Yeah, but they still feel insecure. That's one of the problems that leads to World War One. Let's be honest, Germany never feels secure. They're kind of like the Royal Air Force in the 1920s and 30s.
That's very true. But this whole... I mean,
No amount of anything can ever make them feel secure.
putting aside this mess of an empire that would never happen, it's just Imperial Federation, but light. And in fact, if this occurs in 1900, it may drive towards a full Imperial Federation. Except it will be a dual Imperial Federation. A dual
be, yeah.
federal imperial monarchy, which just rolled off my
And the
tongue.
really interesting thing,
I
the
hate
really
it.
interesting thing that you've got there for if it's a real federation, is there are lots of sections of of the British informal empire, which might be interested in joining, which would really upset the Americans more.
Yes, that would really...
Just think about the British informal empire. Which countries are there in the world at this point in this period where basically they directly tie their independence and their security to Britain being their ally?
Chile and Argentina?
Not Argentina, but Brazil and Chile.
Brazil, I can't see. Chile maybe, but Brazil I can't see. I can't.
Well, Brazil's already been buying British.
It
They're already-
has,
Brazil,
but
basically, and let's put it this way: if you're talking about a joint defense and economic federation, where literally all these dominions, etc., are basically, we're talking about a original European Union / NATO combination organization. Wouldn't that be attractive to Brazil in this period? Because think about it. You join it, you've got all those guaranteed markets, you've got all that guaranteed security. You're not giving up control of yourself. You're joining in an economic network, and you've got a joint defense network. Where you all
Sterling
buy
would be
a standard
good.
ships, you all buy. You probably use a standard. You maybe use a standard currency. Doesn't that sound attractive to you if you're Brazil in 1900s?
When
Not
your
really.
economy's going, well, your economy's going up and down because of your trade exports. Being able to get a stable global trade power, and this is truly global.
I do actually have a question.
Where in this
for-
timeline does the US fund Irish insurrection?
They don't.
Depends on what happens. If it's 1900, if
It's-
they've integrated Japan like this, there's a potential the
US doesn't have the
movements
muscle,
might go
right? That
differently.
the US does not have the muscle to back up that action,
Like,
which it does tie into.
You're the one who knows, I think, the most about the Irish
does.
stuff here, Foxo.
It does
What
tie
would be
in.
the best?
No.
What would be best for Ireland in this situation? They're still
Fleet.
technically a minion,
As
aren't they?
long
Here?
fleet. Technically, aside from a little dabble in the CIA, the Americans never backed the IRA. They
No.
de facto did because a shit ton of Irish Americans started smuggling shit in.
No, I'm aware, Foxo. What I mean is, in terms of official involvement, in 1900 especially the earlier in this timeline you go, the US can't risk antagonizing the British. Or, correction, the Imperium of Man at this point, I'm going to stop calling it.
Fleet,
Fleet,
Um,
Fleet, I will remind
Fleet,
you.
are totally missing an entire realm of international relations here.
And just for context, Fleet, a significant portion of the arms used for the Easter Rising were American. While
yeah.
America was fighting alongside the UK against Germany, the Irish Americans were shipping weapons into Ireland to fight against the British.
And the US government
But the other thing-
really wasn't doing all that
Anything
much
to
to
stop
stop
them, no.
it.
But the other scenario you're going to have to deal with in this setting, which might have happened
Can I?
Ireland is also is
Hang on, I gotta
if you have
restart my
this
PC.
combined force in 1900, is the sheer amount of forces the British might have have as an option. So their approach to the uprising might have been very different. But also, there's also the factor that if these are formed as they are, there's also potentially a lot of Irish personnel have gone elsewhere in this great confederation for service duties. They've been recruited, and it's a good choice to go.
I would also
Which,
point
let's
out.
be honest, most of the uprising was good core of the uprising were soldiers who'd come back.
Yeah, I would also
And
point
if
out.
they're not coming back, then they're not there to do it.
Given the large amount of independent states here, I honestly don't see a reason why Ireland should be tied to Britain unitarily, given the independence of various other states here. I think it should just be the
Yeah,
United
that might
Kingdom of
also
Great
happen.
Britain, and then you have the Dominion of Ireland, the Confederation of
And it
Ireland,
is-
the something,
the-
but it should
the
be
size it is,
Irish
the
and
United
run
Kingdom
by
of
the
Great
Irish.
Britain-
Yeah, but the issue is,
Oh,
is
yeah.
that Ireland, and this is up until World War One, wasn't seen as able to be a nation on the level of the Dominions or the UK. There was a lot of fucking racism there.
No, I'm
which
aware
is
of
part
that.
of the issue that comes in.
Oh, no, I'm aware of
And
that,
sort of
Foxo.
you get
No,
by the
that's
time
not,
of-
no, that's not the case.
but by the
That's
time
not-
of this
that's
map-
not it at all. Can I just correct something here? Okay, there are Irish MPs in Westminster, and that's one of the things they have going on. It's not that they don't see them as being an independent nation; they see them so much as part of Britain. They don't think of them as an independent nation. So it's not so much racism as they can't manage themselves. They don't see them as a separate nation to manage themselves. They see them as part of it. And that's one of the problems the British have. They don't really understand that the Irish culture is different than the British culture. They see them so much as part of themselves, they see them as part of it. So it's not racism as in they're looking down on the Irish. It's the Irish are just like the Scots and the Welsh and the English. They're just another group of the British.
Yeah.
That's it.
The
That's
thing.
they don't. That's it. It's
Yeah.
not. And the trouble is, I've seen a lot of literature recently which has tried to put it in the paradigm of racism, which you see especially in the American Civil War and and the view of slavery. And it's not. It's the racism where they're just part of us. That we're siblings. We're arguing, but they're just the same as us. They're not seen as a difference, not because they're looked down on, but because they're part of us.
I mean, I would agree, but you also that led to the very misguided attempts of Anglicization in Ireland, which is still a very big source spot.
There were all sorts of issues it led to, because it wasn't considered in a way Anglicization. It was just standardization across the British Isles.
Which
and
was,
that
of
was the
course,
trouble. That's what they were just treating it as standardization, not Anglicization.
But unfortunately, when it
And
was
that's the
implied to
trouble.
other people,
Now, people saw it as Anglicization, but the people implementing it didn't see it as Anglicization because they didn't think in that terminology.
Yeah.
Because they just thought they just thought it was just like dealing with the Cornish, and they're speaking Cornish, and
but with
the
the
Welsh
wonderful,
and the Scottish,
but with
and
the wonderful
various
benefit
dialects
of,
around England.
But the point I was trying to make, though, which I think kind of got put to the wayside, but by the excellent points and historical context you two have given, which I think was actually very well needed, and enables me to kind of make my point much better. If we have independent states in Africa, in especially the places like Jordan and Iraq, Indo-Pakistan, Australia, Malaya, etc., if those areas are independent states, I don't see. I just, given the idea that Irish Home Rule was coming into vogue in the early 20th century, I don't see that you would have a United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland on this map. You'd have some form of Irish Home Rule instead.
But you'd have to try and get that through British Parliament. And
It was
that doesn't make
already
sense.
going through the Parliament in the early 20th century.
But a big part of it's that it wasn't going. It was more of an integration as an equal part of the UK instead of the weird status it had before.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
but
until sort of the mid 19th century, Ireland had been treated like a de facto colony.
yes, that did
And
not go
it's-
down very well.
Yeah, because, and then you get to like the 1870s and it actually starts looking up for Ireland. But yeah, and you sort of get the case of the even the idea of Ireland as a part of the UK and not a colony in the 19th century is still very much they're integrating into the greater UK.
Yeah, I know.
The idea is not to set up Ireland as an independent dominion, but as a similar status to Scotland. Which,
Well, yeah, that was the Act of Union in 1800.
yeah, but it was technically the same. It's technically the same as status as Ireland. Practically, there's a lot of issues in Ireland.
Yeah. But I am
Grenade into the room.
I am waiting for Cyclic to return because I do have one final caveat I do want to put to him before we move on from this question.
This is my hand grenade. Just think of Dr. Clark's family getting to meet up from certain families from Eastshade province.
I do not like to think of the contents of that hand grenade. In fact, I've ducked behind cover to avoid it.
I don't think that's an option.
I'm allowed to!
No, I'm saying it's not an option because they're probably already in the cover looking at you.
Oh. The hand grenade?
Well, let's see.
You've got to remember that the people from Eastshade province were very well known for their integration into everyone else's culture.
Mm.
Oh god, that reminds me of an old joke from Belfast.
Mm.
Can I say it?
Mm.
It's nothing too racist.
Nah, I'm gonna put a kibosh on that if you don't mind.
It's about Americans.
I'm gonna put a kibosh on that, given that half the chat's Americans or Canadians, and then Cyclic will be coming back, and if you say it, he'll literally come back in at the worst possible time, and I'll lose one of my members of... Oh my god, is that Cyclic coming back? Nope. Where is he? It doesn't take that long to restart your computer, I wouldn't have thought.
What I love is the sheer number of
you say
people
that,
who currently are commenting on my channel saying they want a weather vane now.
On
A
your
weather
channel...
vane?
Wait, Dr. Clark, are you...
What do you mean? What do you mean they want
Dr.
a weather
Clark,
vane?
are you also live? I've not been controlling my language.
No.
Oh, thank God.
No.
Thank God, I've not been controlling my
Why do they
language.
want a weather vane?
Don't take it the wrong way. Fleet, I have two large screens in front of me. And I have my slides for the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Service aircraft squadron formations on this here. And the documents for that there. And then I have you here. And then over here I have my all sorts of tabs open on Chrome, which includes my own channel. I quickly clicked in there to check something. And I saw that lots of people have now been commenting on my recent Supermarine Walrus video.
Walrus.
That they really would now like a weather vane.
I hear he
Because
is.
I found something at the end of the video, which I show at the end of the video, which I thought was very cool. And a lot of people are now searching for that and going, we would like that.
Mine skip to the end of the video
Yeah.
to see if I can find this.
Alt JMSDF timeline 1947 guy. You know what? I would love to be demonetized. Do you know why? Because it would mean I was monetized in the first place!
Yeah. They have to first
Walrus
give
is
money
such a
before they
good
could take us.
I
know
love
it
the
is.
walrus as a plane.
I have no
She's
money.
beautiful and does such a good job.
I have no money.
Hmm.
I have no money, and I must scream. I
We will sort you out.
I am.
I
What?
keep suggesting you set up Kofi.
I
Well,
keep meaning to do it.
I know you're quite learned. You do know what the words "will sort him out" mean, right?
Depends on the
I
context.
didn't know you were going full
Depends.
gangster on us.
It depends on the context.
I'm sure
dear-
what's it called?
My dear
Pettington has
friend
the one with you in
Draken,
in a gangster hat.
Oh, you've
My
just
dear
graduated
friend,
to my
Dragon.
dear friend, you poor son of a bitch.
But I can take hits better
dear
than you, because
friend.
unlike you, I've got dragonic scales. You've only got Hosh's 18-inch plate, which falls apart.
Wait, okay, Dragon, I should have thought. I'm gonna have to commission Soul again.
No. No.
Imagine what we've got for Hosh, but dressed like a 1920s or Great Depression era gangster. With, you know, that French automatic
Body
rifle, the one that was horrible and had the banana-shaped magazines. Oh, what's it called?
Look.
The one Forgotten Weapon loves and hates at the same
Well,
time.
the long, the
Sure.
one with the long
Show
228.
shot.
French long.
Show shot.
Shashot.
Mm.
Shit. I can't speak French. I'm a francophile who can't speak French. What's next?
Well, you could be a Buntashio.
Eh?
You mean the shoe shot? Yeah, the shoe shot. Do you mean? Or
Yeah.
No, the Buntashio.
no, sorry, I'm referring to the gun. Or you found the gun as well?
Yeah, it's like,
No,
how
I'm
do you
refer-
say that?
I'm referring to the
Yes.
lieutenants in charge of a buntai, the smallest
Right.
organization of aircraft in a tactical Japanese air service.
Come on,
unit.
Cyclic. I'm waiting
Yes,
for you.
the MG. How do you say that word? And this is why France should be removed from existence.
I'd probably say shoe shot.
Shusha.
Shusha.
Or shot short. Yeah, because it's got shot at the beginning, like a
Oh.
chateau. Either way,
Or shusha.
it's French
Sure.
one way or another. Yes. Does it use the two on French long? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it does use the label.
But yeah, just Hosh with one of them going, let's rattle 'em, boys.
No.
Yes.
No, we are not rattling them. We are absolutely not rattling them.
Show
Look,
shot.
while I
Oh,
wait,
shit.
while I wait
Show
for,
shot.
Fair enough.
while I wait. Oh, okay. Cyclic's having PC issues. That explains a lot. Okay, so while I'm waiting for him, we're gonna hammer through a few shorter questions while I wait for, because I have a question for him regarding that whole Japanese thing that I would want his opinion on. But while I am waiting for that,
This is all.
I am
This all
looking-
made me avoid a very potentially dangerous Clark comment.
I am looking.
No, my dear friend Dragon. Don't worry.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
never forget.
Yes,
Alt,
Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
okay. Alt JSD. I'm gonna call him Doctor Drakrooms
It's
Reaper.
just call him Reaper if you can't say anything.
Look, Drak has his little funny things that are his quirks. Mine is getting people's names wrong.
That's a very quick way to annoy people.
Look, I don't
Like, that's
try
how
to.
you get hand
I
grenades
don't.
slipped into your
I
pillow.
don't try to do it. It just happens naturally.
Yes, that thing. Right, Benno.
Uh,
Right.
mhm.
I pity the poor Israeli soldier that had to use that thing in the Arab-Israeli War of 1948.
Eesh.
That
Hammer
looks
through
like a
questions.
good way to hurt yourself.
Anyway,
It does, doesn't it?
Where is it? Where is it?
Words?
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. The USN gets a Forrestal CV-59 in as-built form with no aircraft and no crew in December 8th, 1941. How is World War II affected?
How many Wildcats can you fit on, or Hellcats can you fit on it?
Operating it's going to be the first thing because no crew. So you're going to have to read the manuals. Yes, she's an oil-fired steamship, but that doesn't mean you automatically know how she works.
Okay, let's restate that question.
The United States Navy gets Forrestal CV-59 on December 8th, 1941 through a random time warp, with no crew and no aircraft, but fully functional. How is World War II
Well, for
affected?
Well, A, they're going to have a massive party. B, they're going to quickly find out what they did with the Midways, that operating more than 100 aircraft crucifies you in operations. So she's going to end up loaded with the largest and biggest aircraft they can put on her. She might. Actually, no, let's be honest. Would her list be big enough for a B-25?
Oh no, I knew this was coming!
Let's see.
I might just
Would the
flash it
list
back.
be big enough to take a B-25 if you could make a B-25 have folding wings? It could be.
Also, you missed a couple of questions, Fleet. We can get back to those afterwards.
Yeah, but
no, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
He's trying to
Did.
avoid them, pretend they don't exist. Don't worry.
Fleet missing
We'll make
stuff
him go back to them.
intentionally. What?
No, I haven't missed any
Yeah.
questions.
So what about was
So,
it Fire-
Cyclic, can you remember from memory? Are the Forrestal's lifts, would they be big enough to fit a B-25 if you can make its wings fold?
I
I
mean,
think they
how
would.
are we talking the wings folding? Because, I mean, realistically, you're not going to have the wings folding inboard of the engines.
No, but
Yeah, but you've not got much wing outboard of the engine to fold. That's the problem.
You're probably...
Could you do it Gannett style, where the wings fold twice?
The problem is the engine's on the wings. Dragon.
No, because...
I mean, no, I'm
Your
not
fuel.
meaning from the... true, fuel tanks.
like...
well, you'd have to redo the wings slightly to make them
You
into
could
folding wings.
probably do it. I would question why.
You can get
But in answer to
designs.
the question, our question is: a Forrestal has appeared on the 9th of December, 1941.
With no crew.
It's completely empty. It's got no crew. It's got no aircraft aboard. Now, you know quickly the Americans are going to learn that actually you can't operate more than 100 aircraft from a single carrier without having a complete nightmare going on. So my thinking went, well, right now, if I wanted to do a raid, could I get B-25s? Could I actually get them in the hangar? Would that be useful? Because that was a twin-engined aircraft I was thinking of. Because
you could tarp them up and deck park them. You've got more than enough deck room to do that and still carry fighters.
Oh, for fighters, it's really quite simple.
You have definitely got that. For fighters and all those things, it's very easy. But
Oh
the
no.
thing is-
I mean, you could deck park the B-25s, have them covered in tarps because they're not cold soaked, seawater.
Yeah.
And you would be able to store your fighters down in the hangar just fine and launch.
And your fighters can be really simple. Folding wing P-38s.
Well, it's 1940.
41.
Or
December 8th.
41. You
41.
you don't need to use You don't need to use those realistically. You just use the
fill
U.S.
that thing with
Navy standard
Wildcats.
fighter. Like you just use the U.S. Navy standard air wing.
I mean, that's fair, but I was more thinking...
You can put the U.S. Navy standard air wing in
The P-30
Forrestal,
P-38
in the
is
hangar,
a fleet,
and
the
would still have
P-38
space for the 25s on
the-
top.
Yeah.
When
The-
are they getting this
the
ship?
the P-38 is
Could you-
not a good idea to launch from a carrier, even if you have a Forrestal.
Sorry, Fleet, what
The
where did you
landing
say
the
this
landing
was?
gear are not something you want to use.
Could you not
But,
just ask Mr. de Havilland for a mosquito?
Good God, I
Well,
wouldn't like to put
I'm
a
just-
mosquito on a
I'm just...
Forrestal.
Why not? See mosquito
Oh,
exists.
know,
think of
like,
that.
To
Cyclic, think
you
of
know,
that fun.
well, hang on, Fleet. So just on the P-38 side of things, there's a reason that when the U.S. Navy decided they wanted a twin-engine fighter to help with the long-range, high-speed intercept, right? The Tiger Cat.
Yeah.
They went and they developed one from scratch rather than taking one of the late war quote-unquote super prop P-38s and navalizing it.
Mm.
Because I'm just thinking XF-5F Skyrocket.
Thing...
Like a twin
My
naval
immediate
fighter.
thought is
I wasn't looking...
the U.S. Navy would look at the Forrestal, go, huh, that's an interesting place carriers are going to go in the future. If we're talking the Forrestals that were built as, angled deck, everything, where you
Yeah.
have the deck room for this, not Forrestal herself
Yes.
has built. And then run away screaming once they see the machinery. Because they're not going to know how to maintain that machinery yet. It's going to take them a while to figure that out, because her boilers and everything are much higher pressure than what the U.S. Navy is used to working
we have a
in
problem.
this time period.
He specifically said CV-59 as built. Forrestal herself as built.
Then it's going to be the latter case, and they're going to need a while to figure out how to run her. Once they do that, they're going to use her like a super midway.
They will get the 5-inch 54s, admittedly, which could be useful.
Those could be ripped off and examined, and fit 5-inch 38s put in their place.
Well, I mean, that's not going to be too big of a deal for the U.S. Navy. They're going to take one look at that and go, "Huh, okay, let's work on imitating these motors," and then move on. And because, like, there's nothing particularly novel about the gun or the mount. It's the motors you use to train the mount and elevate the mount. And even then, that itself is not all that. Yes, the radars would be very useful once you figure out what's going on with them, which they would. But you're looking at the ship largely, come 44, 45, the U.S. Navy will be in a very interesting position because they will have had time to digest and implement these new systems or these new ways of doing things. Maybe by 43 you see Forrestal being a thing in the fleet. But realistically, they don't have the facilities to meaningfully maintain or repair her should she get damaged. So there will be some hesitancy to use her. Particularly when they can learn all of this stuff from her. Also, as Alex said, she's not really going to offer more aircraft to them, and without bigger aircraft, she doesn't mean much. And as built, I wouldn't want to try to land B-25s on her. And you don't have the deck space to deck park them anyways.
Test and trial carrier rather than pushed into frontline service.
Well, I don't even think she's going to sea for a while. She's gonna be a reverse engineering target.
also, I really hope she spawned in San Francisco or San Diego and not in Pearl Harbor on December 8th. Because if she's in Pearl on December 8th, that's a problem.
She has an armored deck, which is useful, though.
Given the state of Pearl.
Useful, yes. Save the ship? No, when you look at what sunk most U.S. carriers. It's the air-delivered torpedo.
Before...
It always is.
Yeah. I mean, even... And, a lot of people like to talk about the U.S. Navy and the dive bomber. Well, when you look at, the one instance where a carrier engagement goes to doctrine for the U.S., this is in the Guadalcanal campaign, they hammerhead a Japanese light carrier 45 degrees each direction off the bow and dive bomb on her at the same time.
Good God.
The ship goes down relatively quickly.
Yeah. I do have a question. Now, I know that angled decks were things that came in because of the higher landing speed and need for go-arounds for jet aircraft, but they also do help with sortie rate and ease of recovery.
It's not gonna. They help with sortie rate with jets, not in the World War II context.
So none of the later Essexes will receive angled decks or any form of angling.
Not until the Cold War, at least.
Yeah, you don't need them, and Forrestal as built doesn't have that.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. If I remember, go on. Gus, forgive me if I'm wrong, but weren't the early angled flight decks really bad for the carriers they were on?
Depends on the refit for seakeeping, because you're adding a lot of weight up top on a carrier when you do that. This is why one of the reasons Midway got so bad with her final refit.
Oh yeah, that.
And even the Essexes, when they got the, what was it, SCB 40?
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact designation, but when they got the their angled decks, they suffered in seakeeping as well. But
Oh,
not anywhere near to the same degree as Midway did. Or Midway and Coral Sea. But
Makes sense.
yeah, the angle flight deck doesn't really do you much in World War II with the propeller aircraft.
Yeah. Okay. I get the picture.
It would just be interesting to see actually US aircraft development from this. With the bigger
You're not
carriers
really
that
looking
come
at much difference, to be honest, because Forrestal isn't a frontline carrier.
They can't build a anything like her until they build the docks and the cranes and all that needed. And they don't have an easy way to maintain her without massive changes to the infrastructure.
What she does is she shows the way. She gives pointers to development and design teams.
Yeah, what it might be is CVB 59 or whatever you want to call it. Looks a little bit different and a little bit more sane by modern standards. Would that save the ship? No. In this case, even more so, no, because Forrestal's sitting right there, and by that point, they can build more Forrestals, but also easily build to maintain her. It would be kind of a meme to see what she does in the Korean War. I wouldn't lie. But that's a ground conflict, not a naval conflict.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be maintaining a Tomcat. They don't even have the electronics technology to.
No.
If a breaker or fuse goes bad in that thing, like they can't maintain the radar. They can't maintain the avionics.
I mean,
It just the technology simply doesn't exist.
Yeah,
just
this is.
imagine a World War II era Rangers
No,
engineer
they
trying
wouldn't.
to work on a variable geometry wing.
They
not
wouldn't.
happening.
The engines wouldn't accelerate U.S. jet development because when you're getting to that level of jet engine blade manufacture, it is just leaps and bounds beyond.
Yeah, it's.
Still with the Phantom, same thing.
Yeah.
We're talking a period here. Phantom from Corsair to Phantom, right? Corsair 1 to Phantom. It's like 20 years or less. But it's a very, 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 very rapid period of aeronautics development. F-86, that engine would probably be problematic, but remember when U.S. jet development, same thing with the Brits here. Like, the U.S. and the British were flying prototype jet fighters before the Germans were.
Absolutely.
You've got
We just weren't
Gerald
desperately
P-28.
grasping at straws to win the war because we weren't the ones who picked the fights with the 3 foremost industrial powers on the planet.
Yes.
We weren't the idiots.
Indeed.
Yeah, you've got the first Gloucester.
no, hang on.
Gloucester's
By the time
41.
you get to the end of World War II, you probably also have to include Canada as probably the 4th largest industrial power on the planet.
Well,
during
yeah,
World War II.
but I'm picking that original fight, right?
Yeah.
The fight that Germany picked and was just so
Why did you do
mind-bogglingly
this?
Stupid. like people like to say, "Oh, the Germans were these tactical or strategic masters." No, they weren't.
No,
they
they
were
weren't.
the exact opposite.
Yeah.
The only way the fall of France went the way it did is because the Germans were all hopped up on meth.
And they
You
rolled
can get
nat
a lot
20s.
Stuff done.
And because
very
the
quickly when you
French
don't have the
government had
speed.
undermined their army to the extent it couldn't function.
Oh,
It
and
was
then
just-
the
there's
Belgians
no
surrendering
radios
and
that-
not telling
yeah.
anybody about it.
Yeah.
Oh, suddenly there's a gap in the lines. Who'd have known?
Yeah.
Only the Germans, because the Belgians didn't tell the French or the British.
God damn it. I do have a question I was literally about to ask you before you restarted your computer, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm pulling the chat back a bit. But it's regarding the US response to that hypothetical Super Britain-Japan nonsense.
I don't have enough context.
Oh no! It's a very non-butterfly flapping question. It's just a very simple. It's a simple question with a simple answer, basically. In our timeline, Japan, the U.S. Navy build-up post 1906 was basically had to be pared down as Congress, as not so much as funding dried up, but the scale of capital ships increased and the budget for anything that wasn't that year's pair of battleships became less and less available. If we've got a hypothetical two-ocean threat from a single power, might there be more money available in the Dreadnought period for the US?
The answer to your question does not depend on the two-ocean threat. It depends on what the U.S. economy is doing in this new world.
Fair enough. And that's
is
information we
impossible
don't
to
have.
answer.
Yeah, alright, fair enough. Fair enough. What's next on the question list? Let me see.
Because it's also highly probable that the U.S. just ends up being closer to the British. Because that's a huge trade market for U.S. goods.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, it's a really good point.
And if it does end up forming as an economic, and my suggestion is it goes at the economic defense sort of alliance close pact route, I could almost see a scenario where America ends up joining that because it's a free trade area and it's a thing, and basically if everyone's in
There's
it,
no
going,
tariffs.
Oh yeah, this is the new world. There's no
Or
tariffs
Britain-
in here.
Or this new entity decides that, hey, maybe the U.S. economy is better to have tied in as a very close trade partner than Japan's.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the U.S.'s calculus on Britain changes like a light switch.
Dramatically.
Well, that necessarily because if it is in the integration where they are in this sort of thing, the Japan does seem to be integrated sort of into the thing. Almost
That
Imperial
makes
Federation
even
there.
more sense for the US to tie into, because that's an even bigger
It makes
market
sense
for
to
US
tie
trade
into it,
goods.
but I don't know if they've managed to sort of work their way into where the Japanese thing is. They'll be able to work into Japan, but not necessarily take away from Japan's influence with Britain. So
Well, no,
I mean,
they're not
like,
trying to.
The
They're
U.S. probably isn't going to directly want to join, but the U.S. is going to sit there and go, I see a very good trade partner.
And a massive market
Which is
for
exactly
America.
what the U.S. has always done with these European colonial empires whenever it can.
And the best thing
It's
is
how the U.S. built itself.
Yeah, the best thing about this is that given Britain's almost idiotic at times insistence on sticking to the principles of free trade, if they've dragged Japan under their umbrella, what Japanese tariffs, if any, might disappear, which is going to make the US very, very happy. Because the US will likely keep their tariffs in place.
Depends on what the trade agreement looks like, but I mean, you have changed the world so much you can't really say what's going to happen.
No, completely. Well, I've not changed it.
I'm saying in this scenario.
Yes.
You okay, Clark?
You alright? Are you okay?
Sorry, I'm having fun with the Japanese. Just leave it to me. I'm trying to make
I
sure.
thought you were looking over comments on one of your videos.
No, good, no. I don't do that. I don't do that unless I'm doing
Dr.
the
Clark,
scuttlebutt.
Dr.
I'm
Clark.
currently having fun. The Imperial Japanese Naval Aircraft Squadron System, and I'm making sure it's correct.
Good luck.
And I'm having fun with that.
Good luck.
I'm making sure that's correct.
Dr. Clark.
I have been out in near 100-degree heat all day. I don't
God.
need to hear it.
Oh God, you poor bastard!
You
You
don't.
poor bastard!
No
My
one
brain's
wants to hear
already
it.
fried.
Dear God.
No one deserves to hear this.
By
It's
the way,
just- at the moment, it's just trying to get it to work together because everything seems to. The trouble is they have They are like the Germans. They have separate command structures for almost everything. They have a separate structure, and at certain points, those structures interact, and it isn't at equivalent levels. It's just fun.
Oh
And making
god.
sure my diagrams are correct is fun.
Remember the Japanese preference to have 2 supports
Ah.
to one person?
Oh god.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it's like
lovely, isn't it?
the Hikotashio. The Hikotashio was the senior naval position, and usually the leader of their airstrikes, etc. But an air group on a carrier was called a Kokukatai, and they're normally commanded by a Shirei and a Hikoshio.
Hmm.
Then the Hikotai is all the flying personnel of the
Oh,
Kokutai.
you're gonna break poor Cyclic's head. Come on, don't
And they are
torture the
formed up
poor
in-
man.
and here's the fun thing: whilst they are technically grouped into 3 squadrons,
Oh no.
there isn't a designated squadron commander. Each squadron is instead formed into buntashios, which are flights of 3 aircraft, and
Or 4.
the senior of them is in charge. They're 3 on carriers, 4 on land. I'm doing the carrier doctrine now, Leslie. Stop winding me up.
No. They changed to 4. They changed to 4 for all in mid 44.
That
Yes.
seems a bit late.
In 44. I'm doing the interwar period as they started off World War II, and I will note at the end they changed to all for 4 at 44. But from 1930, well, from when they start forming this up, and this is the trouble, this organization starts being formed in 1912, and this is the point. And then in 1941, when they suddenly start having a lot of carriers, they start forming up all sorts of things above it. And they have the Koku Kantai, and the Koku Sentai, and the Kokutai.
Hmm.
So you said they started forming this in 1912.
Could we?
Yes.
So the first carrier is what? The first carrier the Japan has is Hyo. Oh, not Hyo, sorry. Hosho in 1912. Do they have any seaplane carriers or anything?
Yes, they did.
They
Just
do,
went
they
forward
have a
with-
seaplane carrier. They
Yeah.
they took the first ever air attack of World War One.
Yes, during the Siege of Tsingtao. But I'd like to park that and move on because I do have questions to get to, please.
And this one came Mia.
And this one's actually a fairly good one. Sufficiently Nautical asks, my understanding is that the King George V class was designed to close the decisive range, which works out against the disabled Bismarck and the ambushed Scharnhorst. If a King George V class needed to engage a fully capable 15 or 16-inch armed ship of the period, would decisive range still be sound doctrine? Did a KGV have enough speed to close on a Nagato, Littorio, or Tirpitz if one of them decided they were content to fight at range? Nagato, absolutely. The King George V's have a 2-knot speed advantage on them. Littorio and Tirpitz, well, first of all, it depends if the German engines are working or not. And it depends if the Littorio has fuel.
Also, remember...
The Littorio can do 30 knots, but it's in the Mediterranean, so it's not got as much room for manoeuvre. And it's the same with the Tirpitz. It's what's it doing? Is it out? Yes, it can go faster than King George V, but the British aren't designing their carriers in a vacuum for one-on-one duels chasing their battleships in a vacuum, one-on-one duels chasing another battleship around. They are thinking a lot of the carrier battleship task groups, and they're doing a lot of task force. And you have to remember, one of the exercises which Henderson commands as Rear Admiral aircraft carriers before he goes on to become Third Sea Lord, he actually has a group of 2 carriers and 2 fast capital ships. I think it is Renown and Repulse he has with his 2 carriers, and they are operating fast as if they are tracking down things like a lone capital ship. I think it might have been even Hood, which was playing the lone enemy, and they were tracking it down. So that the British doctrine, when they're building the King George V, is not to have a battleship chasing after a battleship going, "Come here, I wish to hit you with my sword!" No, it's, "Oh, you've been slowed down by carrier attack. Hello, that's nice. How you doing? Oh, there's only one of you and we brought 2. Oh, we're so sorry. We like to bring guests. We like company. What can we say? The more the merrier."
Also, fair fights are for suckers, and you were expecting a fair fight, so.
Yeah, you're a sucker.
But the other thing you've got to remember here is hits at range while the King George is attempting to close in can also seriously slow down another ship.
North Cape.
It's not like this is without precedent in multiple engagements through history.
Mhm.
Some of them leading to ships getting sunk as a result.
I mean, look at Duke of York and Scharnhorst. Scharnhorst was on the verge of getting away until a fortune in shells screamed in and clobbered her machinery plant.
The only place in the world which thinks Scharnhorst was on the verge of getting away in that situation at any point in North Cape is the Germans.
As close to getting away as she... Alright, fine. As close to getting away as she could.
She was there, look at the forces arranged
she
around
wasn't
her.
getting
What
away
was she
fully.
going to get away? It was not a fair fight. The British were even holding off extra tribal class destroyers around the edges, going, yeah, and if they push,
Try
those
to make a break for it.
We dare you.
Yeah, it's a case of the poor ship is caught in about 4 rings of concentrated firepower.
And we do have a case where you had a King George V attempting to close to decisive engagement range with a Bismarck class. You had Hood and King George V trying to close in.
Hood and Prince of Wales.
Or Hood and Prince of Wales, thank you.
King George V was off on her own.
Yeah, I was thinking
going,
class.
Come on, this is Mano a Mando. Come on, Bismarck, come for me. I'm the fully worked up King George V. Come on. You know you want to, Bismarck. This is the powerful time.
And both of them were attempting to close the range. It's often talked about as, we need to get under the guns, and that's certainly, or under plunging fire, and that was certainly part of the consideration. But the closer you get, if you're confident in your gunnery and your guns, the better off you are. Because you're going to start landing hits very rapidly once you get the range. And from that point on, you control the initiative. Naval combat is on the internet is often talked about, penetration this, penetration that. Realistically, what matters is who gains and takes the initiative and is then able to exploit that to their best ability, how do I phrase this? To their best capabilities versus the enemy. The King George V's were fast enough with good enough guns and very good armor. I wouldn't want to be in any single battleship going mano a mano against a Yamato, but I think any sane battleship captain, once they knew the capabilities of a Yamato, would say that. Also, like I mentioned earlier, fair fights are for suckers. And you don't want to be a sucker. But that said, there are 2 battleship classes that were built that probably stand the best chance of dealing with that fight. King George V's are one of them.
Makes sense. AMC Woods, I'm going to very quickly address this question, because the answer to it is really quite simple. What if the Southern Victory timeline happened? How does World War I and World War II go? That is detailed in several books during the Southern Victory timeline. It's literally in the books of the timeline!
I'm sorry, I have to laugh at the name.
I know, but it's Harry Turtledove's Timeline 191. But the reason I'm making it short and sweet is the World War I of that timeline is detailed in the later books of those series along with the World War II. And if you don't want to read the books, Alternate History Hub and Professor Tigerstar have done an excellent summary series with detailed maps on the wars and those conflicts and the world it creates. So we don't need to cover that here because it's already been covered by other people. I would advise you to go and check either the books or to Emperor Tigerstar and What If Alt History's videos on the subject. Next question: could the KGB?
Don't do What If Alt Hist.
Sorry, not What If Alt Hist. Alternate History Hub. Thank you. I'm getting my YouTubers mixed up. I'm getting my
There's a very
YouTubers.
few different people.
Yeah, I'm getting my YouTubers mixed
people.
up. Sorry. Let me just see. Yeah, could the KGVs have been fitted with 15-inch 45 in the same layout? So I assume that means 2 quads and a twin.
Right.
Probably not.
They do clarify this later when I said I personally don't think so, but they didn't say minimal changes as long as the hull stays the same.
No.
Barbettes and turrets are changeable.
No, you can't fit. You're
You're
fit
not
2
fitting the
quads.
15-inch.
Yeah, you can't fit 2 quads and a
quad
twin.
in that Barbette.
But that's why I said it. They actually go on to ask this about. They say about you can change the turrets and barbettes. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure
but
that
he
necessarily
wanted
does
the
keep
same
quads.
layout. He wanted the
I
same
agree, yeah.
layout, and you can't.
I get that, but as soon as you say changing the turret and barbettes, is
You're changing the ship. It's no longer King George V.
Personally, in that layout, no, I don't think you can fit them. It's like
No.
They didn't, but
Quick one. Do you think either Iowa or New Jersey achieved the longest straddle in history at the truck raid in 1944? As a member of the dry dock moderation team / staff, I am honor bound to say that the longest warship hit in history by a battleship was HMS Warspite. This has been the
I
end
am
of
not.
your regularly scheduled
I am
propaganda.
not, but at the same
Carlos and Denise
time,
now also have a claim, don't they?
trying to claim the longest straddle in history is...
It's a fun exercise.
Yeah, we'll put it that
Yeah,
way.
thank you.
It gives you something to argue about. It doesn't really give you any help.
Yeah, and, like, good luck proving it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, Warspite and Scharnhorst can make them because they both got hits at their stupidly long distance. The straddle's a bit different.
My piece of impressive U.S. gunnery from a battleship is really Washington and her secondary battery, and the hit she got. Or
Do you mean
hits
during the action?
she got?
Do you mean during the action after her sinking of Hiroshima?
The big night battle, yeah.
That is actually very impressive.
Doing that with 5-inch 38s is, yeah.
That's some Waffender level gunnery.
It's what happens when you take a mathematical sniper and put him in charge of battleships.
He drilled that ship's gunnery crew.
And an
So it
Olympic
is-
marksman who understood the ballistic theory.
Yeah.
Like,
Didn't he take apart the shells, measure the powder, do tests? Basically,
I don't remember exactly,
That seems
but
a little excessive.
I don't think he did. I think he just drilled the crews in. He drilled the crew in their own systems. Paid very close attention to the tables. But yeah, speaking of the gunner, even at close range, the fact that, as far as we can tell, because of the dive, the submersible examination of Kirishima, the fact that not a single round missed of main gun on her,
God.
and then like now, I mean the result of that fight, like, duh, you have Congo versus North Cal, but it was still very impressive how it went down. But again, in terms of like gunnery range hit, it's that, for me with the U.S. Navy, it's that secondary battery engagement. But
Collingwood, honestly, if Hood is kept into the 70s somehow without exploding,
she's not
he's not
getting.
Hood anymore.
I would.
He's
Well,
being changed.
why, when you have Vanguard?
Yeah, but the question is, what if Hood survived the last in the 70s and is given nuclear engines?
okay. Well, okay. First of all, I have to
Okay,
clarify.
you're not fitting those in the ship.
Yeah, I have to clarify a
No.
few things. First of all, if Hood survives Denmark Strait, she's either survived it intact or she's survived it damaged. In either case, she goes home and then is immediately dragged into a yard for her rebuild.
Yeah, side note, on the nuclear power stuff here, I'm going to quote a friend of mine who is a nuclear propulsions engineer. Starting the quote now, what a lot of people don't understand about nuclear propulsion is it is energy dense, not power dense. End of quote. What does he mean by that quote? You have to fit. Instead of your burners for your boiler, you have to fit a reactor. You still have to have the steam turbines. You still have to have all the piping. In fact, now you need extra piping. Right? You're not... If you're going to refit a battleship in the 70s, it's the 70s. Go with gas turbines. Seriously. Go with gas turbines. Don't even think about nuclear power. It doesn't make sense.
The other thing you've got to remember is you've got to shield it, which takes up an awful lot of space.
And weight.
Yeah.
As a Hood is also begging to be either put down or let to rest.
Yeah, the answer is, why would you keep Hood active in the fleet when you have Vanguard? Like, Vanguard is brand new whole life, does the same job.
I know some have argued if Hood gets refit, you might not necessarily see Vanguard, but so maybe they're going from that aspect.
No, if Hood gets refitted, I think Drac put it best. It's likely you would see both, at least for a limited time, basically because they'd be similar versions of the same ship. But the way
To be fair, Drac has also said that you might be able to get.
Yeah, you may or may not see Vanguard, but
yeah,
like in that case, then the Royal Navy is going to be if you don't see Vanguard, the Royal Navy is going to have to live with the King George V.
I just don't see them keeping a battleship that long. Really, especially Hood, who is in service from 1920. If she's in service till the 70s, that's 50 years.
Yeah, keep in mind the U.S. kept deactivating Iowas and then reactivating them when needed. Like, they didn't serve contiguously. And when they were
that's
brought...
actually kind of more normal and traditional for the British, is also to stick ships into ordinary. So,
yeah, particularly expensive demand ships.
Yeah, battleships are... It's like the scenario with first rates, and I'm now doing a video on second rates as well, which is coming out at some point, possibly. Is it this week's video, second rates? I don't think this week's video is second rates. No, this week's video is Implacable class aircraft carriers on Friday. Second rates is not next Fridays, but the Friday afters. And they love to spend. The reason they survive for so much longer in service lives than third rates as a rule is because they spend so much time in ordinary. Same with first rates.
Yeah,
third rates are used in peacetime. First rates are, and second rates aren't.
Bring it out of ordinary and refit her. Again, why are you doing this to Hood? If you're refitting her in the 70s, her hull is 50 years old. Longer even.
And she's been run hard.
Yeah, you've got ships which are far easier to keep in ordinary. Let's be honest, one of the reasons of putting a ship in ordinary is the quality of the hull you're dealing with. And it's going to be your criteria when doing it. And you're not going to go with that. That scenario is just not going to happen.
Yeah, it makes far more sense to spend the money on keeping more of the 6-inch cruisers. The 12-gun 6-inch cruisers in service. Particularly if your justification is the Soviet light cruisers. Like, if that's your justification, keep more of the 6-inch armed cruisers in service. Because they can be more places at once than a single battle cruiser or battleship. Because remember, a lot of the thinking in terms of high-end war in this period is, correct or incorrect, it's focused on fighting a third battle of the Atlantic. on the NATO side in this period, which after the death of Stalin very quickly went away in the Soviet
I was
Navy.
about to ask, since I'm not too familiar with the more 70s sort of time period naval stuff, what would Britain have need for a hood like in the 70s? Especially,
The 30s.
what would they actually be wanting to use her for?
And
There's a
Well,
reason
any sort of-
Vanguard.
like,
It's-
any
Same shit that they-
It's the phrase we often use when we're talking about it is in terms of conflict management and conflict deterrence is fighting the peace.
yeah,
Using it to win the peace battle, because let's be honest, a Hood starship is easier to send around on its own, turning up in ports and go, look how powerful, big and sexy we are.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
use the
It has
last
the-
adjective. But
It's not going to affect. No, that's literally the
A hood
point.
would be.
Let's be honest. No, think about it from this perspective. A carrier group is more effective, but they sit offshore, and people like you and me would know a carrier group is more effective. But for most politicians and the journalists and the people who see it, the big guns, they attract the attention. They're the sexy thing. They're what attract the attention.
yeah. Britain's not fielding. It's the 70s. Britain's not fielding Kitty Hawks or a really big carrier that can show up anchor in the port, and you just look at it and go, "Wow, that's like the size of half
like-
of my city."
Britain's got
Right.
the Invincibles sort of thing. at
And
this
with
point.
all the aircraft on the deck, there's a reason the U.S. puts the aircraft on the deck when the carrier enters into port.
Let's
Like-
look at Ark Royal and Eagle wandering around in the 70s.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not. It's not the
That's
same
not
as
the
a
same.
Forrestal or a Kitty Hawk or, heaven forbid, Nimitz or Enterprise.
Yeah.
Showing up, and it would give them that kind of weight. However, like I said, Vanguard would be a better idea.
to say the least. Yeah, agreed, straight up.
But
The hull's a lot younger. It's going to last you a lot more. It's silly to go to.
it's the same armament, like just
'Cause
the
this then
superstructure's better designed for radars and everything.
This then usually leads to the follow-on thing in most things of, would this be sent to Falklands and such, or would the idea of a battleship like this be able to hopefully deter something like that occurring?
I mean, so the Falklands also happened because the Argentines felt the British government wouldn't even bother fighting for them.
Hmm.
This is, I've had a similar discussion with a couple of people. I'm not going to name any names, but a couple of people on the U.S. and
There's someone
Taiwan.
naming names quite happily in terms of Falklands.
With the U.S. and Taiwan, where people get so laser focused on the military balance, but when you sit down and you actually look at the way the Chinese write and talk internally about the situation, they're almost not concerned about the military balance. Because they feel, and tell me where you've heard this logic before. They feel that if they get a good first punch in, that the U.S. won't commit to a long-term war.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Where have I heard that before?
Authoritarian regimes often make the same mistake about democracies. They always do, because for them it's fundamentally weak, and you can see why they get that image.
In
But it's
peacetime,
also-
it
it's-
very
it-
much
it-
looks that way.
Because it runs from a script, but it's basically the thing I always try and make the point of is a democracy is like a horde of people. When they're all just mulling around about a problem, they're all arguing and disagreeing and fighting over everything.
But
Give
the
them a
moment
common
you get a
problem
crowd angry, you get a
and
riot.
focus. Yeah,
get a
you get
riot.
you get a lot of trouble.
And this is why I always caution about, yes, the military balance right now, and honestly, even looking out along the projected shipbuilding trends, and not just he who line goes straight and go up, right? Because that's not how sustainability of a fleet works at all.
Look, are
But-
you telling me that ships don't last forever?
Well, it's
Next
not
gonna
even
be saying
that.
they
It's
need
thinking
maintenance.
about how an economy factors into supporting a navy, and how costs to support a navy change depending on size of navy and what you're trying to do. It's almost like you can't just draw trend and continue trend.
No, that's not how
A
trends
straight line.
work.
Yeah, that's not how these things work. But
Like, stop adding context and nuance to these things. It's just not nice for people.
Look, we can't
yeah, I
sell...
know. There's a
People.
look. I've got this nice hardwood Louisville Slugger named Context. I will hit people with it when I so choose.
But Cyclic, how am I supposed to sell headline-grabbing newspapers if I
back.
have to add content? No! Oh, God.
But so
Mm.
the main thing that matters in deterrence is perception.
Yep.
Perception of whether they feel the opponent will fight, right? This is what happened in Ukraine. The Russians thought they could pull Crimea on a national scale because the Russian upper echelons were so disconnected from reality. They were so in their own line of thinking that they felt they could get the same exact result just on all of Ukraine that they did in 2014. They failed to recognize the situation that led to their success in 2014, and that the situation had completely changed. Irrespective of all the other problems that were exposed. Even if the Russian army was as good as people thought it was, their objectives were unachievable. They might have taken Kyiv. They wouldn't have won the war. This is sort of turned into a tangent, but I don't think, given the decisions made by the British government, you know, even if they still had a battleship and say she was you know, up to date, even had exosets on board her, right? I don't think the Argentines would have been deterred.
Yeah,
Because
it was primarily political.
for all
motivation.
intents and purposes, the British like what the Argentines saw as the British meaningful military presence in the islands had been withdrawn.
And also, you got mixed messages coming from the Foreign Office, the government,
Yep.
everyone, and it's basically you need strong messaging and consistent messaging as well as a presence in order to be act as a deterrence. You cannot have one or the other, and once you withdraw the presence and you have mixed messaging, you are not doing deterrence. It is a classic case study in how not to do deterrence.
If anything, it
That's a
is
case
how to
study
invite
in
an
terrible
attack.
conflict management.
Yeah, it's a case study in how to invite an attack.
Yes, it is.
And like Britain could have had 2 U.S. carrier battle groups, for lack of a. Let's just substitute the Royal Navy's surface fleet. It's not what Britain wanted or needed, but let's just say that, right? They have 2 Kitty Hawk carrier battle groups, you know, full set, right? Still would have happened, given all the other messaging.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you go afraid if your opponent's not going to fight back?
Like,
Oh.
if you don't believe your enemy's going to fight, their capability doesn't matter.
It's one of the reasons why, when I'm questioned, and I have been questioned a lot about the Red Fleet time, and say, oh, Fleet, how can you have the Argentinians go after the Falklands when the British have, you know, Vanguard sitting around and 3 Maltas they can call up, and I point to this and go, that's why! It doesn't matter how capable Britain is.
If the Argentines don't feel they're going to fight for the Falklands, why wouldn't they make a play for it? Particularly in the scenario the junta found themselves in.
Very much so, yeah. Your typical gun. Are we all wrapped up with that, or does anyone have anything else they want to add? I'm going to go forwards then. Question. Thoughts on Imperial Japanese Navy destroyers and escort ships having anti-submarine shells on their 5 or 4-inch guns? Did they manage to use or even sink or damage any Allied submarines? The shell was called the flat-nosed shell.
I mean, to know if they used any of them to damage or sink U.S. submarines, we'd need to have surveyed every single wreck. To be blunt, with the way that works, and quite frankly, there's too many in relatively unknown locations. We don't know the precise locations of many U.S. submarines that were sunk. We just know their last reported location.
And then
That's the way submarines work.
And then we have to extrapolate from there if we can. And it's a big if at
Based on
times.
claimed Japanese sinkings.
Yeah, and it's a big if that. The idea of having... Just to go back to the other part of the question, the idea of having such shells is not... It's not the worst solution given Japan's wartime situation to some of the problems they were having. It's not perfect by any means. But it would enable Japanese destroyers, if the shells worked, I have no idea if they did, to engage very near-surface US submarines. It's basically a Japanese substitute for something like Hedgehog, but not quite as
it's
effective.
not. It fills a different niche.
Right. I thought the diving shells were meant to hit below armor.
No, these aren't diving shells.
No, these are different than
These are a different one as well, right?
Yeah. So what these shells do is, I see a periscope over there.
Yeet.
I see a periscope wake, or I have a radar return on a periscope, and that's led us to identifying the periscope, right?
Yep.
It allows you to fire at that target and hopefully get them before they launch torpedoes.
Oh, I see. So it's actually fairly... You'd use it at some range then?
Yeah, this was the concept behind a lot of these style of weapons. Now, the fun part about trying to pick out a periscope is roll the die.
Rolling.
In World War II.
Rolling.
Even if you have radar, it's generally roll the die. Because waves.
Yeah. This is one of a few problems that I think people have with films like Greyhound.
No.
If you happen to see the periscope,
Greyhound.
Yeah, it's a drama film.
No, I'm aware, but it's basically given this indication that they were constantly spotting periscopes with radars all the time. Like, no.
Oh, you were constantly spotting potential periscopes.
To be fair, Fleet, you say that, but I would disagree, primarily because the fact that within 30 minutes they basically say, yeah, our radar's dead. It's just giving us constant false signals because of various technical issues, so we can't really trust it.
No, that's just the radar functioning normally.
They genuinely say the radar has malfunctioned.
No, but that's the joke I'm making, given what Cyclic just said.
Fleet. You can have those issues too.
Not only would it put,
radars of this period were incredibly temperamental.
Yes.
So, and I think they don't constantly spot them. Because the problem is, they do spot one. They get very lucky and do spot one periscope and lead an attack. And then the others just start opening up on the convoy.
The thing that gets...
It's why you have the whole thing where they have 6 disaster flares go off all at once.
Yeah. I know we're going off on a ramble here. Wow, Fleet's on rambling.
It's called
shocking.
rambling.
I know,
what do you
but look,
expect?
just roll with me here. I know that they had the interior of a Fletcher, but there can't have been that much difference internally between the bridge of a Fletcher and the bridge of some of the last pre-Fletcher destroyers, which did serve on Atlantic convoy duty. So why not do a CGI model? So why not use a CGI model of a Benson or a Gleaves instead?
Because the Fletcher is the U.S. destroyer that the public knows from the period. It's a movie fleet.
It also saves money from having to do a CGI thing.
If
They've
I'm not
actually got
mistaken,
it there.
also doesn't have a Flower class Corvette as well.
Yeah, there is a Flower class Corvette.
Yeah, which is another major British.
It's also got a Grom
convoy escort that's publicly known.
Does it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Yeah, the flower classes are
No, sorry. I think there's 4 ships in the convoy. One of them, which is Harry, I think.
Yeah,
maybe?
that's the
Yeah,
flower. That's
Harry
the flower.
is the. Is Harry the flower? I know one of them is based off a Grom class destroyer.
So this convoy is escorted by a Fletcher, a Grom, a tribal.
Grom.
Sorry, a Fletcher. Sorry, it's escorted by a Fletcher, a Grom, a flower, and a tribal. That's a hell of an escort group. That's by our powers combined.
It's
Right. Okay. So
it's actually
yeah.
not a very well protected.
You've got,
Yeah, I know.
Greyhound, which is a You've got Greyhound, which is a Fletcher. Dicky, which is a flower.
Mhm.
Eagle is a Grom class, which sinks. And then you've got Harry, which is a British one.
Those
Like
poles
it's
must
much
not
better
have been-
protected against surface raiders than subs.
Yeah, where are the
It's terrible
frigates?
for ASW Warfare.
Yeah, where are the frigates?
Honestly,
Where-
a tribal would have been an improvement for ASW that group.
Right. in fact,
Basically, you're depending on on the flag class to do most of your anti-submarine work.
You need numbers. Like that's the whole thing about ASW in general, but particularly in this period. When you have a convoy, you need numbers. It's why the flowers were built. Because you need numbers.
Hmm.
yeah. USS Keeling, HMS James, ORP Victor, and DMCS Dodge are the 4 ships.
I mean,
we've
you
got
know
minted
what? I
there.
mean, I know.
And James is a tribal.
I know Greyhound has its flaws, but you know what? Going with a Polish destroyer, that's brave, given that not many
It's
people
unique,
of the
I'll give
general
it that.
public would know that the Groms even existed.
Those are also the 4 destroyers surviving from roughly
Yeah,
the battle.
like they
lines.
are, like, as I
Yeah.
just pointed out,
Yeah.
basically all of the ships were scanned from actual ships.
Oh, well,
Yeah, they had to do some fun stuff with the Fletcher, I believe,
Yeah,
because they used a Framcan as the base, but
actually,
that's
exactly.
not exactly hard given just how much is out there on Fletchers.
I actually do have something to talk to you about on that one. I was asked a question very early on when it was literally just me, actually, about the Framcans and why. And
Well,
how.
there is somebody on this server who actually served on a Framcan.
Wow.
Yes,
But-
I'm not gonna give his name
Yeah.
out without talking to him
sense.
Yeah.
first, but
The question was something along the lines of, why were they done, and were they used because the USN didn't have any destroyer hulls, or because there was a lack of hulls, etc., or lack of capability. I said, and I'm perfectly willing to be corrected by any members of the panel present, that when the Framcans come out, they're still listed as destroyers, but they're stepping into a role and firepower setup that's more akin to the frigates you would see the US come out with later on. Single 5-inch gun forward, ASROC launcher, perhaps torpedoes, but if they have them, it's usually for anti-submarine work, and either a hangar for a helicopter or a drone aft.
so the Framcans were built, or not built, but remodeled to. Okay, they're barring a brief period. The U.S. Navy's thought process was refit older ships for second line duties. In the Cold War, that brief period is sort of the 70s into the early 80s before it reverts back again. So the Framcans were basically a way of turning all of those Fletcher, Sumner, Gearings into ships that could be useful to an extent, for surface action.
I'm
because
back.
they kept 2 turrets.
Hmm.
But mainly for ASW.
Mm-hmm.
Because the US turned around and started fielding the 5-inch 54 for gun destroyers,
Mm-hmm.
and then very rapidly moved into missile-armed ships.
Yep.
Just briefly call out USS Sky at DDG-1.
Mm-hmm.
Also a Fletcher Gearing conversion. Though that one was a one of a kind. The Framcans were there to get modern, modern ASW capability for the period out to the fleet in numbers and out to allies in numbers. Remember what I said about ASW being a numbers game
Yes, you did.
from an escort perspective.
Yeah.
This is how they did that.
Ah, cool.
And there in chat you have a photo of USS Guyot launching a, I believe, a Terrier. No, yeah. So that's really the history of them. How they compare to the Noxes? Well, the Noxes are kind of a what if we do a Framcan-like capability from scratch.
So I was... wait, I said that, and I was basically hazarding a guess. I was actually right? For once?
Broken clock can be right twice
Believe
a
it or
day.
not, believe it or not, Fleet, once in a blue moon, you can be right about something first time.
Wow, it's nice.
And we not say this too much, it might give him a big head.
Hey, I was very nice. I said he could be right twice a day.
I don't mind being...
That's going too far.
I don't mind being riffed on. It keeps me humble. It keeps me from talking out of my ass. Most of the time. I'm not perfect. Where were we? Just I would like to quickly touch on this comment here, because I would like to bury this. Admiral Wellesley Collingwood, the Ukraine war is just like the Sudeten crisis all over again. I'd argue it's worse and different in many ways.
It's its own thing.
Yeah. That's all I want to say on that.
You know, as... There are many parallels throughout history, but they don't go to the same point. Nor do they start at the same point. Themes are... There's shared themes throughout history. And what I will say this time around is Ukraine's getting the help Ukraine is getting help. And this time, we're seeing rearmament occur much earlier.
Yippee.
Useful.
I think we're seeing people discussing rearmament much earlier. I would hesitate to say we're actually seeing rearmament. I think you're being highly generous. I'm still waiting for some of the many statements made by people to turn into reality.
In certain countries, yes. In other countries, we're seeing one country in Eastern Europe move towards fielding a land force that is about as large as the entire U.S. Army. But unlike the U.S. Army, entirely
Poland
mechanized.
In this case.
Yes, Poland is still on course.
Yes,
although it take a little longer to double the size of their army.
Poland is a bit of a standout case because, to quote one of my favourite people to go and laugh along to, this time the speed bumps got teeth.
This time they're putting spikes into that speed bump.
Poland is in this weird case financially where
and a missile launcher.
Poland is in this weird case financially where they have the GDP to be able to afford to field a large military, the need to field a large military, but they have the purchasing power parity that enables them to pay for the number of soldiers it requires to run this large military without it bankrupting the state. They're in this weird, lovely sweet spot.
And moving aside from Poland here, the story that everybody knows about, I want to mention what Mako has said. You know, Finland and Sweden are a big thing. Mm-hmm. Them joining the alliance is huge.
Makes me very happy.
The Baltics moving to expand their militaries even more than they already have is also a huge thing. Mm-hmm. The Lithuanians are reacquiring main battle tanks now. Which is a huge step from where they were. The other thing is the debates that are going on in Western Europe now. Some of those are going to require changes in government. We shall see what happens. They are democracies after all.
I am honestly surprised that instead of going for what would have been a vote winner, especially given the current state of British public thinking regarding the military, which would have been spending more money on the military proper and increasing the defence budget, the Conservatives instead went with reintroducing national service. If they'd have gone
That's
with,
not true, Fleet.
if they'd have gone with let's spend more money on the military, they might have won
You
votes.
missed something then.
Fleet,
you missed
we're not
the
going to
whole-
get into British
Well,
domestic
I
politics
will
on
mention
this.
you
Don't.
did, and Fleet, you did.
I'm
seem
going to
make-
say, have a nice evening. I'm off to get some dinner.
Fair enough, Dr.
And I'm
Clark.
going to put my
Enjoy-
foot down on
I'm
this
going
as
to
a
avoid
mod.
the British
We are not.
politics discussion because, frankly, it upsets me enough. Take care, have fun, because I actually occasionally
That's a war-
advise these people, and they never listen to me.
I just realised that
Take
was a
care.
warship plushie.
Wait, does that mean
Yes.
we could see Dr. Clark as an
I've got one of
advisor in
those.
Millennium Dawn Dragon?
They're adorable.
No.
Oh God.
Just as
Having
one
a
of,
nap.
as a naval advisor.
Trust me, I've had more fun things. I've turned up in all sorts of random places over the years. It's fun. Take care.
Finland unknown strengthens
Cyclics
NATO.
placing stop on that, then I'll not mention it.
Yeah, where were we? Oh, here we go. Nice, easy question. Which livery was better? Victorian red, white, black, and buff, or Great White Fleet, white and buff? That. That
I
is.
hate the Great White Fleet
I
Skull.
don't really like either.
How
I-
do you put Victorian white and gold?
I
Ooh.
do not.
That is-
I
that
do
is
not
So
like
camouflage.
the Great White. Like, I know why they painted it the way they did, and it made sense for what they were trying to do, but not as a regular fleet livery. Like, oh gosh, how to blind everybody on your ship who's trying to be a lookout.
Victorian
Civic
red,
fine.
white, black, and Victorian red, black, white, and buff. I just love. It's very nice.
There we go.
Issue is, it's not Victorian white and gold.
Give me war
Okay,
spites.
man.
Sort of, give me war spites,
What?
nice sort of dark blue and whitish.
What did he? Oh, come on, Mako. That's not fair on the Challenger.
It's entirely fair.
It's not that terrible, given the
Fleet,
spending
it's
required.
a gun from the 50s.
We're getting rid of it.
And keep in mind, the British Army didn't want that gun in Challenger 2. They said they'd rather not pay for a new MBT than pay for a new MBT with that gun in it.
Oh, but honestly, I just don't like Hood and that colour. I'm not a big fan of that colour scheme in general. Personally, in general, this is actually something I dislike. I very much dislike mono and bicolour camouflages. Yes, that one's got 3 because it's got the funnels, but I find them incredibly boring when it's just hull one colour, superstructure a different colour. It just doesn't work for me personally. It's just a bit too boring.
Personally, I find Hood and Dazzling to be top notch.
I'd rather my eyes exist, thank you, than be dazzled by dazzled
Although,
hood.
Like I said, I love Warspite of Rodney's 1944 one.
Oh,
Also, is a
boy.
gorgeous one.
Reports of another Russian ship on fire, this time in the Barents.
yeah, Dragon.
In the Barents Sea.
Yep.
Yeah, engine overheated and caught fire. Is the report. I don't know if it's true.
Oh.
But
Rodney.
Well,
and it's an Oodaloy as well.
Oh,
Isn't it
that's
that?
embarrassing. Scoot
So
those
what,
damn
isn't
it-
cigarettes.
Okay, so 1988, so it is an old ship.
Ugh,
But
how do you overheat an oil-fired ship?
You'd be surprised.
Especially when, I mean, I'm fairly certain, but unless they've rebuilt them,
Vodka?
the Eudaloys...
how do you overheat a boiler? You can do that pretty
It goes
easily.
boom.
No, but usually they explode, they don't catch fire.
Depends on what you do and how well the ship has been maintained over the years.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
just
How do you
imagine-
get
There is
Just
a
imagine
lot of
oil.
soot that can build up that is
Right.
flammable.
like
Just
fleet?
imagine an oil line breaking on the outside of the boiler.
As I just pointed
Ooh.
out, cars
That
are
will
oil
blow
powered
up.
combustion engine. You get a car engine fires.
No,
all the time.
RBG. The Eudaloys
Also,
are oil-fired
keep in mind-
steam turbine.
No.
Now that I'm looking at it, the Oodaloys aren't boiler. They're gas turbine.
I thought they were.
They're Kogag.
Oh, There's another Russian ship I'm thinking of that's...
And you can easily overheat a gas turbine.
Oh,
I wouldn't quite go that far, Mako. Currently, yes, we do so. But for quite
I
a long
would
time,
point
British
out-
tanks were quite decent.
I would point out that a lot of...
What tank? Hang on. What are you referring to as quite decent tanks?
Centurion.
I would not.
Yeah.
And here's why.
Mhm.
The British Centurions... Mako, how far was their driving range without the trailer? Was it like... I remember it was something below 100 miles. Yeah, without the trailer. I believe it was like 50 to 75 miles. That's not a good tank design.
I would also bring forth some stuff like what's it called
Don't
Cromwell
say
was
Chieftain.
perfectly acceptable for it.
Don't
but-
say
No,
Don't say
say
Cromwell.
I'm not
Cromwell.
gonna
Don't
say
say
Chief-
Chieftain.
I'm not going to say Chieftain because Chieftain.
Oh,
wasn't bad,
Chieftain,
apart from the
great
engine.
tank design, bad engine.
Like yeah, I actually quite like Chieftain. It's just
It
genuinely
comes.
the engine.
You
It's
put an
best
American
tank.
or German
Problem.
diesel in there, it's fine.
No, it's when they get the diesel in the Mark 10.
And also the
Pretty
export
good fucking tank.
and the export variants, which have the better engine. They're actually pretty
Do
decent.
what the Jordanians did, put a German
Yeah.
diesel in it and be done.
Yeah. And then we get to Challenger.
Oh, wait, it's less than 50 miles cross country and 62 and a half with some wiggle room on road without the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good tank. That is a bad tank. Because a tank that can't get to the fight is worthless. That's the Germans.
And the British never fixed it. The only people who fixed it were those who operated the Centurion outside of Britain, the Israelis and the South Africans, among others.
I'd have to double check if the Israelis did fix it. I think they did with a different engine.
Yeah,
but-
the Israelis slapped
No,
diesel
the
in it.
Israelis didn't because
the-
the,
no, the-
Israelis didn't need to fix it.
No, they did.
Yeah.
If that tank's traveling 50 miles, the Israelis
Foxo-
have bigger issues.
No, Foxo, the distances the Israelis had to move their tanks were much farther than 50 miles.
Absolutely. And also, the first thing the Israelis
the
did was
Beckar
take...
Valley for a start.
Also, the Israelis took one look at the petrol engine in the Centurion and said, absolutely flipping not, and ripped that thing out and slapped the diesel in. It was literally one of the first things the Israelis did to the Centurions. And I think the South Africans did the same with the Mark II and Mark III Olifants.
And the Swedes, I think they did. They
Yeah.
did 300 as
What
well,
basically,
didn't
well, a thing you see when it comes to the Centurion being exported, one of the first things any of the operators do is they rip the engine out and then put another one in.
Yeah, never use a Leyland engine. Simple as.
Yeah.
Um,
Basically, the thing I have to ask is what.
But
went
besides
so-
that, the Centurion with the 105 has an incredibly cramped turret. I don't know if you've ever seen footage of somebody trying to load that gun. And also noticed where their ready rack is and how small it is.
Mm.
Yeah, but the Centurion has the Rolls-Royce engine, not the Leyland engine.
It doesn't matter which it is; they both suck.
I'm just making a blanket
Yeah.
statement about Leyland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but fuck Leyland, but this is Rolls-Royce, not Leyland. They can actually make engines.
Rolls-Royce can make some stinkers.
In the
You're calling the
Which
Meteor a
Rolls-Royce
bad
in the
engine
only-
fleet?
No, but
Anyways,
But
moving
that's what
on.
it's using.
Moving on here. To be honest, if I'm interested in a NATO tank of the period, it's going to be probably a Leo 1. If I'm talking about that very early period of 105 use, because the US was a little late to the 105 with the A5 M48 and then the M60s.
Mate, but
Um,
that isn't fair. You're comparing a tank from 1945 to one from 1961.
no, he's not comparing. He's just talking.
Yeah,
they
but it's a case of-
dramatically changed the turret.
Yeah, but it's still a tank that was operating on late World War II principles, not 1960s principles.
It doesn't change the fact that it remained in service for that
There's
period.
not
and-
much difference in the Leopard 1 in terms of principles. It's better armored than a Panther.
Yeah.
I would argue
Like, a
20
lot-
plus years of extra development does change things a bit, but
A lot gets said about Leopard 1 not having armor. It's actually not unreasonably protected given the primary threat, and that being artillery fire. Because nobody was armoring. Like, for all intents and purposes here, Centurion and Leopard 1 are broadly equivalent in terms of what they're up against, what they're going to protect against. Same thing with M60, M48. When you look
You
at
gotta
what the
remember
Soviets are
the
firing,
Centurion is
unless you're starting to
Centurion's
talk
a
about the
World War II
T-34-85s,
yeah,
that will be in some of
Centurion
them.
is 1943 is developed at the beginning.
Yes,
Or-
however,
five.
when we're talking about the Centurion of the period, it is a dramatically different tank.
You can't take a Centurion Mark 10 and say, yeah, yes, this is a World War II tank. No. It's like
no,
taking...
but it starts
No, a
off
number
as a
of-
World War II tank.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can change all the insides, but you're
It's still a World War
talking
II tank.
about-
And so is the M60. The M60A1. Right? Both of them. And so is the
The
M48.
M48, possibly the M.
Right? Like,
Is-
neither one
the
of those tanks is built had
is-
stabilizers.
But it's still 15 years because the M60 entered service in 1956.
Yes, but if it's the
And
tank... if
The
it-
M60 is based on broadly the same principles as a Sherman. Like, when you look in the design, the US was running with...
There's a bit of a difference though between based off the design principles and literally being modified a Sherman.
You've got
Sort of
you've got to think less in terms of when a design was built and more when it was in active service, because it doesn't matter that the Centurion
Fleet,
Mark 10
that's
is
separate
based...
from what I'm arguing.
No, that's different. Right.
Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing here is the design principles themselves of the M46, M40, or of the M48 and M40 and M60 really all come out of the Pershing. They're basically the same thing. The only thing they've done is optimize the turret a little bit, but it's still a cast turret. Right? It's still designed along the same principles as a World War II tank. And broadly speaking, the first Leopard 1s are the same way. In this period, realistically, you're looking at just the final iteration of World War II tank design, writ large. And of those Allied tanks, I think the Leopard 1 is writ large the best.
Mhm.
Now, I'd say the M60 has far more growth room in it, as evidenced, but the Leopard 1 had quite a bit of growth room in it too. It helps because it's, newer, but in that regard, but I'm not really evaluating the potential for growth room. I'm not really evaluating the later versions that are coming. I'm looking at them in this period. I'm looking at the design principles behind them. I'm not talking about that either, Sierra. I'm talking about the design principles here.
You're saying about the design principles. The problem is the design principles of the Centurion were: we need a heavy tank to take on a Tiger.
No, it was designed as a universal tank.
No, it wasn't. Read the thing is, that was what it became, a universal tank, but the original spec is we need a heavy tank to take on a Tiger.
Well, I mean, in that regard, looks at the M26 and the lineage of the M48 and M60.
Same thing.
But you take, no, you don't. You take that, yes, it's a lineage, but you change to a new hull. We took the Centurion and kept modifying it.
Yeah.
No,
Our next development was the Chieftain.
Could you make the argument you shouldn't have kept updating it?
Possibly. I think
Yes,
after
So-
It's
The 105 Centurion is a stopgap. that
Yeah.
comes in after the Soviet invasion of Hungary, when the Brits quite literally have a T-54 delivered to their embassy. And they take a look at it, and they have a bit of a heart attack. And so the stopgap is putting an L7 in a Centurion and and then the real fix is developing Chieftain.
Yeah, the L7 was. If we're going to be completely honest, the L7 was perhaps too much gun for the Centurion. Just about.
And I mean, in that regard, Centurion's fine, bar the abysmal range, which makes it very questionable as a useful tank in any regard. Because a tank that can't get to the fight, a tank that can't get to the fight, might as well not be a tank.
Remember, the whole point about it was meant to be moved up, refueled, and then sent in. That was the idea, not to have.
And that is how the British doctrine worked a lot of the time, though. But this is my thing. You say it's got terrible range. To be fair, it does have bad range. There's no getting around that without the trailer. Admittedly, the trailer was a pretty reasonable way of getting to have that grip. But even beyond that, it worked for what the British needed.
The problem that
it
you've
worked
got,
fine, and we had the doctrine infrastructure to make it work.
The problem that you've got,
the moment you have to counterattack and it's being used as your primary tank, it fails. And I
would also point out that 32 miles an hour cross country on refueled range is straight line. Tank that doesn't include any allowances for tactical mobility. It doesn't include any allowances for detours. It doesn't include
hills.
Hills. It doesn't include any allowances for extra fuel usage. It does not allow the tactical flexibility you need to use a tank effectively in combat. Period. That's the problem. It's not that the straight line.
Yes, you're saying that, but the Israelis still used the British tanks. Still used them in Sinai.
They had different engines.
They swapped the engine out to have much better fuel economy.
Not all of them. Not all of them. They did that later. They moved to the Continental engine from the M48. But
I would also hesitate. I would also hesitate to put the Sinai as a very good representation of something like, I don't know, the North German planes as an example in front of one British Corps.
This is basically the optimal environment almost.
No.
Yeah, but they're talking about range and getting it to the fight. The Sinai was a big range to get it over. The Israelis managed it because they adopted the British tactic. They realized their infrastructure couldn't handle that because they needed so many people in reserve. So they reverted to an engine which had a bigger range.
Yeah, the original shot, the first ones they got, primarily used the Meteor, and Meteor-mounted shots were primarily used during the 6-day and saw combat usage in Yongpur. So later ones, the shot Cal, did swap out the engine and did have better range from it, but a lot of the primary ones they used during the war were still the same engine, same fuel tanks.
Okay, so you can use the Centurion in that way, but I still do feel
I do also think
that's still not changing my argument, because my argument is it's subpar to have to do that.
Yeah, but
I would also say you're discrediting the trailer a little bit much.
I'm gonna heavily discredit the trailer mainly because
as somebody who has to tow off road, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you gotta admit that one, Dragon.
Yeah, even if has tank, you are still towing off road. Even if has tank.
Yeah,
from what Dark have said, they seem to work reasonably well enough. They're not perfect by any means, but
that doesn't make it great. That doesn't make
I'm not saying it makes
that doesn't
it great.
make it better than the other options.
To be fair, though,
my whole argument.
Yeah, but it's a case of when you're comparing it when it's in such an extended life, such modernization because of a no shit moment, to tanks of contemporary to that
Like,
time.
except even if we
Like,
go off
if you don't have an
Centurion Mark
M60,
10,
or
Centurion-
you've got the
I'd
early
still take an
M26,
M46. I'd still take an M48.
an M26.
Would you take a Pershing?
M46. There's a reason I'm mentioning the 46. Even honestly, a Pershing, because I can get that tank to the fight as long as you can maintain
Yes,
the
but
engine.
what I'm saying is,
I will fully
didn't
admit it has
design our
problems
troops.
there.
I'm saying we designed our doctrine to get that tank to the battle. So
And I don't think the
I've got-
doctrine would hold up in a full war in Europe.
Yeah, I would
well,
hesitate
they
to
managed to
eliminate
get.
the
They
con-
actually managed to get them up to the front, even though they went fully things just before. The
You're
end of the
not
war.
tank transporting your tanks through a counterattack.
No, you don't have to.
I would hesitate to question, or like, especially for the larger scale, especially with the context of Centurion being developed, or rather being developed, but being used within the British Army of the Rhine. You might, again, I think the context is a little bit different when you're asking NATO missions, because if you're talking about the Israeli mission of defense to Sinai, you're comparing something like, I don't know, let me just pull up my map for a sec from Spatchel, but the comparison is therefore being something like, hold on, where the fuck did my map go? Well, I'll post the pictures, but you can continue talking.
It's basically two very different use cases. We're not arguing that
you are arguing.
I say
You
we.
are arguing.
I say we. I've sort of stepped into the background at this point as arbitrator, since this is turning into an actual debate. One side of the debate is that the Centurion's lack of cross-country performance range is not a problem in the fields of Europe. We've seen it. I'm just making it clear. We've seen it used operationally, and we know it can be used operationally outside of a full-scale World War III context. I don't think anyone's arguing that's what we're talking about here.
I'm not even arguing that it can't be used. What I'm arguing here is in sudden counterattacks, because you see an opportunity and you want to take advantage of it, right? To immediately follow up a failed attack, to try to retake ground you had to give to absorb that attack.
Isn't that
The
what
tank runs into
logistics corps
problems.
for?
Pardon?
Isn't that literally what the British logistics corps at the time were built for, though?
Yes, but Dragon,
You're not.
you can't have
No,
no.
no, because the tank has to move itself from its
Yeah.
final battle position
We get that.
back up. You don't have time to refuel. You need to go now before the Soviets can dig in.
You're literally talking about stepping off to an attack. Literally 5
No,
An
minutes.
I'm
immediate
not.
counterattack. This is a very fundamental part of a flexible defense,
Yeah, no. What
right? Of
cyclic
an
is,
elastic defense. This is
What-
fundamental to that.
what
This is
cyclic?
fundamental to like this kind of a
But I
thing.
didn't think the
Just-
Centurions would have been used to do that, because the whole point of them is they were a blocker.
Well, that's not how
No,
battlefield.
so
Not
okay.
quite fully.
That's
Yeah,
not
I'm going
how-
to let Sierra talk about this because this really does get into how NATO's forces were arranged.
So, okay, in the context
I
of the
do know-
1960s, the British Army of the Rhine has, or in specific, the one British Corps is divided into, I would call it 2 different units. There are either 2 armored divisions or a armored and infantry division that are to the front to act as a speed bump. But the one British Corps does absolutely have a reserve. This is most famously something like 3rd Armored Division with the 1980s. But they also have a huge component that's based in the United Kingdom that will have to be transported either from ships or aircraft. Usually it's aircraft, and then pre-position and stuff like. I believe it depends on the year, of course, but it's either Düsseldorf or Wuppertal. But if you open up your map of Germany, that's not a particularly slow drive. And I'm gonna just put a map here. Don't mind the other units, but this is particularly important when it comes to positioning because I'm gonna put a circle around the range of the Centurion compared to the range or let's just get the frontage and compare that to the Sinai. So here, the first picture is the range. That's the radius of range for, let's just call it a decent position of Third Army or a counterattacking force of the British. Don't mind the units. Compared to, I've put that near Romani, where the actual Sinai or campaign in Sinai happened with Magin's force up north. You notice, by the way, you can almost reach the actual, or what it's called, the Suez from Romani in this range. You cannot do that within the context of the northern German plains when you're in even a decent position, let alone somewhere near farther back where Third Army would be, like somewhere like not even Castle, but like Bielefeld. You can't do that. It's really weird to hear, oh yeah, it worked on Sinai when the ranges are really different from the northern German plains, because not only are you working with, let's just call it hostile interdiction, which is a very common thing that would happen in the 1960s, you're also talking about a massively different terrain, massively different ranges, and, disruptions and stuff like interdictions, traffic, etc. Or nuclear bombs.
I agree. I mean, the biggest thing would have been the chemical weapons that were thrown over first. That was part of the doctrine.
Unless your logistics are relying on horses, the idea of logistics being stopped by chemical weapons isn't particularly effective. Now, slowed would be the word there. It's not dying, but a lot of one British court theory that, like, if you were working off of New Brunswick or the Castle Salient or Göttingen, for example, where you will have actual units present, Centurion's range doesn't really matter unless you're, doing this weird thing called maneuver warfare, but we can discuss that a little later. But if you're talking about the actual getting to the front sort of deal, it's a lot different when you're in the context of, let's just say, the very slow and anemic levels of what the Egyptians were doing in terms of interdiction compared to, what
the Soviets would be able to do.
I would also, if I may, I'd like to give a hypothetical just to illustrate some of the points we've been making. Let's say, and I'm going to be generous, that you are in your Centurion, that you've got like a platoon of Centurions, and you're with a group of infantry mounted in FV, the FV-432, I think it's called, the tracked personnel carrier the British have.
Box.
Yeah, and let's say you're on the line of contact. It doesn't particularly matter if it's on the first day of the war or whatever, but all your Centurions have a full tank of fuel. And the Russians hit you with a big offensive, and you give ground, and you withdraw, and you're constantly fighting them, bleeding them, slowing them, cutting them. And by the time you stopped them and they're withdrawing, you've withdrawn about 15 miles. And that's not 15 straight miles, you've been jiving and jinking and moving from firing position to firing position, as well as withdrawing.
And it's probably been a few days, and you've probably had to keep your engine running the entire time.
And then you are ordered to you are ordered to step off for a counterattack to retake the ground immediately. After.
Then you're not ordering the Centurions.
Well, in that case, that counts.
Why?
Because at that point you're ordering an exhausted unit.
Now,
sometimes that's all you have, and that's what you have to seize the opportunity. This is part of war.
But just to try and raise a point here. So this is what year are we putting this in? Because you've mentioned Leopard once, so we're probably in 65. Would you say that's a reasonable period to estimate this off?
I mean, by that point, Centurion has bowed out from.
No, it's not. It's not. It's still in. But by 65, the last of the Centurion Mark 10s have been built, because they stopped being built in 62. By this point in time, the main tank in Germany is Conqueror, with 3 times the range at 100 miles.
The main tank in Germany?
The main tank in Germany is not Conqueror. There were never that many of them built.
185, which is more than Centurion Mark 10s.
Each division has 400 tanks. There's 4 divisions in British Army of the Rhine.
The ones you'll be want.
That's
you will not be wanting to
1,600
order.
tanks. You're not using 185 tanks to counterattack.
Nor are you using the 155 Centurions, though, are you?
But it's the point. The point.
They're not all going to be Mark 10s. You're going to have a
And- right.
smattering of different marks.
Okay, so we'll go back. So then, I best we're using Mark 7s then. There's 755 of them. How far back do we have to go to get to a reasonable number? 'Cause even if we combine...
I think it's
all-
Mark 5.
That's
5,
not how military
5,
force design
Mark
works.
5, Mark 5, there was only 222 built. The largest
Dragon.
number of
Dragon.
I get, but my point is, like, if we're just going off purely British regiments, we're having to go back quite
We're
a fair
talking
bit in
divisions, not
Centurions.
regiments.
Yes, I know. Sorry, I meant divisions. So we're having to go back so far with Centurion production here to get those 1,600 tanks,
Yes.
even including Chieftain. We're going back to Mark 5s,
Yes,
which
and we're
are
looking,
not in use in 65.
the point.
Depends on the country.
Yeah.
And depends on the what division
not-
you're talking about.
Pretty sure the British. I'm pretty sure. I'm welcome for people to correct me, but I'm pretty sure Mark 5s were not in British service.
Sierra, can you
for
go
frontline
through
duty.
what those units were broadly outfitted with, if you have
Gosh.
that?
Yes,
Like,
I
This is
do.
why this is what I'm saying. I'm perfect, more than willing if someone can correct me on that. So
Well, Sierra has the list apparently, so we're
Yeah.
about to find out.
Because here's the thing: as a unit, you are limited by your weakest link.
The
That's
Belgians
entirely
at this
true.
point,
As
we don't
someone has
talk
just
about them.
pointed out, the M48 was only a few miles long further range.
Yeah, but that's the cross-country range of the Centurion is 32 miles. We're talking cross-country range here.
Yeah, but
not-
that's the road range. That's the road range for the M48.
and
It's
the
70
M48
miles.
doesn't mention an off. This also doesn't seem to mention an off-road
Here we go.
one. They just
Um,
have
Yeah,
operational. They just have range.
There's a reason why most countries that got a Centurion expanded the fuel tanks.
Which that's
Yeah.
fair.
What?
Like, no one's denying that. It's just a case of trying to compare a Centurion.
That's only the M48. The M48A1 has the external fuel drums. The A2 has 110 without the
Wait,
fuel
so
drums. The
so
A3
you
has
get the
288.
Centurions without the external fuel drums, but the M48 suddenly gets
Are
them.
al-
Yeah,
I'm talking trailer.
yeah.
then
the drums
that's
are
not
different.
what those
Yeah.
don't mention. Yeah, but right, an external drum, yes, but you're still going with add-on equipment for extra range.
Yes, but there's a difference between
A
drums.
trailer is far more far more limiting than drums you can drain and then drop.
But it's still what the British had.
Yeah, but it's not.
You're still going off. You're still ignoring something the British did actually
Okay,
have
I'm
used there.
Dragon,
something-
Dragon. I am a hair's breadth away from grabbing the moving goalpost meme here. Okay? I'm going to be really honest. Because I am not talking about that. If you're having to do all of this, I am talking about the design. Let's just
Which, as we
re-anchor
said,
this
is
back.
based in 45. The Centurion is still a far older basis than most of the other NATO tanks at this point in time. I don't think that's really debatable because, while yes, the initial design of the M46 might have been based off an improvements on the Sherman, by the time you get to M48 and M60, it's not the same as, still almost same hull profile as a 1945 tank, starting development in 43.
Here's a picture of Centurion Mark V in 1962.
Like that, right? Fair enough. Like I said, if I don't mind, if you can prove it, I don't mind it. Like genuinely, I'm more than willing to have extra information.
Whose army is that? Is that British?
That's British.
That's British.
It's got the roundel on.
You want to bet
Mhm.
one?
Sure. Why not?
Is that
I'm
British or
curious.
is that a Terry?
I mean,
is that
the-
Terry?
Oh, that's British.
They're currently in Grunwald. So this cannot be Terriers.
Why not?
Because Terriers do not exist, do not participate in Grunwald, because they're in fucking Berlin!
They didn't participate in those exercises in that time period.
I know for a fact that the Danish army spent more time
Oh, yeah, no.
welding off the damn shit trailers than actually driving the tank forward.
the Danish are a little bit weird in this context. We're not, but because they're fucking. They have what? They have what? How? Don't they have like they have non?
They had
105
Chaffies.
They have Chaffies in 1989.
The Danes.
Come on, man.
With the
We didn't have
75.
Chappies. We had Walker Bulldogs, so I will correct you there, sir.
The Danes.
Oh right, you weren't the Norwegians. Apologies.
Yeah, no, but I can't pronounce it correctly because I did map it out, but like I love the amount of random ass shit that's in Landia.
It is very funny.
Österlandes
I mean,
Commando is fucking
look at this
goofy.
thing. That's on that.
Oh god, I love that. That's funny.
They added a rangefinder and night vision equipment
Yeah.
to the Centurions just
Changed
to.
the gun.
Yeah. So can I? Right.
Yeah.
So before we go, because it seems like we're gonna go round again. But so before we do, I'm gonna actually do what I should have been
Oh,
doing
that's the
since
Centurion. Never mind. I thought that was the Walker
since
Bulldog.
the start of
Let me
this.
find. There it is.
And right, can both sides of this? Because it seems like there's a tiny bit of miscommunication here. Can both sides anchor their positions before we start?
I mean,
again?
I'm not even gonna bother anymore.
I think it's interesting just because of the perspective of first British court, and especially with their let's just call it precarious situation throughout most of the Cold War, if not the entirety of it, has particularly really bad both procurement decisions from the British government as well as inherently huge flaws within their defense plan in their own sector of Western Europe, let alone the perspective of having to punch down potentially 1 to 2 divisions to help out the Belgians because they're the fucking Belgians.
The Belgians are just,
I love the close-up mic for that one.
and they got put in this sector with like the best terrain advantage they could, but they're oh my gosh, the Belgians.
No, I think the Dutch one particularly is a lot worse because the Dutch main problem is that they actually are
The Dutch.
they are a decently potent force, but the problem is they don't ever actually deploy any of their units in Germany. So almost the entirety of, even compared to the British, the British have 2 divisions up and then 2 divisions back. The Dutch have 1 brigade up, 4 divisions back.
Ooh, that's not going to survive contact with the enemy.
I mean, the only real division that's in the Dutch Corps that actually would defend the what you might call the sector properly is 3rd Panzer Division, which sounds very, I don't know what the term is, not Dutch.
Yes, it sounds very not Dutch.
There might be a reason for that.
Shocking.
I wonder what it is.
It's actually Austrian.
What? No.
I wish the Austrians were fucking.
Yeah, I wish the Austrians were in NATO. Yeah,
they were.
neutral.
Actually, to be fair, that was the best plan for them because being on the sector near.
They weren't in a good strategic position to be anything other than neutral.
Yep.
Can somebody say salient?
Yeah, the Austrians made themselves as spiky as possible.
So was
and
it wasn't very spiky. Let's be honest.
It wasn't.
So were the Danes, but in a particularly not a good position.
I will
because
admit,
they were probably the main focus of any Soviet attack. Outside
The Danish 3rd Brigade had one job: go die until everyone else gets here.
I love that. Like Danish 3rd Brigade commander opens orders.
Look, man,
go die in a hole.
It's kind of spicy if you put like a Polish, East German, and Soviet force down there, but that's because you also have to imply that the Polish don't like immediately uprise, but
Was that a likely scenario?
Depends on the year.
Depends on the year.
Not to mention the East Germans.
I mean, the East Germans would not revolt as much as the Polish.
The East Germans were harder core believers in communism than the Soviets.
Yeesh.
At the governmental level.
They went from Nazism to communism, and they went.
They had one heck of a police state.
Yeah.
Wow, that line is more full than you think. Looking at
Alright,
it.
so here's a question from Gunnery Officer as well. I'll let Sierra finish this thought though.
It implies though that almost all the units are deployed, so the Dutch should not be there. They're actually in the Netherlands, and those are all brigade-sized units. So, okay, it implies A, Reforger happens already. B, the Belgians And C, it also implies a lot of the mobilization forces, so the VKK in particular, as well as the French, which the less said about them, the better.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't mention French armor in that
I mean, they actually,
discussion.
I mean, look, they'll probably go fight in West Germany, but they'll fight the West Germans.
I wasn't even referring to that. I was just looking at their tanks and going, they're not even worth putting on this list.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, AMX 50 would like a word.
no,
It
they're
It
wasn't
quietly-
shielded.
As it quietly gets shot in the back of the head.
yeah, the main tank of AMX 13 is particularly funny, but
I mean, I must admit, I do worry between the difference between the Lion and the MX.
Yeah.
I mean,
The Italian tank. It's
Well-
it's a toss up between the two because I've sat in both.
this is also 1989, so this is particularly at the height of
Tensions right before the collapse.
West German, West like
The height of
basically-
West German capability.
Ah.
Yeah, or I think you could arguably say German capability, but
True, the
Sierra.
East Germans were at their height too.
yeah,
Sierra, I'm looking at first Shelland Brigade and second.
this implies that again, Mackinson. This implies that everyone's deployed because if you look at the Dutch sector, that should be fucking empty.
well, the first Shelland and second Shelland Brigade were armed with crack organs and grands and whatever else the Germans left.
Yes, and the Polish Marines will have.
Fun times.
Sorry,
The Polish
Eagle Brigade,
Marines are not much better off.
if not.
Well, they're
outright
also
revolt.
gonna have to deal with the Danish home guard just appearing out of a fucking manhole.
Yes.
Like the
Again,
the Poles come ashore. and
Denmark
march.
is quietly a meme in the Cold War because of the amount of random
Yeah.
shit they've cobbled up.
The Poles. The
And
Poles.
we still have
anyways, to gunnery officer's question here. So the question is, why did the USN have large-sized attacker/recon aircraft like the A3 Sky Warrior and A5 Vigilante, since the USN carrier attack aircraft are relatively small or medium-sized, like the A4, A7, or Intruder? By the way, I wouldn't call the Intruder medium-sized. Shouldn't they conserve hangar deck space and lower maintenance costs? So the answer for the A3 and A5 comes to a nuclear attack role in a very specific period. I affectionately refer to the A5 Vigilantes bomb bay as the poop chute,
What?
because it's nuclear bomb bay. It dumps out a fuel tank when the fuel tank is empty out the back. It's literally a tunnel. And then the bomb comes out when they decide to release the bomb.
This seems like a bad idea.
This is to keep drag and weight to an absolute minimum. Because the A5 was a supersonic medium bomber designed to be operated from a carrier.
Is that the one that literally could do nothing else once its nuclear bombing role was made redundant?
No, because you had wing pylons. But the main thing it would get used for, like there was a lot of ordnance that this thing could carry, but the main thing it got used for because of its range is eventually they just filled that chute with fuel tanks. But because of its range and speed was photo reconnaissance. It was very useful in a recon role. Because of that range and speed. The A3 did also get used in a recon role. In Vietnam, it did actually get used in a conventional medium bomber role too. But
Wow.
its main thing was refueling. It was an excellent refueling aircraft in its time. It would eventually be replaced by the KA-6, which also very good. But the A3 and A5, it comes down to they needed a medium bomber for the mission. These aircraft are the reason you start seeing U.S. Navy carriers get so big. Okay? These are the aircraft that would lead to the super carrier being a true thing.
Oh, wow. More you know.
Like the want to get aircraft like this onto carriers. Aircraft, Dr. Clark alluded to earlier, you get much over 100 aircraft per carrier, and you start getting rapidly diminishing returns. The reason carriers got big in the U.S. Navy is because your aircraft got big. Bigger aircraft mean more capability. It's very much like the most efficient, cost-efficient carrier you can build is the biggest carrier that you can reasonably build and sustain, right? So it's similar with aircraft, as long as you can operate them, and they are still capable within their mission set. So when you look at these aircraft, you've got to remember the time period and what their mission is. I have seen some arguments for maybe after FAXX, the Navy should consider a medium bomber again, but solely as a cruise missile slinger. You give it some basically bizjet engines.
Oh, wow,
and it's a subsonic cruise missile slinger because you can sling cruise missiles from standoff range when the aircraft never enters the radar horizon of the target.
Oh, I never thought we'd see those sort of large aircraft on
I don't think
carriers
the
again.
U.S. Navy is going to do that. I think the U.S. Navy is going to stay to the single strike fighter sort of concept.
Makes sense.
Or the two, because F-35C is taking on the Legacy Hornets role, and FAXX will be the Super Hornet replacement. But I suspect that the Navy's response is just going to be, well, we'll just put these on FAXX on the wings.
Makes sense.
In addition to what fits internally, because FAXX it's going to be a big aircraft.
Which is
it's
unsurprising.
Just like the Tomcat was a big aircraft.
Except this time without any variable geometry, which is going to make maintainers happy.
Well, also, you just don't need them with flight control software and modern engines. But because you've got the high angle of attack performance, all the high angle of attack performance you could ever want in modern aircraft design. That's why the Rate Fighter is dead. Sorry, F-16 fanboys. Not that you really want to get into a classic dogfight, because it's just likely going to end in a mutual kill anyways now. But if you even get there.
Yeah.
But like I mean, these aircraft were big because they needed range and payload to range, or range and speed to range, with reasonable payload.
We start seeing less of a need of that as basically aviation technology develops.
Well, I mean, you still have the A6, which it's not really a medium-sized aircraft. It's not as large as an A3 or an A5, but it is not a small aircraft. I will forever be mad at the U.S. Navy for canceling the A6F.
Oh God.
But that, like, what that would have done for the wing life and the airframe life on the Super Hornets during GWOT would have just been insane, because the A6 airframe was designed to just cruise with payload on the wing, like heavy payload on the wings. Just drill. He doesn't care if you're drilling holes in the sky. You're just cruising subsonic.
I think it'll just go.
And like, as a bridge to help with U.S. Navy long-range attack, not that it's as weak as people seem to think it is today, because so many people conceptualize as, oh, we need to get within JDAM range, forgetting that JASM ER exists and has like 1,000-mile range. and that LRASM has somewhere between 200 and 400 miles of range. People tend to forget to include the cruise missiles range into the striking radius sometimes. And that, yeah. Gunnery officer, my view on the F-111B is that McNamara screwed up on that one by trying to force it as the Navy's fighter and not as a Navy all-in-one attack aircraft replacement.
So we would have got the Tomcat and the F-111B.
F-111B had no business trying to be a fighter.
I mean, the funniest thing about that is that
even an interceptor.
two swing wing aircraft on USN carriers, which is honestly going to be a mood and a vibe, but it's also going to make the maintainers lose their minds.
Well, now conversely, at the same time, though, you're dramatically cutting the number of airframe types on the carrier.
So what would F-111B replace, or rather be there in place of?
It could fill the A5's role pretty well. It could fill the A6's role in its entirety, particularly with later engine upgrades. The A3's tanker role, you might still want to keep one or two of them, or not one or two, but a detachment of them. But in that time period, the light attack aircraft to the carrier air wings the A4, so it's tiny anyways. It doesn't really matter. It's basically a jetpack the pilot straps on. It was not uncommon to be passed over for selection to pilot an A4 because you were too large. Physically, your shoulders were too wide.
Oh my.
And so you just end up flying another aircraft for the Navy, instead of the A4. It's not an uncommon thing. The A4 was tiny. Now, eventually, the A4 would get replaced by the A7 in the light role. And this is also something that you need to keep in mind with the U.S. Navy, right? The U.S. Navy throughout the Cold War, and honestly even today, although there was a period where they didn't have this because F-35C took so long, but the Navy had a light and a heavy attack role in the carrier air wing.
Mm-hmm.
The A6 eventually would take on the heavy role as it came into the fleet. But you had things like the A4, the A7 in the light attack role. Eventually, the Legacy Hornet, the A in its designation, is for that role. The Legacy Hornet filled both a fighter role and a light attack role. It was better in air-to-air than in F4 Phantom, even dramatically better in BVR because of its systems. And honestly, better missiles too. But it could fill the same role as the A7 did, but dramatically better with its own self-escort capability. And so that took on the light attack role. And what was slated and is now finally starting to do, take that role over. And this is kind of somewhat funny right now, given what's sitting in the quote-unquote, well, okay, I say quote-unquote, but when you look at what a Super Hornet can carry when they want to, it's kind of a meme. The Super Hornet right now is sort of taking on a heavy fighter attack role in the fleet, with the F-35C taking on the light fighter attack role in the fleet, which is like the most U.S. Navy thing to say, is the F-35C is the light aircraft.
Ah.
The aircraft with 30% more wing area than an F-35A.
Ah.
the carrier air wing is in a little bit weird spot right now because the Super Hornet's replacement didn't happen on time. We're now in like a third iteration of FAXX, which is the one everybody's familiar with going on right now. But that's broadly the lineage here, in that regard. Long answer to the original question there on the U.S. Navy and attack aircraft. But I don't know how many people have seen the photos of Super Hornets conducting a strategic bombing campaign against ISIS in Syria, where they're taking off with 10 1,000-pound JDAMs per aircraft. And when I say strategic bombing campaign, I do mean they are quite literally... see ya, Leslie.
See ya, Leslie.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. That's a perfect image there. They're doing that, and they're carrying an AMRAAM and 2 Sidewinders with that. Don't underestimate the ability of the Super Hornet to be a bomb truck if it needs to be. It was designed, that was part of its role. It was designed to replace the Intruder as a heavy attack aircraft, but also be able to conduct the fighter mission. Not really replace the Tomcat, but because the air defense philosophy had changed, and in the 90s when that program came around, things were in flux about the future of the Tomcat. But it's a sort of complex era. Makes sense. Let me just check if we've got any more questions.
Yeah, if you guys have more questions, feel free to ask. You got me for...
I'll take one or two. Yeah, I'll take one.
As long as he wants to go to a maximum of 30 more minutes.
Yeah, I'll take one more question, and I'll let Cyclic pick it because he's probably going to...
History behind that gunnery officer. If I had to guess, it'd be McNamara, but I don't know, and that's probably a wrong answer. We're not doing any sort of battle carrier questions.
Battle carriers.
They're all bad ideas.
Yes, I have been very clear on my principle on battle carriers. A carrier has no place in a battle line. A battleship has no place not being in the battle line.
Why do you think Kuznetsov is a bad carrier? Moving on.
Oh, okay. You and I have been through the whole... She's not as bad as people think she is, but she's not good either.
Well, she's still a bad carrier. I'll let chat handle that question. Gunnery officer. There are people better situated to answer that than me.
There's Mackinson.
One.
And Sierra.
So 1990s Vanda.
Hi there. To preface this, because I have to legally disclose this. I am a Raytheon shill, and I have stock in the company.
How convenient.
But the context of U.S. ground forces is the I will take 1989, or actually 1985 to 1989. This will all be applicable. But the trio of what unit you're depending on. So, for example, if you are, let's just call it the 82nd Airborne, for example, you are mostly carrying BADS. So that is a particularly towed variant of the Vulcan system, but the Pivets and Chaparral are particularly the main anti-aircraft weapons for the close-in anti-cast deterrent or helicopters. So they are meant to be, Pivets in particular is one of the few weapons that can only relatively march with something like an ACR, for example. They would still have their own stingers in the sort, but Pivets is the weapon that you would mostly use in support of, let's say, an armored column or more particularly an armored cavalry squadron. Chaparral is a little bit more in-depth defense, so this would be protecting something like Brigade HQ to certain battalion HQs, depending on the level of situation in terms of the air threat. The Hawk is usually towed. The theory behind this was that essentially you launch all 3 missiles, then you detach the launcher itself, then run the fuck away. It's part of the shoot and scoot concept that you don't want to stay in one position while launching missiles. So something like a Patriot, for example, one of the big reasons why Patriot is particularly mobile and has to have like a lot of training for Patriot systems to work properly is that the concept of shoot and scoot is very much apparent with air defense artillery. It's a thing that transferred over from the artillery branch, but the solution within the U.S. Army at the time, and not only the rest of the nations that were using Hawk, would be that you basically have a launcher. So Hawk, for example, attach it to a vehicle like an M35 or whatever truck you're fucking using, and then you launch all 3 missiles, run the fuck away, replace it with a different launcher, different missiles. So it's not self-propelled. They're not fixed either, because all systems are nominally quite mobile, and they have to be in the context of the Soviets, which will basically blow up everything with 122s and 152s. But it's not like the Hawk is made to be this
perhaps not as mobile as you would like it, but you gotta balance money where it goes.
Yeah, and especially for the U.S. Army, which was focusing a lot more on actual credible threats, like the horde of T-80 BVs and T-80 Bs that the 8th Guards Army has, for example, which, yeah. But that's...
Don't forget the T-64s that are still going to be coming out of Group of Soviet Forces Germany, too.
So, this is nominally a false thing. Most of them would not be part of the forces attacking U.S. sectors.
Okay, they'd be going elsewhere.
You want to know the only sector in which it was probably likely the T-6, unless you're 1989 specifically, is the period where like everything has fucking T-80s.
Mm-hmm.
Only sector in which U.S. forces would likely encounter C-64s in droves is Berlin. They're already dead anyway, so fuck them.
Yeah, true.
But
not getting out of that fight alive, but they gotta be there for.
You got a single
the
you got a single
being a
you got a single battalion of M1s, and maybe M60s at a certain period, but yeah, they're not living.
Yeah,
but the point
they're there to keep the Soviets from seizing it short of war.
Yep. But the point being is that the U.S. ground forces do actually have a very complex, despite the memes of Cletus's trailer being used for anti-aircraft defenses. I think it is a historic contrast from the Soviets, because the Soviets are a lot more focused on the close to medium range. So OSA, Tor, Buk, Tunguska, and sort of like are actually particularly good systems in comparison to what the fuck Pivaz is. But Hawk is a very interesting missile because of how, in comparison to the S-300, to take a wild example, a Hawk is actually just better. Especially for the early S-300 variants, which are line
yeah,
of
the
sight.
S-300 of the period broadly are
Not good.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how I think a lot of people try to shoehorn Hawk as a particularly bad missile given its appearance, but it's actually not a particularly bad missile. I don't know if it's just
my only problem is we didn't properly make a mobile
Rotellar.
system for it.
And that goes into a lot
That's
of
my
US
only
doctrine.
issue.
Yeah, that goes into a lot of weird doctrine issues with the US ADA, which involves a lot of, let's just call it has to be very mobile, and as well as the structure being very and this goes into a lot of things where like
There's loading gate issues too. Yeah.
Yep, there's a lot of there's a lot of weird issues with the U.S. and this is something I actually agree with. Don't have things below battalion level in terms of mass deployment. Everything, especially for the U.S. divisions in particular, are like a Stinger battalion or like an air defense battalion per division. The reason why you don't want to have it like as you want to task organize things is because you want to have the training prior for that. So your ADA guys hang out with ADA guys instead of having a captain being the highest ADA guy in a battalion.
The person responsible for their organizational training, equipping, and all of that within the unit is an ADA guy, not an armor guy.
Yes. That's one of the reasons why it's really weird how respected for like the Russians, for example, do not do this and actually will small scale detach, even like captain, I forget the captain equivalent for this is particular explanation for a lot of the failings of combined arms within the Soviet or the Russo-Ukraine war, but a huge part of it has been the difference in terms of concentration of training, especially, is a lot weirder in the Soviet sphere compared to the Americans, and it certainly bit them in the ass. But yeah, no, the reason why I'm bringing this entirely up in the first place is because Hawk's systems rely on a battalion level deployment. You don't get that search radar being a company level endeavor. So it's really weird. And
Hawk is also a missile designed around helping or being the cornerstone of a divisional air defense system.
Yep. So you work with divisional assets of I don't know what I don't know if Sentinel is a thing here.
As well as protecting fixed sites too, but
yeah. But it's not like you can absolutely entrench them and put them in like a specific location and shoot down cruise missiles or whatever, but the theory is
or
always
use them to defend air bases, stuff like that. I mean, if you can defend a division, you're going to be able to defend a fixed site.
You can fix a bike.
No
one got that joke. Fuck you.
I got it, but I just wasn't going to comment on it. So your fuck you also applies especially much to me.
I flew right over my head, so don't look at me.
Oh, it's your nation.
What do you mean it's my nation?
Yeah. If you can fix a bike.
What? What? What?
Oh, how far they have fallen.
What the flip are you two on about?
I'll
just explain it to him, Sierra.
There's a famous ad in the Royal Navy that's like, if you can fix a
that bloody thing.
Radar.
Yeah, that thing.
I keep quoting all the time. It's really funny.
I hate that advert.
Collingwood, just please, if I'm in ramblings, don't bring up stuff like this, because there's no reason to have Vanguard in the 90s. There's no reason to have KJV in the 90s. There's a reason the Iowas passed out of service in the 90s.
Modernized Hawking class? Hold on, what? Define modernized? Like World War II?
Oh well, the Hawkins were modernized a little bit, but there's no point thoroughly modernizing them. They're not needed.
Yeah, that's already...
Yeah, they're not good cruisers for World War II.
Yeah,
they're not really going to get you much.
They're good. They're good as lead
for 7.5-inch guns.
Yeah, they're good as leads for very, very quiet areas. For example, having a Hawkins floating around South Africa just on a patrol duty. Because if a Hawkins meets a German Hilfskreuzer and identifies it as such, the Hawkins is going to smoke a Hilfskreuzer.
Well, as long as certain things don't happen.
Yes, I know, Sydney, but we don't talk about that.
But I'm preempting that.
Yeah. They're good for... it frees up actual cruisers, heavy cruisers, like the counties, to do the important things.
Like patrol in the East China Sea instead of the South African Sea.
Basically.
I mean, hold on. I am a man of lists, not as much as Phoenix, unfortunately, because I no longer have the time. But
Right,
I
will take one more... I know I said this last time, but one more small, short, sharp question, then I'm going to have to wrap it up, as I've been going for 6.25 hours. It's one of the
I would
long
also
ones.
like to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat and mud from being out in the field all day.
It's
Here's
one
the
of the.
current disposition of all British forces within early 1979. There you go.
Ooh, that's very pretty.
Do not ask why the name is that.
It's very pretty.
But it is to highlight a couple of things, mainly. Holy shit, there's a lot of cruisers. And B, holy shit, there's a lot of destroyers. And C, what the fuck? What are they doing with their stupid ass submarines?
Well, first of all, I mean, I would point out the well, I wouldn't call the S-Class stupid in front of Dr. Clark, Drac, or any of the others, because they were built for a very specific purpose.
I understand that. I just think it's goofy that they put it in the UK.
Well,
where-
I mean, it's. I mean, if an S-Class, sorry, if a T-Class or an S-Class catches a heavy unit
You
in
know
their
what?
sights, boom,
Yeah, like
boom.
the Germans who have their very famous heavy units.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That the subs were never deployed to
I
effectively.
all right, I
Stop.
get it, I get
You
it,
know?
I get it, I get it, all right.
It's a great ship from a very naval engineering standpoint. But I
Yeah,
think
oh.
the-
Actually, hang on. I have one question. As a certified Raytheon shill, though, let's separate that for a moment if you can. What are your thoughts on tracked rapier?
I think it's great that the fact that they actually had like 3 of them within the British Army of the Rhine. Unfortunately, they only had
It
3
was
of them.
only 3.
Wow,
They don't have a lot of them.
that's
That's
pathetic.
hyperbole, of course. but
That's
I think
pathetic. That's what that is.
that's
That's hyperbole. They just didn't have a lot of the systems.
Still, though,
I'm
it's
actually-
it's not
I'm
great.
actually not that. I'm actually like kind of a fan of them, but the problem is that the I've forgotten how much actual air defense that a lot of the British divisions had in the 1989 period. It's not a lot. I think the divisional air defense is 36 javelins.
What?
Notice I'm not saying any other systems.
What?
I think it's about 36 javelins.
And keep in mind, wait, is the javelin is the M-Close or the Saclos-esque?
It's a Saclos.
Okay, yeah, you have to hold crosshair on jet.
Why can't we do procurement in this godforsaken country correctly?
Keep in mind, the primary modality for Soviet ground attack aircraft is pop up, align rockets, fire, break.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's not 3. It's only 48 out of the. Yeah, it's 48 Rapier missile systems with the entirety of 1 British Corps.
Can I scream
will-
into
for
the void
reference-
now?
For reference, the 3 U.S. Corps, which has is a Reforger unit, has what's 24 times 16? It's a lot. But the Army National Guard is better equipped than the. Well, that. To be fair, the Army National Guard's a goofy formation.
By this period is kind of fundamental to how the U.S. Army would fight a major war.
Yes, but but they're
there's nothing.
leagues better equipped than the 1 British Corps.
There's nothing like
It's
Cyclic
not-
and Sierra together in the same Ramblings channel to make me just put my head in my
Hey,
hands and cry about
We
the
both
British Army.
had positive things to say about tracked rapier. It's just a shame there weren't enough of them procured.
We can't
I
do
agree.
procurement in this godforsaken country.
I'm not joking. It's not a bad brigade level like air defense system.
Yeah, it's actually
You could do better, but it's not bad.
It's a really good equipment.
It's a freaking TLAR
Yeah,
for one.
but the majority of the rapiers within British service was all the time almost entirely.
Okay, well,
code.
without the caveats on TLAR because of the way rapier is, but
yes,
yeah, you get the point. It's a similar capability.
Javelin, the Raytheon product, is different from Javelin, the the UK's
the man portable air defense system is different than Javelin, the ATGM.
blowpipe's the M plus one. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot blowpipe.
Well, it's in the name. It kind of blows.
It's just
it
this
beats
is
West Germans with the red eyes.
I will never understand the Brit. Well, okay, I know why this is a thing. I still don't get it. The penchant for Saclos style man pads. Yes, I get it. They're laser beam riders, but you're still having to do the crosshair on the target. Man pads that the British have. I know why they do it. It's because man pads traditionally are very poor at rejecting flares for the actual target. But you can't exactly track a jet reliably with these systems as an infantryman. They're usable against helicopters. Now, conversely, some of the implementations of them, like Starstreak in, like, what is it, Stormer, right?
Yeah.
The CVRT based one. That is more capable in that regard because the computer's handling that.
Yes.
Oh my god, the
Right.
size of that fucking Javelin AA. How is he?
Oh, yeah,
how
no.
is that guy supposed to track anything wielding a giant flipping shoulder?
That's got to
MacGuffin?
stand.
Yeah, that's a standard.
That's the man portable version.
That's even
You
goofier.
can, you can see the look. You can see the look on the guy on the radio's face. These are U.S. troops, I
Yeah.
believe.
But no, Javelin is a particularly interesting. Oh, yeah, it's not. It's not that bad once you get used to it. But the problem is that no one really got used to it.
Yeah. Like with the one on the stand, there's a possible maybe outside chance you can keep that thing on target because you're not
Yeah,
having to
it's
carry
made
its
for-
weight. But
It's made for the defense of.
yeah. But
And
with
I
the
think
one,
also the big thing.
but
The
with the
British
one,
don't have fucking gun-based ones.
yeah. But with the one that poor fucker is holding on his shoulder, no, absolutely fucking not. You aren't tracking a bloody pigeon with that thing.
You can actually probably target.
You can do a helicopter, particularly
can-
a helicopter of the period trying to do an ATGM engagement.
But you're
But,
not tracking aircraft.
Yeah, those
Well,
SU-17s
fixed
are
wing.
not getting. Yeah, you're not getting those SU-17s, but you are going to get that behind or perhaps that hip. But you know,
Yeah, you'll get a hind or a hip, provided the hind is not one of a rare few that has a certain ATGM that allows it to stand off more. But, like, yeah.
Stinger managed to.
Yeah,
get
it's
through this-
Pucara. This is
Not hard.
this is a notable that might as well be a helicopter for this sort of engagement.
Hey, Stinger got a
You could,
cruise missile kill.
you could engage Pucara with a bloody 50 cal. If you're lucky.
That's beside the point, Fleet. You can engage an SU-17 with a slightly better chance of hit with a 50 cal.
I mean,
The way their attack modality is. Okay?
Belgians do like.
The attack, like, the Soviets actually looked at the A-10 and laughed when you look at how they were talking about it internally. Because the way they saw it was the primary attack modality for the A-10 was pop up, acquire targets visually, and drop cluster bombs, and then having to fly over hostile forces.
Yes.
Whereas their ground attack aircraft would pop up behind friendly lines, acquire the position, and just fire rockets into said position and dive away, and not have to overfly.
Of course, they were kind of wrong about
They're-
that. But smile.
Yeah, there's a whole suite of assumptions here. This is Soviet internal talk without combat experience in this regard. But, like, when the enemy is predisposed to trying to attack that way, something like Javelin, heaven forbid blowpipe, really runs into problems. particularly on aircraft that are going to be conducting their attack in mid to high subsonic flight regimes. In this regard. And in some cases, depending on if you're trying to defend a FARP or a fueling station or an ammo dump or stuff like that, maybe coming in supersonic.
Yeah, makes sense.
I also like the meme also is that you say you know, hey, you know, you could shoot a Picard with a 50 cal, but and again I always poke fun at them. Do you know what the primary weapon of the first Belgian Corps is for anti-aircraft defense?
What is it?
It's the meat chopper.
It's the meat chopper.
It's the quad 50 cal AA mount, yes.
And
their high level air defense system is Nike.
It's that or Hawk, so it's actually it really depends on the unit, but no.
You better hope you have Hawk.
Yeah, you have
you better hope you have Hawk
but
because
no, it's really funny because like the actual in-depth artillery or anti-aircraft artillery for the Belgians is actually not that bad. But you have a mix of Gepard.
Your tactical units are just bad though.
Oh yeah, you have I think you have blowpipe, not the blowpipe. You have red eye and 50 guns.
Oh God.
Hey, it beats the whatever the fuck Mistral is, I guess. But the French are weird. Their levels of anti-aircraft defense.
I mean, Mistral is at least fire and forget.
Yeah, but the units that are attached to it are really weird because they're
true.
Because I love actually no, it's not bad in the sense of like the Belgians, you get to laugh at them because they're a fucking meme. It's bad in the sense that it's you know that it's a lot focused on like it's focused on primarily very close self-defense, so it's not like instead of imagining like Strela 10 and then Book would be equivalent, they primarily focus on deterring enemy helicopters, so their primary anti-aircraft units, especially for force defense, is a lot of AMX, or not the AMX 13s, it's the VABs with 20 millimeter cannons, and then Mistral teams to poop out of the back of the VABs. They didn't really believe in the PVADs or Gepard, or the British don't have an equivalent. Yeah, no, they don't really have an equivalent. Wait, so it's actually it's not bad because they actually have a massive proliferation of Mistrals and 20 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, but
the problem is that's primarily focused around a very specific threat.
Yes, which is Heinz.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Right then, folks. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. We've had a very wide selection of questions today, and a very large number of participants, both on the stage and sitting in the audience. And it's been one of the better ramblings for a while. This has actually been my last ramblings in Lincoln before I return home. So I'll be back home next Monday.
President.
And then I don't know if this will be the next time I'll be live, because I've also been dragged into apparently a bar in...
Hey, look, it's an ABC. Wait a minute, I just realized we're ABC. We have an American, a British, and a Canadian.
Good God, where will it end?
We need Dutchman.
Possibly.
We need to get somebody from Zimbabwe so we can have a zoo.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you, Cyclic, for coming. Always a pleasure. Sierra, again, always a pleasure having both of you on. Incredibly knowledgeable people. Take care, folks. Hope you've all enjoyed, and I'll